live. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to day 102 of Vibe Coding an App Until I Make $1 Million. Today I want to start the stream a little bit differently because I want to talk about plans that we're now going to be following through on for the future of this series. We just hit a massive milestone. If you guys don't know the milestone that we hit, we basically on Saturday finally received the last missing piece of what we've referred to internally at BridgeMind as View Creator 2.0. And if you guys have been following along in this series, you'll know that we're working on viewcreator.ai, and we've been working on it since day 20 of this series. So today is the 82nd day that we've been working on View Creator. And we've built a product that is incredibly powerful and one that literally makes it so that you can, the slogan that we are now using for View Creator is virality on autopilot. And before we get started today, I want to talk a little bit about this, and I want to talk about what we're going to be doing now that we've had this last missing piece finally come through. I mean, it was crazy because we were on the stream on the day 101 stream, and I was like, hey guys, I'm going to check TikTok real quick, not really expecting for us to get approved. And I pulled up TikTok, and as you guys know, we've been checking in on this every day, and finally, here is what I'm seeing on my end. Look at this, guys. This version of View Creator has been live since December 12th. So we finally got TikTok verified and approved, which means that everything that we've been working on, everything that we've been driving towards, everything that we've been pushing towards, there is no longer an obstacle in our way of having View Creator 2.0 ready to go. And, before it's like, hey, and when I say that, I say there's nothing that's no longer in our control, right? Because the reason that we're having to get verified on these platforms is because, if I just pull up View Creator here, and I have all my, I have 6 Claude terminals running. We're going to be doing a ton of vibe coding today. But look at this, this is the new landing page that I constructed. I was working a little bit yesterday and in the night before, and this is the new landing page of View Creator. And it's just crazy because now that we have TikTok finally verified, it's the last missing piece that we needed to finally launch View Creator 2.0. Leo Fox, how's it going? The Wise Sleeper, what's up? How's it going? Let me, drop the stream inside of the Discord. But something I want to talk about as well is the phrase of today is concentrate your forces. And what is that? What does it mean to concentrate your forces? Well, I'll tell you. So, when you're working on something and when you're working on a mission or towards a goal or towards a dream or a vision, it's very important that you actually concentrate your forces on what you're trying to do. And I'll give you an analogy for that. If you guys have ever used like a pressure washer, right? And let's say that you're trying to clean some dirt that's on the side of your house. Well, if you stand back and you blow the pressure washer, what happens is it's spread out over such a far distance that you're not going to get any of the dirt or the grime off the side of your house. You're not going to clean your house. It's when you stand up close and you're using the pressure washer and it's pinpointed in a very, very small surface area, that's where you're able to actually grow. That's how you're able to clean your house. That's how you're able to make progress, is when you are concentrating your forces on one area. And I think that what you guys have seen, it's like there's a lot of people that ask, hey, should I be working on multiple projects? Or, hey, what do I do? I get a lot of questions like that. And what we're doing with View Creator is we're building a tool that we can use to market View Creator and to grow the BridgeMind community. Because guys, I want to show you this and I want to show you what I've been doing. I mean, let me just go to YouTube and we can kind of break this down. I'll show you what I've been doing and what impact it's actually been having. And I'll just show you with BridgeMind. So if you guys look here, do you guys see all of these posts ever since December 11th? Right here, I have not posted a single one of these clips. I have not posted any of them. And you can see this one got 35 likes, 1,600 views. This one got 32, 1,900, and they're automatically getting created by View Creator through an agentic automation that I created. And if you guys don't see that that's how far that we've come, is that I'm now using View Creator to make BridgeMind go viral. And it's actually working. Look at this one, 83 likes, 3,488 views. And what we're now going to do is we're now going to use View Creator to build a UGC system and a UGC team for BridgeMind. And we're going to take this community to the next level because we've built something. We've built an incredible agentic marketing tool that we can now use for our own purposes. And I think what's incredible is that, yes, there's not a ton of revenue that's just flooding in yet for View Creator because we haven't really launched it. We haven't really tried to market it. But like I said, our goal is that by January 1st of 2026, that we are now going to transition and really start to push marketing after the new year. And what we now need to do, and what we're going to be working on today, is we are going to be working on actually getting the View Creator business account working so that we can build these UGC teams internally for BridgeMind. So if you guys see here, the business account here, we're going to be working on this today because we're going to be building a UGC team for BridgeMind. As you guys know, it's something that I've mentioned, and it's my goal that by this Friday that we have these teams constructed and orchestrated, and that there's going to be 3 teams led by a moderator. And there's going to be about 2 to 3 people on each of these UGC teams. And these UGC teams will be paid, and they will each have control over a different business account on View Creator. And what this means is we're going to have to build the functionality for this week before Friday so that we can then use View Creator to be able to market the BridgeMind community through clipping and through creating content. But then that's going to be the trial run so that by the time we get to the new year, we are then able to launch View Creator and transition all of these UGC efforts. We're still going to be doing UGC for the BridgeMind community itself, but then we're going to take what we've learned and what's working, and we're then going to also then start pushing View Creator really hard. And we're going to do influencer sponsorships, and we're going to do paid advertisements, but the UGC is going to be big, and the automated marketing, the agentic marketing that we're going to be using through View Creator is going to be big. So with that being said, I just want to take a step back. I've kind of been ranting at the start of the stream, but I just want to kind of draw your guys' attention to how big this actually is and how good of a tool this actually is. Because, I was just sitting around, yesterday I had to take the stream. I couldn't work yesterday because my brother just got engaged, so we were having a party for him. But I was sitting around with my family, and I was like, yeah, right now I've got View Creator agents that are posting for me, and they're racking up literally thousands of views. And if you guys don't see that, I'm trying to get you to see the vision, because what we've created is truly incredible. And this TikTok is now completely, we have no obstacles in our way that we no longer have control over. So with that being said, guys, I'll end rant, end intro. Let's get the music going and let's get to grinding today. But yeah, what's up, Jesse? What's up, Spark Codes? PNK Sounds, what's up? The Wise Sleeper, what's up? Max, what's up? How's it going? Spark Codes, what's up? But yeah, let me pin everything, chat. Let's get the music going. But guys, we're gonna make just a ton of progress today on View Creator. I just can't believe how far this has come, honestly. And I just know I can see in my mind where this is all headed. And I just have to say that I am very, very optimistic about what the future holds for us. I think that this community is probably going to be the #1 vibe coding community in 2026. I think it's going to be very, very good. Shout out to Max also, by the way, for posting in the stream. But yeah, we're gonna be, so let's talk a little bit about the goals today. I just wanted to get the stream started off right and talk to you guys and just really draw your attention to what we have built and what we have accomplished and what we're going to now be able to be pushing for, because we no longer have any more obstacles. We are completely obstacle free in terms of there's no more obstacles that we no longer have control over. And sure, there'll be more obstacles that come in our way, but for right now, what we've built is truly an incredible tool. Parash, how's it going? Dev Mindset, what's up? Yusuf, what's up? We're doing great. Lone Perker, what's up? How's it going? But yeah, if you guys haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. Make sure you join the Discord. But let's talk a little bit about the goals today. So first of all, we are going to be doing a 6-hour stream today, okay? We're going to be doing a 6-hour stream. If we can get to 200 likes, I'm going to be doing basically like a workflow review. So for a lot of you guys, I constantly am getting asked about my workflow. I'm constantly getting asked about, different things that I could potentially add. And if we can get to 200 likes, we're basically going to set aside about 20 minutes. We're going to make a YouTube video on stream, and I'm going to be doing a review of my workflow. And then we're also going to be trying new things that could potentially improve our workflow. One of them being like Claude skills, another being a Claude agents, agent orchestration. We've been working with a lot these past couple days on doing this. PNK Sound said push-up goal. Yeah, let's throw a push-up goal up there. So push-up goal, let's do 250 push-ups on stream. We'll do 250 push-ups. Actually, sorry, that's not enough. Let's do 500 push-ups, and let's do 100 pull-ups just for our goal there. But for big like programming goals, like let's just say that's a goal there. But big programming goals, view creator business accounts need to be worked on. Okay, so view creator business accounts, I already mentioned this a little bit. Max said the word changing is a bit choppy. Yeah, I noticed that. We'll make that better. It's a little bit choppy. It's not terrible. But here, let me start a quick poll. Workflow. Hold on, guys. All right, I just started a poll. But BridgeMind, okay, look at this. So we have these business accounts, right? And I was talking to the moderator team, Linux, Jesse, J35, as well as some of our junior moderators and then our regular moderators. And what we've been talking about is this UGC system. We're going to launch it on Friday. That is our goal. So this week, we're kind of going to be working a little bit backwards with, this goal in mind of, hey, we're going to be building a UGC team at BridgeMind. Okay, so if you're interested in joining this UGC team, make sure that you reach out to one of the moderators, or you can ping me as well personally, and I'll refer you to one of our moderators. But we're going to be doing 3 teams, okay? And what this means is that we're going to need to have 3 business accounts, which means that these business accounts actually need to be polished up, because right now there's no logic so that these business accounts can actually have multiple seats, okay? So what we need to do is view creator business. This goal is that we need to create the functionality so that, for example, let's say I'm the owner of a business account. I can send an email to somebody that I want to join the team, right? Because it's going to have multiple seats. So you'll be able to, with a business account, you'll be able to set seats, and you'll be able to make invites of, hey, I want this person to join my team so that they can help me manage this account, right? So this UGC team, these UGC teams that we're going to be building, which is in line with our January 1st launch of View Creator 2.0, because what we're going to be doing is we're basically going to be like experimenting over the next, let's say it's December 15th, so over the next 2 weeks or till the end of the year, we're going to be experimenting with this UGC team. So again, if you're interested in joining this team, it's easier than ever before to now be a UGC creator. And it's going to be so simple for you guys to be a part of this team, because as you guys know, View Creator is an incredible platform. You can completely automate the publishing system. I mean, I've had these shorts. I mean, look at this, guys. Look at this. I've had this BridgeMind agent running, and it's been running for me all morning. It's already posted 2 clips or 2 shorts. And today, another goal. Also, Linux, what's up? How's it going? Another thing that we're going to be doing is we're also going to be working on polishing up the different like multi-platform publishing, because now that we actually have TikTok hooked up, we're gonna have to revisit not only the functionality for like, hey, this is working, right? Like BridgeMind agent is working, but we need to make sure that we polish up in production the multi-platform publishing, so that not only like this BridgeMind agent right here, this is only publishing to YouTube right now. We do have the architecture to be able to do multi-platform publishing. Like for example, if I go over to the post page, right? I can go here, and right now this account only has it only has a YouTube account hooked up. But let's go to like BridgeMind here, and I click short video. I can select the YouTube, Facebook, and Instagram account, right? So when I do this post, it's gonna go out to all 3 of those, okay? So what we're gonna need to do today is we're gonna need to go back to the drawing board and do an in-depth review of the multi-platform publishing. So multi-platform, multi-content publishing. So I'm just going to give you guys like a clear picture of like what this actually is and what I'm talking about. So for example, you know, if you look at this agent, let's go to this agent here. Okay, so BridgeMind agent, right? This agent has been racking up crazy views for BridgeMind. I mean, I've been posting 5 times a day, and some of them are getting over 3,000 views and like close to 100 likes. And I'm like, I'm not even doing anything. Right? I'm like, this is incredible. I'm not even doing anything. And this is basically helping me go viral. And if you guys don't see that, I don't know what to say, but I feel like a lot of you are seeing it. So, you know, that's going to be a big thing of today is that, hey, we now need to make sure that this BridgeMind agent, that we have a way of easily adding, you know, these different accounts. So if I go to connect socials, you guys can see now TikTok, since it's been approved, I now connected the BridgeMind TikTok to this view creator account. Okay. So what that means is, you know, we're going to be able to do publishing there. But with that being said, guys, I'm doing a ton of ranting, kind of just talking about what we're doing because, guys, we've just made so much progress that, you know, today's going to be big. Today's going to be big because, you know, we have to get the view creator business account set up so that we can do these UGC teams. And then we also need to do multi-platform, multi-content publishing. Those are like the 2 big goals of today. But also we need to be, there's like kind of like sub goals, but we'll talk about it later. But, you know, end rant. Let me check the chat. Let me see how's everybody doing in the chat. DJan, good morning. How's it going? TVG, hello. Let's go. Jesse, appreciate it. Linux, what's up? Linux said, we're vibing. Let's roll. Thank you, man. Bruce said, what are you building? You can check the description, but it's view creator. Maybe somebody can do an exclamation point view creator. I'll drop it in the chat. But if you just do VC, it'll describe there. Does this agent auto upload video? It does, yeah. It not only auto uploads, but it automatically is able to generate all of the metadata. So like I said, you know, if I go back to channel content, you know, what you guys can see is that these are just publishing for me all day. Like, I'm like, okay, I just automated all of my short content. And I'm like, that's incredible. There is no other tool that I know of that is doing this. And we just built this. So it's amazing. Dev Mindset, how's it going? DSAT Drew, what's up? How do I email contact to get involved with producing this masterpiece of a startup? DSAT Drew, you've been a member of the community for a while. Definitely message Linux, J35, or Jesse, or myself, or all of us, because we need each team. There are going to be 3 teams. These are paid positions. You know, right now, I already kind of talked a little bit to the mod team about this. You know, you're not going to get paid like crazy amounts of money because right now, BridgeMind is not making money. We're actually using money. So any money that I pay you guys I'm just losing, right? I'm deep in the red. You guys know the financial situation of the company. But you have to make an initial investment if you want to succeed. So with that being said, you know, I think that to get started, if you want to be on this UGC team, one of the biggest like precursors, or let's say, you know, parts of being on this team is that you have to care about the BridgeMind community because, you know, you'll basically, I mean, View Creator makes it incredibly easy for you to do this. And really, if you're on this team, you are going to get respect and responsibility in this community because you're going to get paid. You're not going to get paid a ton, but you are going to be a part of growing this community. And that is, you know, if you're interested in doing that and saying, I want to get responsibility, I want to be respected, and I want to help this community grow, definitely reach out. The Wise Sleeper, let's go. Hung said content bank to auto content is a brilliant tool that companies would pay bank for. I'm in marketing, so I know how valuable this thing is. The concern is that others may start rolling out and compete. 100%, yeah. Neil Thompson said, regarding the shorts, who is clipping them, you or the agents? Yeah, so with our AI agent, with our clipping tool is on the same level as Opus Clip. I mean, Opus Clip they've raised $70 million. They do about $20 million in revenue. But the AI clipping agent inside of View Creator is very, very good. And we're probably going to integrate functionality for this to be somehow tied up into our agentic workflows, right? We're going to figure that out. PNK Sound said, can't wait to get my marketing plan set up for the game I'm making. Got some cool ideas. I think we are all exciting for all game devs. 100%. Astral said, in workflow. One Perker said, that's crazy. Astral said, add an AI step that automatically compiles generated clips into a single long-form video. Once the long video is built, the system will automatically publish it across selected media platforms. That's a good idea. But yeah, guys, let's move the desk down. I think that we're ready to start cooking and grinding. I just wanted to get started for the day in a good way and just share with you guys how much, we've just made such progress that I just want everybody to be on the same page of like, this is serious at this point. We've had our community is blowing up. I would say that right now, BridgeMind as a community is probably the number one. It's up there. I think that it's number one. How expensive are credits? They're not too bad. Like if I go to credits, let's just go, we can go to credits here. If I go to credits, buy credits, it's like $25 for a 500 credit pack. HM said, what are the costs per users? Like, it must cost a lot to create these agentic workflows and videos. No, the most expensive thing is the AI clipping agent. That is a resource intensive task. But in terms of like the agentic workflows, that's actually not that bad. But with that being said, guys, let's just get started. The first thing for today is let's launch Warp. As you guys know, I've been using Warp a lot more. And the first thing that we're going to have to do today is let's do a deep dive. And there's one thing that I've just started using. So check this out, guys. So inside of Warp, and actually it's not even inside of Warp, it's inside of Claude Code, but I think it was hung. But you can now, if you do /agents, this is something that I'm now implementing into my workflow. And at 200 likes, we're going to do a workflow review video. So if we can get to 200 likes, we're going to make like a YouTube video on stream where I'm just going to, make a video and share my workflow and share a little bit more in depth about this. But if I go to agents, what you guys are going to see is that I now have created 2 agents, and they're called Agent B Coder and Codebase Analyst. And big shout out to Super Combo Gamer and Hung, because they were the people that kind of put me onto this. But what we did is we actually created 2 different agents inside of Claude Code, and I'm going to show you how this works. So watch this. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to add the View Creator API, and I'm also going to add the View Creator UI, and I'm also going to add the View Creator UI, okay? So I'm going to drop those in for context, and I'm going to say, hold on, we need to restart Whisperflow right now. Sometimes it does that. And hold on, I haven't launched it, so I need to do this. Force quit, and then let's launch it. All right, Wise Sleeper said, let's go. Zane said, how to join. Are you talking about the UGC team? Because to join the UGC team, you just have to join the Discord and then hit up, one of our moderators or myself, and we'll figure out. But it's going to be 3 teams, and each team is going to be led by a moderator. So also, for those of you that are moderators, it's very important that, we get moderators that are going to be able to lead these teams well. So View Creator API, View Creator Query UI, and View Creator UI. So watch this. Use the Codebase Analyst agent, and I want you to do an in-depth analysis of the different pricing plans and take particular note of the business plan. This business plan, we need to do an in-depth review, because business plans will be special, because how they will work is that business plans will allow users that are on these business plans to have multiple seats associated with their account so that they can work as a team. So for example, I will set up and log in or sign up for a business account for View Creator. And then once I'm actually in my account, I can then send invites via email to different people that I want to join the team, and they will be able to create a account and set up a email and password, but this will be actually connected to the main View Creator business account. Right now, we do not have the architecture for this, so I need you to do an in-depth review of the entities and analyze in depth how this system currently works, and then think through best practices of how it could potentially be implemented. Come back to me with a diagram and a list of updates that would need to be made and different options that we could do to implement this functionality. But first, just do a complete in-depth analysis. All right, in-depth analysis. And I'm also going to drop in the View Creator database here. So I'm going to drop in the database. And we're also going to do an ultra think on this. So ultra think just makes it think more. Okay, OAuth, yeah. So we do have an issue with the OAuth Google login, yeah. So there's a couple bugs that we implemented that were created, and we got to fix them. So Super Combo said send out 5 agents to review it. Okay, so actually I do want to kind of highlight somebody in our community, Super Combo Gamer. So check this out, and I hope it's okay to share this. And this I think we'll do this a little bit more once we get to 200 likes. You know, if you guys have not already liked the stream, make sure you do so, because at 200 likes, we're going to do like a super in-depth review of this. But I do want to share something from a respected member of our community. He actually has moved up the ranks pretty quickly. He's now a moderator. But check this out. So Super Combo Gamer, he has been showing me and actually kind of teaching me something that he's been doing. So watch this. So he is able to launch 50 agents inside of Claude Code at once. And you can see here that this is a screenshot from him. I'm going to show you guys the prompt that he used. So check this out. He said, hold on, let me get to his initial prompt so that you guys can see how he's doing this. But it's very, very interesting. All right. All right, let me find it. Okay, so check out his prompt. So basically said, I need you to revamp this entire UI, make it the best UI in the entire world, use deep dive agent, make 50 of them, and argulate the results, etc. Ultrathink, make this the best UI in the world. So, you know, he's kind of did this as a joke, but you can see that he basically said, use deep dive agent and then make 50 of them. So he was able to launch 50 agents simultaneously, and, you know, I already have this launched. I'll just let this keep on thinking. But we are going to try this. If we can get to 200 likes, we're going to actually do a review of this and think through, hey, could we potentially use this inside of our workflow? But that's one thing. So you guys can see I'm using the Codebase Analyst. This is something new that I've been using and kind of experimenting with. YT user said, I need advice. I'm starting to build a SaaS startup. I'm thinking to directly start. I need to directly start to figure out and prepare some materials and start building the product. Will take around 2 months. Should I build coming soon page with subscriptions? I mean, I'm not sure what the best advice for you there would be. I mean, you could do like a waiting list, like a wait list, right? To see, hey, you know, you could do some marketing beforehand to kind of be like, hey, you know, wait list is open, see how many people do the wait list. But honestly, what I've found is that when you do the wait lists, people, like a ton of people will join the wait lists. But Kevin Newman for life over on Twitch. What's up? How's it going? Also, thank you, Lennox, for supporting the Twitch. Appreciate you. Subscribe functionality. Well, if it wasn't built, would you need the subscribe functionality beforehand? You know? Okay. I need you to do an in-depth review of the sign-up process. Right now, Google OAuth is failing from a recent update that we made. I need you to launch 2 Codebase Analyst agents and identify what is going wrong. All right, so I'm going to test this, and we're gonna see what happens. You know, we're going to launch this ViewCritter API as well as ViewCritter UI, and we're going to see, hey, does this actually launch 2 agents? So let's submit this. I'm curious, do you count how much you've spent as well as how much you've made? Yeah, so I'm pretty upfront about this. Okay, so look what it says. I'll launch 2 Codebase Analyst agents in parallel to investigate the Google OAuth sign-up failure, one for the API backend and one for the UI frontend. So look at this, guys. It's launching 2 of these Codebase Analyst agents, and this is new. This is, you know, I think that as we continue forward, and what's great about the BridgeMind community is that we're all constantly learning together. I'm learning from you guys. A lot of you guys are learning from me. But the thing is that the reason that I love this community is that I'm constantly learning from you guys. And I know that it's like, I think that just how I want to approach this is when you're set up as a community, everybody's helping one another. Everyone is equal, and everyone, the sole mission is to build the future and to be on the cutting edge of artificial intelligence in this vibe coding revolution. And we're testing out this workflow. So big, again, shout out to Super Combo Gamer for this. The Wise Sleeper W, let's go. Are you doing PR reviews by AI? You can do that. I don't do it a ton. Bo Rock said, can I find those stats anywhere? I'm curious, thanks. Yeah, so we're going to do like a Q1 review in 2026. I think it's a little bit premature. I have very limited time, but what I want to do is that in 2026, I'm going to be doing like breakdowns of every quarter of how much is being spent on what and how much is being made. Jägermeister over on Twitch said, where do you find agents? What agents do you use? So yes, so this is new. So as you guys know, it's like over the past week, we've actually made like some changes to the workflow. But if you do agents, you can like just slash agents. It says agents. There's some default agents. So inside of Claude, there's a general purpose agent, a status line setup, an explore agent, a plan agent, and then a Claude Code guide, for example. But you can see project agents here. So these are the agents that I've actually created, and they're Opus agents. There's an agent B coder, which is like a coder, and then you have a code-based analyst. So right now, I'm not doing any coding. I'm just doing an analysis of the database. So I said, hey, use this agent so that it's, you know, pre-constructed with those agentic tools that make it take on. It's almost like a if you guys remember when GPTs were like a bigger thing inside of OpenAI, ChatGPT, which OpenAI and ChatGPT are pretty much redundant at this point. Yeah, this helps a lot. So right now, this is the breakdown, and you guys can see everything that it did, and it created a diagram. And so here it's proposing like, hey, this is how it could potentially work. So we're going to review this. But guys, as you guys know, our goal, we have a goal today of doing 500 push-ups. So we're going to have to stay on that goal. So all this agent is working. This one here is working on our OAuth flow. We do have a couple errors. So while that's working, let's hit some push-ups and let's get the energy going, guys. Let's go. If you haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. Today's going to be a good one. 6-hour stream. Let's get it. All right, 50 bomb. Let's go. Let's raise the desk up too. Let's go. Yeah, so this is Claude. For those of you wondering, this is Claude Code inside of Warp. All right, we're at 50 push-ups. Yeah, this is Claude Code inside of Warp. PNK Sound said he did 15 push-ups. Let's go, PNK. Let's go. Let's go, guys. Okay, so the issue is that, you know, we did not set up our database architecture to support this, right? So I'm not worried. It's just that we're going to have to do create some additional entities. Yeah. So the issues right now is that user B, C, and D cannot access any of user A's resources. There's no way to invite team members, no shared credit pool, no shared social accounts. Yeah, you don't need a Warp subscription, it's free. So right now I'm literally just using Warp basically as an IDE for agents. So it's almost like instead of launching a bunch of terminals, I'm just using Warp to launch terminals, and it's free. Yeah, anti-gravity is like beta right now. It's not very good. So here's the proposed architecture. And then what did so as you guys know, we launched 2 agents, and look at this. So check this out, guys. So the prompts that I did was, I need you to do an in-depth review of the sign-up process. Right now, Google OAuth is failing from a recent update that we made. I need you to launch 2 code-based analyst agents and identify what is going wrong. And then what it did is it said, I'll launch 2 code-based analyst agents in parallel to investigate the Google OAuth sign-up failure, one for the API backend and one for the UI front end. So these agents are then able to work in parallel, and one went to the UI, one went to the back end. And yeah, Hung said Claude is so smart that it will know when to launch sub-agents to do tasks. Yes, it costs a lot of tokens, but the work quality is so top, 100%. Okay, now use the agent B coder agent to actually create a to-do list and then code the fixes. Okay, so now we're launching a agent B coder, and we're gonna do this. How much have I spent on AI credits? I spent about $600 a month. Hung said Codex won't touch this level of craft in a long time, only better at consumer marketing. Yeah, Codex is not that good. And again, shout out to Hung and Super Combo, because basically what we're doing is we're working as a community to all get better, right? So I'm gonna come out here and say it. This space is evolving so rapidly that if I was to take the stance of being what's called a SME, or a subject matter expert, and say I know everything about vibe coding, I'm the smartest vibe coder that there is, you guys are all learning from me, and I'm the master, you guys are the students, that would be a terrible perspective for me to have. And I think it's a wrong perspective that a lot of people that are in my position have, because what we need to do is that this community is growing so rapidly, and this vibe coding space is evolving so rapidly that is not the way that I want to go. We have to work together as a community. So again, shout out to Hung, shout out to Super Combo Gamer, because I'm learning from you guys. So I also, am giving the opportunity and just opening you guys, like, if you guys know something that you use in your workflow that I'm not using or that we're not doing as a community, share it. Because that's how we're gonna get better. That's how we're gonna build the future. And we're gonna continue to do this. And like I said, at 200 likes, we're gonna do a workflow review video so that we can go over some of these new things. I know that Hung was mentioning that skills, Dan and Hung both said that skills are like very, very important things. So we're gonna be doing a little review of that as well. But here's the Agent B coder. This one here, I did not like this is like a little bit messy here. So implementation options. So option A is that every user always belongs to a team. Solo users get a personal team automatically. So it's clean, consistent. I don't know how I like this. Let's go, Jesse. The Ekron said, my question is, how much have you actually spent on the development stage if you compare it to your revenue? Are you on loss right now? Yeah, so right now I've lost about $3,500, and obviously that continues to go up, so it's going to be closer to like $4,000 next time I check. But yeah, $3,500. The revenue has helped offset some of those losses. But how I've approached this is my initial investment into BridgeMind as a company was $5,000, and then once things started to go well, I followed that up with a $25,000 investment. So that's where things stand right now. Out of that $30,000, I literally have $25,000 in the bank still, so we're good. I'm watching the cash burn. That's why it's important for me to just share that with you all, where it's like, hey, for those of you that are actually working at BridgeMind and doing different things, like whether that's moderating, whether that's actually doing software or vibe coding, whether that's doing outside consulting, whether that's doing UGC. I think that what you guys need to know is that, hey, we have to be smart as a community because, hey, I invested that money personally. I don't want to burn through that quickly. I've been a part of another startup in the past that was burning money way too quickly. And hey, at the end of the day, if you're burning money too fast and you don't have the revenue to offset it, by the time that you get to, the revenue climb, you're too far in the hole to make it viable. So we have to be careful in that way. I'm going to be using Cursor with Gemini 3, but GPT 5.2 is like not that great. All right, resource migration. So connected account service for team scoping, update all job services to accept team ID. Yeah, so really what it wants to do is it wants this concept of teams. And what I'm going to have it do, I need you to think about this again. Look at our existing database architecture. We don't want to make massive changes. What would be the best potential option that we could implement on top of our existing architecture where we could build this team functionality? And remember that it's only associated with these business accounts. Businesses are the only ones that will need team accounts. So think through a better option where we wouldn't have to do like a massive refactor or restructure a bunch of stuff, but we could almost add this on as an option for business. Do another in-depth review using the Codebase Analyst agent. Launch 3 Codebase Analyst agents that will work in parallel to come up with the best option. Make sure that you do an in-depth review of the entities in the database architecture. So I'm going to launch 3 of these agents. Come back to me with the best option. And now I'm also going to add an ultra think here. But yeah, I mean, we're continuing to improve. All right, the train won't fuel itself, exactly. All right, Luca said, have you tried the BMAD method for your workflow? So the BMAD method, you know, I know that it's definitely like, that's like a workflow that a lot of people are using. I've tried it. I know that it has a learning curve on it. I don't know if it's essentially like something that's really necessarily needed. It is a workflow, but yeah, I don't use it a ton. I've tried it, but there is a learning curve to it. So when I say I tried it, I just mean I kind of looked into it and tried to do it, but there is a learning curve on it, so I wasn't able to implement it. So on AWS, we're burning about, it's up to $800 a month on AWS for our environments. But you know, one thing that I will say is that inside of AWS, I do have the AWS startup credits, so I am getting, you know, it's basically free for now. So, but again, that's just another thing that we have to watch. Also, if you guys are watching, have not already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. Super Combo Gamer said, BMAD is too much, it takes hours. Okay, he said check DM. Okay, I'm gonna check your DM right now. Let me see this here. Oh, cool. I'm trying Warp and I type UltraThink, but it doesn't light up rainbow like yours does. How do I get mine to? A lot of people say that. I'm not sure why that is. Mine just does it automatically. It may be the plan. Is it because of the plan? Maybe somebody may know the answer to that question. UltraThink is in Claude Code, not Warp. Yeah, it is in Claude Code. Yeah, it's in Claude Code, not Warp. So unless you're doing Claude Code. Okay, so it says that this is fixed. We do want to... I was working with another agent that said there was a vulnerability related to, what was it? I think it was a Codex agent. Let me do a Codex, and then it was resume a save chat, and I think it was doing an in-depth review. I don't know if I think it was, what one was it? I was working with an agent yesterday. How do you do history in Claude Code? Is it just history, or what is it here? Google OAuth. I think it was like CSRF or something like that, but I can't remember, and I'm not remembering it well. But do an in-depth review and identify what it was. We've recently made changes to this, so that's why there's a small bug in it. But do an in-depth review and identify what's going on here. Thank you, Super Combo. Thanks, Linux. UltraThink, yeah. Update Claude. That's a good idea. Do you think Codex is okay for vibe coding full stack SaaS? I feel like Codex struggles with front end UI. Yeah. So it's less Codex and it's just more the underlying model, right? So really where things are at and where you should be like totally in the know is that OpenAI is significantly behind at this point in the AI race. That's something now that's just obvious to all of us. You know, there are certain things that we have talked about, you know, on the live streams where it's like, hey, at this point, Codex is incredibly behind. Morass, I'm going to use basically what I'm not going to use. Here's one thing. So Morass is saying, hey, use cursor, use cursor. You guys are going to see me use cursor, but as you guys know, I'm not making this, I'm not doing this for content creation purposes. You guys are going to see stuff like, you guys are going to see what I actually use in my workflow. I try and stray away from like using different tools just for content creation purposes. So yes, I will use cursor in this stream, but I'll use it when I actually want to work on UI. You know, I think that's just one thing that actually is like a good thing about what we're doing here, because I think a lot of people that you see on YouTube and stuff are like, hey, they're just making content for you to consume, and they're kind of like, they're not really serious, right? And they're just content creators that are trying to make content to get views and clicks, and I talk about it often, but that's not what the goal of what we're doing here is. And you know, I'll definitely use cursor today, just not right now. We're working on these two different things. These are our two goals right now, so I want to focus on those, and then we'll work on cursor and UI using Gemini 3 Pro probably a little bit later in the stream. But just as a reminder, this is gonna be a 6-hour stream, guys. So let me pull this up. I want to pull up just like our users here, and make sure that I can actually test this Google OAuth, because yeah, something did get misconfigured. I changed some things around and it did hurt some functionality. So we're gonna need to take a look at that. Gemini and Claude are better than ChatGPT. Yeah, I mean, in terms of like Codex and ChatGPT, and I made a post on X about this that I'll just show you guys right now. So, you know, this is where we're at. So if you guys haven't followed me on X, make sure you do so. But look at this. So this is an X post that I made, and I just said, unpopular opinion, model speeds matter just as much as intelligence. The GPT 5.2 model is 40 tokens per second, and then Opus 4.5 is 89 tokens per second. I said that gap compounds over hundreds of prompts. The smartest model that's slow, you'll abandon it. Speed isn't a nice to have anymore. And I think that that's one thing, like a model that changed a lot that people may have not realized, that actually changed more than people realize, is that Composer model from Cursor. I think that that was one of the first models that blended speed and intelligence, and it was the first model that I personally saw that had incredible speed, right? And once we started using that model, we realized, oh wow, you know what? I think speed might matter just as much as intelligence. So, you know, people say, oh, you know, the Codex models, they think for longer, they think harder, XYZ, right? Well, kind of, but the thing is in the long run, if I submit a prompt to Codex and it takes 30 minutes to get back to me, really? You know, is that really where we're at? You know, at the end of 2025, that's the model we want to be using? It's not. So I need you to create a to-do list and then use the Agent B coder to actually code the fix. Imperium, how's it going, man? Do I use WAN 2.5? I do not. Which model do you use to generate the media, and what's your cloud bills like? What do you mean the media? Do you mean like the AI content? Okay, so let's see what Claude came back to us for this these team accounts. So it said add 4 columns to the user entity, and what columns actually are those? Let's see. So the columns, I want you to show me the columns that you're considering adding, and then just show me a diagram of how it will work. So, you know, it came back to me, and what it came back with is, hey, you know, we'll be doing this massive refactor where everything's gonna be based off of like a team ID, and I was like, yeah, that's not what we want to do, right? So, right now, if you guys are just joining us today, we're doing a 6-hour stream. We're doing 500 push-ups, 100 pull-ups. We're working on View Creator business accounts. And we're working on View Creator business accounts because, as you guys know, this Friday we are launching the Bridgemind UGC team. If you're interested in joining this team, there's going to be 3 teams that are led each by a trusted Bridgemind moderator, and these teams will be paid. They'll be competing with one another. We still have a couple things to work out, but one thing that we know that we have to do is, hey, before Friday, what we're working on now is we need to make sure that the View Creator business, that subscription, let me pull up View Creator here so that you guys can get an image of what we're working on right now. At least in this agent, we're working on another agent, which as you guys know, we did get verified on TikTok. So that's another thing that we're gonna be working on today. But the business solution here, it's $300 a month, and basically the UGC teams are all gonna get free business accounts on View Creator with unlimited credits, okay? And these UGC teams are gonna be supporting the community because, as you guys know, in View Creator, last week we made a significant breakthrough because now we have all of these agents, and I wanna show this to, we have 154 people watching where, hey, also, if you have not already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. We're gonna be doing an in-depth workflow review at 200 likes today. But look at this. Do you guys see all of these shorts that I'm posting? Look at this: 845, 953, 3,500, 899, 1,900, 1,200, 1,000. I didn't post any of these. I didn't post a single one of these. View Creator agents posted all of these. They created the titles, they created the descriptions, they created the hashtags, they created the tags, they selected which video was going to get posted, and all it looks like inside of View Creator is you set up an agentic workflow and you set up what times you want it to run, and it runs automatically for you. And that's what we've done with View Creator. And as you can see, here's the Bridgemind agent. This agent runs at 8:30 a.m., 9:30 a.m., 10:30 a.m., 11:30 a.m., 5:30 p.m., 6:30 p.m., 8:30 p.m. So it's putting out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 clips a day, and I don't even have to do anything. And what you guys are seeing is that I'm using View Creator, which is the SaaS that we've built, to automate virality. View Creator's virality on autopilot, growth on autopilot, engagement on autopilot, reach on autopilot. It's automated agentic marketing You may even want to call it vibe marketing. But that's just me, so we'll see. All right, so here's what it is. So the columns that are going to be added is team owner role. So this is going to point to the business account owner, the team role, team joined at. Yeah, thank you, Repovic. I do know that. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. So right now we are working on it. We're about to test that. That's what this one's working on right here. And, you know, it's just interesting because, hey, this whole journey, on day 7, on day 20, did we set out initially and say, we're going to, I mean, we that was the vision, right? That was the vision, but we didn't actually know what it looked like, right? And I get a lot of questions all the time about, hey, how do I get started? How do I get ideas? How do I, you know, do X, Y, Z, right? And what I tell people is, hey, you just have to get started, right? It's so important to get started and to start building no matter what it is. So let's try the Google OAuth here. Yeah, so I literally can't. And the issue is that you have to, so that this is a problem. So I literally like can't click this. And I can't tell, like it should be like this. On the sign up page, users should be able to click continue with Google, but for example, if they haven't already opted in to the terms and conditions, it should then, you know, show like red that actually explains what they need to do. Right now, they just can't click it and they may not understand, oh, I need to accept the terms and conditions. For example, we just need a better user-friendly approach so that it doesn't stop them from signing up with Google. For example, it should allow them to click the button, but if they have not, you know, if they have not been, you know, verified by the CAPTCHA, or they have not, you know, agreed to the terms of services, it needs to make sure that it tells them that so they understand why it's failing. Hung said 20 shorts, median 1,000 to 12,000 views per day equals 360,000 views per month, 4 million additional views per year on autopilot. Massive selling point, especially for small businesses. 100%. And I think that where we're at and where we're going is that, you know, we need to make it so that, you know, the community is incredibly important. I think that the BridgeMind community, at the end of the day, you look at what we're doing, you look at how far we've come, you look at where this community is headed. You know, I can say confidently now that BridgeMind as a community is the #1 vibe coding community on the internet. It's the fastest growing, and it's not necessarily like, for example, there's other communities out there. Like you could say, hey, Cursor has a community of vibe coders, right? And, you know, all these other different businesses, you know, OpenAI has a community of vibe coders, but the thing is that what we're doing and what this community is all about is we're the ones that are building the future. We're the ones that are genuinely trying to figure out and help each other figure out what the best tools to be using are, what the best strategies and workflows to use are, and we're all learning from one another. And that's what this community is all about. So if you haven't already joined the BridgeMind community, make sure you join the Discord, make sure you like and subscribe, because that's what we're about here. We're all about the community. And this community has pretty much unlimited potential. And I think if we just continue to do what we're doing in 2026, it's going to take off in a way that I don't think a lot of people expect. Alirium said, did you notice that or continue with is above the Google button? Should that be below? Yeah, there's a little bit weird, just weird stuff, isn't there? So or continue with Google. Yeah, that's actually a good point. Shout out to Alirium. Yeah, that's a good point. Fix this, make it make sense. JPayCast said, have you considered using an extension for speech to text for your prompts? An extension for speech to text? Because I already have Whisper Flow, so. The thing is, Heckrams, you know, the community is not all about View Creator, for example. Like, if you're new around here, you know, it's like, hey, here's the way I look at it. You guys know what I'm working on. You guys see me build, but we're working together, right? You guys are seeing me work. You guys are seeing how I do this, but we're a community, and it's not all about View Creator. You know, it's like, hey, I'm not marketing View Creator to the vibe coding community BridgeMind, right? Like a lot of you will sign up and try it out, and which is great. You know, I like that. It's cool, but not like you guys aren't the target market, which I actually like, because what that means is that, you know, I'm not trying to sell you guys anything, right? I'm not trying to sell you guys View Creator. You guys are just seeing me build View Creator, and you're seeing how I operate and how I work, right? And I like that. I like that I'm not just going to you guys every day and saying, everybody go buy View Creator, because I don't like that. I don't, that's not how I want to operate. But let's check that. We need to review this because this is important. So connected account. Yeah, so there is a little bit of an issue here. Gotcha. Okay, this is an issue. And we're gonna be able to figure this out. But for example, there are a lot of different fields that connect to a user ID, right? But they don't have a team ID. So when we're talking about teams and talking about having multiple people on the same account that are sharing an account, the issue is that it's connected to user ID, not a team ID. So you guys see what this is proposing? So for example, let's say I started the business plan, right? So the user record would be this, team owner ID, team role. Oh, that is messy. I pretty much never hit. I have not had, and this can change. Hold on, is this done? Okay. You know, the issue. This is gonna be an issue. We're gonna have to think about this. This is an issue. Let's hit some push-ups though, real quick, guys. We gotta hit 500 today. Let's go. Just quick 25, keep the blood flowing. So with teams, all right. Yeah, this is a little bit messy. Do I publicly share the custom models? I don't use custom models. You just use like Claude Opus 4.5. All right. Yeah, so I'm going to draw up on the board a little bit why we're having an issue and what the actual issue is. Like, so right now we have a user. We have like user, right? And obviously this has a user ID column. And so this is a table, right? Let's say you have another table, which let's call it the credits table, just as an example, right? There is, you know, a foreign key here so that we can link back credits to user and user to credits, right? There's a user ID so that we can link these two. And the issue that we now have is, hey, when you want to implement the functionality of teams, you now have a user ID. Like, let's say I sign up for a business account and I want to build a team that's going to share my credits, or that's going to share. And it's just that we have an existing architecture that I've actually never done teams before, so I'm not familiar with this. We're going to have to learn how to do it. PNK says 10 here. Let's go. The AI multimedia? What do you mean the multimedia? Like videos and stuff? You can watch, if you watch, you'll see how I do it. Okay, so I want you to do another review of the existing architecture. It just feels like this, again, you know, the concept of teams may be a little bit difficult to implement, just because we would have to add so many. I mean, I'm not sure about your proposed approach. Would you do even more in-depth thinking? Oh, creating organizations. Yeah. For example, I'm just unsure of, you know, we have the existing database architecture. We have over 1,500 users on this platform, so doing migrations and changing up too much may be an issue. I need you to stop even worrying about what I'm thinking. I just need you to do an in-depth review of the database architecture and propose the absolute best solution. Use the code base analyst to do this. Yeah, so I'm just a little bit unsure of what. I've never done these before. The M4 Pro is good. I actually have an M4 Pro right here. This is my M4 Pro. It's an M4 Max, and it's pretty good. This was from when, like, anything that I'm running now, I probably need about 96 gigs of RAM. The M4 Max Pro, I only have 36 gigs on it, so I can't really run, like, you know, complex programs that I'm working on it, but it's all right. All right, so let's see what this, if this is good. Oh, that looks terrible. What the heck? Okay, so for that person that was asking to use Cursor, you're going to get to see Cursor now. So let me pull up Cursor real quick. All right, here's Cursor. So the reason, why did I just switch to Cursor? Why are we going to use Cursor now? Well, there are different reasons. Like, there's so many different tools, and there's no, like, one singular tool that's, like, the number. I mean, there are definitely, like, oh, like, obviously Claude Opus 4.5 is the best tool, right? But there's also just so many different places in your workflow for different tools. And, for example, I'm going to use Cursor a lot this month when I'm using things like styling. I'm going to use Gemini 3 Pro, and I'm dropping this in. I need you to improve the styling of this page and the sign-up component. So we're going to use that. Stay on theme, but yes, it needs improvement. Decrease the amount of white space, make it compact, make it modern. Very simple prompt. So let's see what that does. And what's cool about Cursor is you can go down here and you can do connect to a browser tab, right? So I can literally just launch the browser, and then I can literally just go here and localhost 3000, and hold on, localhost 3000, and you guys are going to be able to watch this work here. Well, I'm already authenticated in this, so let me sign out here, and then we'll go back to that page. All right, so let's do sign up. Choose this, and you guys get to see this implement. All right, I'm gonna hit some pull-ups real quick, guys. Let's keep the blood flowing. Let's go. Let's go. All right, we're at 10 pull-ups. All right, ooh, that doesn't look good. That looks so bad. All right, hold on, let's drop the desk down. So even like Gemini Pro can miss and not be that good. Do I use custom prompts? I mean, you guys are watching me prompt. I literally just talk to it. Yeah. So this is actually a big miss, in my opinion, styling-wise, from Gemini 3 Pro. Big miss. Just the buttons, terrible. Let's go, Y Sleeper. Ahmed said, I'm wondering how many subscriptions you have for working on these apps. Like, how much do you spend on subscriptions? I spend about $600 a month on AI, which I think is an appropriate amount. All right. You did a terrible job. I want you to look at the rest of the application. You made the buttons all slim and rounded, and it just looks very plain and unprofessional. Try again. All right, it did a bad job. The piece at last said, you're great, man. Do you have donations? So yeah, so I appreciate that. The piece at last, I appreciate you for, you know, wanting to donate. But honestly, I don't want your money. Yeah, I mean, you guys know what the goal is here. You guys know what I'm trying to do. I am not trying to monetize the YouTube. I don't have donations turned on or monetization turned on. I'm trying to build a community that's going to be on the cutting edge of the artificial intelligence revolution, and I think the best way to do that is to genuinely build a community and not be a goofy content creator and try and be making money from your attention. So the best thing that you can do if you want to, to donate, let's say, is to just join the Bridgemind community and help others and help us build the future, man. Appreciate you, though. PNK Sound said if I could, I would spend $1 million per month. Man. All right, so this one's still working. And for those of you that are interested in how much usage I have used so far, 15%, 52%, and it resets tonight. I mean, that's insane. I've been using Claude Code all week, and I'm on the 20x plan. I've only used 52% of my Claude 20x. It resets today. I mean, this is incredible. I've only used 15% of this session. I mean, the Claude 20x plan, you get everything that you need. Okay, so what about this? Let's check this. So here's what it's proposing. So, all right, so how it works. So for a solo user, which is free, pro, and ultra, these are all null. Oh. Okay, this may be a better approach. This helps me understand it a lot better. No, so Demeter said, aren't you worried about this, that some social media platforms can mark these accounts as unnatural behaviors and then kind of shadow ban them? I believe TikTok, for example, does that. So that actually is there's some truth to it, but it's also kind of a little bit of a myth, because just so you know, like, you actually go through a verification process, and they are the ones that let you integrate with their APIs, right? So yes, if you abuse their APIs and you are posting like a bunch of garbage content, you're probably gonna get shadow banned, right? But I have had no problem. Like, think about all the massive companies like Hootsuite, which does over $300 million a year in revenue. Their entire business model is just allowing teams to work together and manage accounts and post accounts from Hootsuite to these social media platforms. So this is like a normal thing it's actually good for TikTok. TikTok wants you to do this. They let you go through the approval process, and I've had no problems with getting like shadow banned for posting from View Creator to these different platforms. I mean, on YouTube, I'm running up thousands and thousands of views from View Creator clips. But how this is going to work, so a team owner, which would be a business account. So for example, let's say this is my email. I would then have a team role set as owner, and it would own this. So then the balance would be shared by the team, and then there would be a team member, and then the team owner ID. So for each team member on the team, it would then point to the team owner ID. So you guys are kind of seeing the flow of the connections here. So in team member, so okay, this actually is making a little bit more sense. Okay, so output the different entities that you would create in this process, like literally output them in a table so that I can understand what the table looks like. Output the entirety of the user table, as well as the potential different entities or tables that you are going to create to build this. Chris Eddy said, one thing I really don't like is how cursor displays your usage. Yeah, I mean, how cursor displays your usage is they don't display it. They want you to run up a check. There's been times where I'm like, oh shoot, I gotta check my cursor usage. Review this and fix the error. This is also one issue with Gemini, is sometimes it'll be doing stuff like this and then it will not be able to. I mean, man, you can really realize how good of a model Opus 4.5 is. Also, guys, we've got 176 people watching, only 124 likes. So if you guys are watching and have not already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. Also, we have a Discord community that's nearing 1,600 members. If you have not already joined the Discord, this is where the BridgeMind community hangs out and where we learn from one another. So I just dropped a link to the Discord in the chat. So if you have not already joined the Discord, I definitely recommend that you do so. This is a totally like free community. We're not trying to make money off you guys. We just are genuinely trying to build the future together. So again, with that said, you know, at 200 likes, I'm going to be doing a workflow review and kind of showing you guys some new ideas, and we're going to be exploring Claude Code skills. So we're going to be having to learn this. You know, I haven't used Claude Code skills a bunch. I haven't used this automated multi-agent workflow with Claude Code. There's a couple new things I've been learning, but at 200 likes, I'm going to do a workflow review. This is going to be turned into a YouTube video. So basically at 200 likes, I'm going to be like, hey guys, we're going live on YouTube. Say what's up. And then I'm going to walk through my workflow. So any of you guys that are interested in my workflow, you guys want to learn how much I'm spending, you guys want to learn what subscriptions I have, I'm going to do a complete breakdown of this once we get to 200 likes. GPT-4 moment for coding. What do you think about Opus 4.5 blew every other model out of the water? Yeah, wait, you said when you think about it, Opus 4.5 blew every other model out of the water. 100%. Yeah. Oh my gosh. You guys see this? Yikes. Is that new? I feel like that was not like that before. Did Gemini do this? I think Gemini might have done this. So I get started. Yeah. Man. You guys see this? So watch this. Gemini did this. So Gemini actually screwed this up. So I just rolled all those changes back. Let's just hand them to Claude Opus 4.5. And it's almost like, you know, we're at the point where, yeah, I mean, to Hung's point, Opus 4.5 did blow every other model out of the water. And, okay, let's look at this. All right, I want it a little bit more compact here. So indexes. Let's try that again. I literally want you to just make a very, very simple table for me to understand. You're outputting too much in your output. Try again. Yeah, fire Gemini. I basically just did. Linux said, PNK sounds, Linux can be a goat for devs or nerds in general. I've been Windows free almost 7 years, would never go back. I mean, his name is Linux Thing, and he's a legend in our community. So, Linux the legend, that's how I refer to him. All right, also just real quick, let's do a quick sub check. All right, so these are the tables that are going to get added. So new columns on the user table is team owner, points to the team owner, null if not in a team. What about, like, I thought team invitations. Interesting. All right, where are we at sub-wise? All right, it looks like we are at 13,477. So if you guys have not already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. We're going to be going for 6 hours today. I think that we can get to 13,000 and probably 700 today. I think 13,700 is going to be the goal for today, guys. So that means we're going to hit 14,000 tomorrow. I mean, it's just incredible how fast the community is growing. Vibe coding requires deep pockets, you think? I mean, not really. As long as you have the $200 Claude plan, honestly, you can make it work there. You know, at some point, I am going a little bit overboard on some items just because, for example, like, hey, I am doing bridge mind. So there's certain things where, like, hey, I do want to show people, like, hey, this is GPT 5.2. I'm going to get the Pro plan so I can use it and make sure it's garbage and then let you guys know that. So I'm kind of making the sacrifice on my end. And, you know, since I'm running a business, even though the business is bleeding money right now, you know, that's one thing that I can kind of put on the business card. So, all right, team invitations is this, what it's recommending. So this could be a good option. It's just that role they'll get. So help me understand then how team members will actually log in. For example, how will they have a username or an email and password to log in? How will they be redirected to the respective account? How will that work? Yeah, this is a little bit funky. Elias said, is Opus 4.5 up to date with the latest UI styling framework? Something I noticed with prompting Gemini 3 is that it tends to give you code for older versions. That's interesting. All right, let's see. So let's see what Claude did. So this was the one shot from Claude. I mean, spacing isn't great. It's a little bit plain. Yeah, I mean, there's a couple things I don't like. Yeah, it's fine, but... The spacing between the Cloudflare and the button is just, there's no spacing. Fix that. Also, it's a little bit plain. It's a little bit too white. Could you modernize this and theme it up a little bit? All right, so here's what it says. So how team member login works. So team members are regular users. They have their own email and password or Google login. The only difference is their team owner ID field points to the business owner. So example flow, so owner invites Matt, the business owner invites Sarah. Sarah receives email, you've been invited to join Matt's team on View Creator. So she'll go and accept the invite. So then Sarah creates her account, normal sign up with team owner preset to Matt's ID. Sarah logs in, goes to viewcreator.com, enters her login password to normal, but then the system checks her record. Sarah sees the dashboard, same dashboard as everyone else, but when she sees content, uses Matt's credit. Okay. Okay, is this going to work? Like, is this a best practice, or what are your thoughts about this approach? Is it okay? Do an in-depth review and come back to me with a 3-sentence summary and a score on 1 to 10 on what you think of this from a security and architecture perspective. All right, so I think that's going to be okay. Tanthian said Gemini 3 Pro is always the best model for front end. Kind of. I think it's a better model for front end, but it's not always. But I mean, yeah, you can see that Opus 4.5 is a huge miss here. See this? Looks bad. It did get the spacing correctly. I did ask it to improve it, just that the margins are all messed up. The padding and margins are just a little bit funky. It's launching. I wonder if it'll notice that. Super Combo, I haven't used the multi-agents a bunch. We're going to test it a little bit more once we get to 200 likes for the day. We're going to kind of like actually make a YouTube video on it. But I gave this an 8 out of 10. So this is a well-established pattern. Let me give you a direct assessment. So this self-referential foreign key pattern is a proven, simple approach used by many SaaS products for basic team functionality. It avoids over-engineering while meeting the core requirement. Each team member has isolated credentials. The owner retains billing control via their Stripe customer ID, and authorization is enforced at the service layer. The main risk is ensuring API endpoints validate that only business plan owners can manage teams and that users cannot self-assign team owner ID. Verdict for a business plan. Okay, so one thing I'm wondering is, okay, but one thing I am curious about is how, for example, will you manage subscriptions? Because there is a Stripe customer ID associated in the user table. How will this be done? Like, let's say, you know, Sarah, what will her Stripe customer ID be set to? Probably the team customer ID, right? Jason said, this, to be honest, is really crazy. Let's go, Jason. Narlinda said, create a team account, then create members for that team. Am I ever going to try GLM? I've tried GLM. You know, I really do believe in, like, frontier models. Like, why would you use a non-frontier model? You know, some people say, like, hey, you know, use this, it's cheaper, or you can run this locally. And I 100% yes. If cost is big for you, that's totally fine to use a model like that. For me personally, though, I'm only interested in the frontier models. I'd rather pay more money for the best model that's available. All right, how it works. So Stripe customer ID. Okay. Okay. Won't we need to add mechanisms that do this, though? How much overhead is this going to create with this team system? Because there's a lot of different functionality in our application that will now need to implement checks for this. Think about it from this perspective. Most revenue now is being generated from View Creator. All right, guys, let's hit some push-ups. Also, did this fix that? The padding on this is terrible. The padding is terrible. They basically meet flush. Try again. All right, let's hit 50 push-ups. Let's go. All right, we're up to 125 push-ups. All right, let's go. Both. I mean, for example, look at our subscription guards and actually do an assessment of that code, because it would need checks and additional functionality so that, for example, if somebody's Stripe customer ID is null, is it then looking to check if they're in a team, or what's the thought process there? Yeah, I mean, that's just an interesting consideration. Hey, J35, what's up, man? Sennheiser, what's up? How's it going? Narlinda, let's go. P&K Sound said another 10 here. My arthritis is kicking in. Let's go, man. You got this. All right, Scrimpin said, in Claude for UI, you need to tell Claude to use the front-end design skill plugin. It designs a lot better and has less issues. So I do have that plugin enabled. Sometimes it can actually, like, screw it up even more, though, which is weird. You can get quite a lot of Opus for the $100 plan. Miro said Stripe price ID is just the price of the product created in the Stripe. So yes, you are correct. But we're talking about the customer ID. That's what's in the subscription. So what I'm a little bit worried about is right now we have all these guards and checks that they go to the, like, let's say you log into the Creator UI, right? There are a ton of guards that right now they check to make sure that you have a plan and that you have a subscription, right? And the thing that I'm worried about is this idea that, hey, if that's null, that's gonna need that. So the problem is if Sarah has customer ID equals null, this whole chain returns null, no subscription blocked. So this paid account guard will now need to be changed. So I just know that, hey, if we do implement this team functionality in the way that it's proposing, I do know that, hey, there's going to be other things that need to be fixed. So that the fix is actually centralized. So the good news is that one helper function fixes most of it. So since this is a centralized function that is a guard, we can just add this here, which checks to see, hey, for that user ID, their team owner ID, it's going to check this, and it's going to be able to grab that subscription. So you see this? But that, I don't know if that's going to add latency. It's probably going to add a little bit of latency. Definitely going to add some latency. All right, so one thing that we also need to talk a little bit about, and that is on the goal list for today. I mean, look at this. This actually looked better than what we have currently. But I guess that's the sign in, right? Sign up. Yeah, sign up needs to be fixed big time. Support from Turkey, let's go. All right, so let's start to look a little bit at the TikTok API real quick. So let's go to the TikTok API documentation, okay? So let's do this. All right. And what I want to do is I actually want to use a Claude agent for this. And watch what I'm going to do here. So this is also like another new thing that we've learned that we're going to begin implementing. And right now, I'm going to launch another agent here. This workspace is a little bit messed up. Let me kind of simplify it a little bit. All right, we're gonna do this, and then I'm gonna do this. I like the horizontal ones a little bit better. Okay, so here we are. Also, does this look better now? Sign up, free. Oh my gosh, Claude, killing us. Review the sign up form here. Right now the padding is all messed up. Review it and identify what needs to be fixed. You need to update the styling of the form to be modern, have proper padding. The padding is all screwed up. I mean, this is what Opus 4.5 will get you. That's so crazy how bad that is. But hopefully we can get Gemini 3 to fix this for us. It's the form as a whole. I mean, yeah, look, 0 padding. I guess that's the top there. All right, whatever. All right. Have I done TikTok business registration for TikTok? I have, yeah. I do have a TikTok business, so I can do TikTok ads. But I do want to see, okay, this is what we're going to do. Watch this, guys. So we're going to launch a Claude agent here, okay? And we are going to at the View Creator API, and we're also going to at the View Creator Creator UI, and we're going to drop in a couple different links. So I'm going to drop in the TikTok developer link. I'm going to drop in the Instagram, or more so the Meta, or their Instagram API documentation. Is it for Instagram APIs, Facebook? Okay. All right. I don't know how good this is actually going to be, but I want to try it. Facebook API documentation. All right, this is going to be really interesting. So I'm going to drop in all of these links, right? And then what I do is I'm going to send a X API developer docs. I'm going to send a Claude agent to actually review all of these, okay? So, issue here. I think that may be blocked, but that's fine. All right, so then last one is what? YouTube API documentation. Use 5 deep agents. I will. All right, so then here's the V3 docs here. And then watch this, guys. So we have all these, and listen to my prompt. I want you to launch 5 deep agents that will each review the View Creator API and the View Creator Creator UI and review the different, so one agent should work on each different integration in terms of reviewing the integration. So for example, I have dropped in the developer documentation links for TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, X, and Google YouTube. And what I want you to do is I want you to launch a deep agent that will do an in-depth review of our existing implementation for each platform. I want you to do an in-depth analysis of the different content types that I can post for each of these platforms and different functionality. So for example, I need you to review or send one agent to review our existing implementation in connection with the YouTube API and review what content is able to be posted from our platform to YouTube. So for example, this could be videos, this could be shorts, this could be different formats. For TikTok, same thing. How can we do TikTok carousels? How can we do TikTok shorts? How can we do Instagram carousels or X videos? All these different things. I don't want you to code anything, but I just need you to do an in-depth review. Use one deep agent for each platform, and you are to review the API and the Creator UI, and then look at the documentation and do in-depth analysis and reviews. And I want you to then create a README that documents all of the different existing functionality that we have that actually works, and then what the different things are. Like for example, for TikTok, how could we post TikTok carousels from View Creator? Is this a existing feature that we have, or does it still need to be implemented? That would be one example, but I need you to send 5 deep agents. One deep agent should work on each platform, and each deep agent should be comparing the functionality that we have that works versus the actual documentation that is available. And remember that I'm specifically focused on different content types that are able to be posted. I don't know. That's just a test, and I'm gonna do an ultra thing. So we'll see. We'll see how that works. I kind of just streamed my conscience, but we'll see. Do I have issues submitting to TikTok? I did not. Where am I coding, or what am I coding? I'm on Warp right now. All right, so let's see if, let's go back to Cursor and see if Gemini 3 Pro was able to fix it. I mean, it still doesn't look good. It did fix our padding issue, though. Would you make it a little bit more compact and also more professional and modern? Completely update the page. Also, the terms of service and privacy policy links should be underlined in blue so people know that they are links. Without any reason. I mean, just from a business perspective, personally, sometimes what can cause that is like the addresses not matching up. Like, for example, if you're not entering the address that actually is on your EIN or associated with your EIN. I use WhisperFlow. All right, let's go back to Warp and see, like, for this Warp agent. So what you guys are now going to see is, like, these agents. These guys see how there's task output, task output, task output, task output, task output. So these actually create 5 different tasks, but you can see that they're all working at the same time. And this is something that I just learned and began implementing recently. Also, guys, just as a reminder, if you have not already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. We're at 164 likes. We have 170 people watching. At 200 likes, I'm going to be doing a complete workflow review. I'm going to be talking to you guys about how much I'm spending, what tool I stack up where, what tools I think are the best, and we're actually going to make a YouTube video with this, and we're going to try a couple new things in this. So we're going to try, for example, multiple agents. We're going to try different skills and reviewing how we can create skills, but we're also, the main thing is we're going to do a complete workflow for review. So if you have not already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. Okay, let's see here. Gemini 3 Pro is a little bit slower too. I mean, back to the point of, you know, Opus 4.5 blowing everybody else out of the water. It's like, hey, there's multiple different reasons why they blew everybody else out, and one of them is the token speed. I mean, 89 tokens per second. They understood the assignment is all I have to say. They understood what needed to be done. Okay, so what we need to do now is, this is looking a little bit better. I think one more rendition will be fine, but we do need to now implement this. I think we're ready to implement. So it says the bigger effort is making resources, connected accounts, agents, jobs visible to team members. That's where the 10 to 15 service modifications come in. Ooh. So yeah, so the bigger effort, help me understand that. How would that work? Because, for example, these team members need to actually, like, basically the accounts need to be the same, right? So they need to be able to log into the View Creator account, and they need to have access to all the different resources and have the different permissions respectively. And I just need you to do an in-depth analysis of that and kind of explain in a table of, like, hey, what considerations are there? Have I heard of beads for proper memory management? Seems to be useful since you use a lot of agents. Yeah, so I think that that is something that I've heard of. I haven't tried it, though. All right, Gemini agent. All right, that looks a lot better. Oh, it kind of created like the grid system. That's cool. That looks a lot better. This is wrapping though. I don't like that. Okay, it does look better. Okay, that is better, but the terms of service and privacy policy are wrapping. That section does not look good. Review the screenshot. Also, thank you, Cursor, for making it so you can literally just click this and add screenshots. You can just do this and literally just say take screenshot and it adds it. I mean, that's incredible. That's amazing. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Capture the screen and use auto mode, trust me. Oh, is this it when you just do this? So is this capture screen? The camera is capture screen? I actually didn't know that, so this is capture screen, I guess. Cursor support this. What am I building? vcreator.ai. Just as a reminder, guys, we're going for 6 hours today, so if you guys are just joining us, we're going to keep on grinding. Also, we're about to hit 13,500 subscribers. Sometimes it's crazy because we've grown so fast that I'll be saying, like, we're about to hit 11. You guys literally heard me. I was about to say 11, and I was like, oh, I forgot. We're at 13. 11 was a last week type of thing. But yeah, we're about to hit 13.5. Appreciate it, guys. We'll welcome in 13,500 together. All right, that's better. Still not quite, though. All right, I'll leave this right here. If you haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. That still does not look good. Review the screenshot and try again. Can I do a usage? Yeah, I'll do a usage. Watch this. Usage. Oops. All right, here's my usage. Not bad at all. Okay, so... Okay. So here's its breakdown. This is interesting. What API integration platform are you using? A lot of them. You got to be a little bit more specific about, like, just like, you mean for what? For what functionality? All right, so it said so 4 deep dive agents have completed their analysis, so I'm interested to see what they come back with. Let's launch Cursor here. Did Cursor improve this? That does look a lot better. I don't like how when I hover over continue with Google, it's like purple. Fix that to actually be on theme. Okay. Oh, nice, guys. We hit 13,500. I think that we can get to 13,700 today. Also, if we get 28 more likes, I'm going to do a YouTube video on stream, and we're just going to do a complete workflow review. And then we're also going to be testing out like some different things I think that we can do to improve our workflow. So share in the chat if you guys think that I'm missing something that we can try out on stream. It's also going to be a YouTube video, but yeah. All right, so medium complexity. Will doing some of these things or adding some of these existing checks, will it cause latency, or is the latency not going to be that bad? Think about that as well. I don't want these changes to impact our existing functionality or cause issues down the line. I also want to make sure that this architecture for business teams is scalable, so think about that as well. All right. Jason said that as a software engineer, I feel like this is insane. Yeah, this is the future. I think that, it's interesting because I think that all these tools are getting so much better, and it's crazy because we were pretty much using them prematurely and getting good at agentic coding prematurely, and now the models are so much better that you can use the same strategies. I use the same strategies that I was using with manual vibe coding on ChatGPT, but now it's all agentic, and now the models are way better. It's way more powerful. I mean, it's just incredible. And look at this. So this is perfect. Nice. Wow. Perfect. 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 Amazing. Okay, one thing though is I don't like the email address placeholder. It literally says name@workemail.com. It doesn't have to be a work email. Come up with the best practice for the placeholders there. It doesn't have to be that. How much did he make so far? Well, as you guys know, right now, Bridgemind as a company is losing money. We're losing money. This is to be expected. The piece it lasted, what exactly are tokens per second? What does that mean? That's basically just the speed of the model. Yeah, that's the speed of the model. What the heck? Well, that screwed things up, didn't it? What just did that? You guys see this? Alright. I think that was a cursor bug. Alright, guys, we're 25 likes away from 200. Let's get there. Alright, so continue with Google. I agree. Alright, so I'm going to try this. I'm just going to test this real quick. Hold on. Wow, that's so much better. Ooh. All right, so yeah, I do see the error that we're getting here. So I need to launch another agent. Is this one here? So I am getting an error here, so let me go here now. All right. Google OAuth is failing. Why is this happening? Launch 2 code-based analyst agents to do in-depth reviews and identify and pinpoint what is causing this issue. Here are the logs. Why is this happening? Okay, nice. Okay, I now need you to create a in-depth and robust plan using the code base analyst. You are to do an in-depth review of the code base and then create a structured README with the plan for integrating all of this functionality. All right, so this is important because now we actually need to build it, right? So, do an in-depth review, and note that we must create entities in both the API and the database that are the exact same, and make sure that you create migrations by running npm run migration generate followed by npm run migration run in the database repo. Migrations are run in the database repo, not the API repo. Do an in-depth review and create this robust plan that is a structured plan with different phases on implementing everything that we've been talking about in this conversation with this plan. All right. Veershaw asked, how is revenue increasing off stream? Well, we got subscriptions, man. Joseph said, so happy to see you reach 13,000 subscribers. I've been following you since you had just 1,000. This is the power of consistency. 100%, man. You know, it's like, from my perspective, I did not expect, I'm going to be completely honest, I did not expect this to get as big as we are now. For example, like, I was aiming for 10,000 by the end of the year. I thought that that was a good goal, right? But we just absolutely obliterated that goal. And now it just seems like everything that we're doing with View Creator and all these different things, it's just all compounding. And I just can't believe it. It's just, it's pretty cool. And I'm just very thankful. And it's like, hey, to me, this is a community project, right? And it's a community project because, hey, we've all been involved in this project and in this community since the start, right? So it's less about, and also since, and I do like this, you know, since I'm not making money off of monetization or sponsors, that makes it even feel like more of a community. And I know that people think that I'm crazy for that, but the thing is I really do think that that is a core element of what we're doing, is that if I was monetizing, if I was taking sponsors, if I was running ads and making money off of YouTube, it would dilute, because then it would just feel like I was profiting heavily off of the community. So I just like what we're doing, and this is only the beginning, and I think that we're all learning from one another. I'm learning from you guys. It goes both ways. We're all motivating each other. We're inspiring one another, and let's just keep it going, guys. This is 2026 is just gonna be a huge year for us. Hung said, highly recommend Context 7 MCP for documents. Tell the agent to use the MCP and read docs for better implementation. Use ShadCN MCP for UI so it won't mess up your UI too much, wasting time. That's a good point. That's interesting, Blocker Taz. Yeah, Bridgemine stocks to the moon next year, 100%. Yeah. And yeah, I mean, it's just the power of consistency. That's what'll do it, right? I mean, and that's why I've talked about it before, but like, hey, the first layer of fatigue, you know, there were times where it's just been very difficult for me to, you know, I had to reach down deep. You know, it's like, hey, I think that I think that you guys, I mean, you can literally go back and watch everything from the start of this, right? So I think that that is definitely like a cool thing, is that you can go back and you can see how this is all evolved, and you'll see how, you know, I've evolved along the way. But one thing that's just really cool to me is that, you know, we've made it so far, and we're just going to continue to go even further. You know, what's this here? Okay. Great work. Now use the Agent B coder and create a to-do list and then actually code the fix. Can I replace Cursor with Anti-Gravity Pro? I mean, Cursor is the #1 like vibe coding IDE right now for sure. I don't know if you can necessarily replace it with Anti-Gravity. I think Anti-Gravity is kind of like in beta. So I don't use Anti-Gravity a bunch. The experiences that I have had with it personally have not been great. So that's the only thing that I can say is like, the experiences that I've had personally have not been great, but that shouldn't stop you from using it. But guys, one thing that I want to show you is check this out. So if you guys look at my BridgeMind agent, I actually have an issue right now because we need to fill our content banks. Linux said, even if the goal is money, the best way to get is a strong community, at least in my opinion. And yeah, gains are not everything at all. Also, not all gains are the same. Learning and networking are priceless, in my opinion. That's from Linux, our community manager. Thank you, Linux. Yeah, I mean, I just think that, like, you know, I told you guys this too, is that when I was at school at Purdue on Friday finishing up, I was talking to one of my professors, and he's a great guy, very nice, just great guy. And, you know, he knows, I basically told him, I was like, yeah, I just hit 10,000 and now it's at 12,500. He's like, weren't you at 10,000 last week? And I was like, yeah. I was. And, you know, he was like, oh, wow. And he's like, you can make like a lot of money off that, can't you? And you know what I told him? I looked at him straight in the eye and I said, you know, it's not all about money. You know, it's not all about money. And I think that, you know, people sometimes get a little bit lost on the wrong things. And, you know, some people have a hard time, you know, I think that if money is your sole goal, then you're going to have problems, because that's going to be very unfulfilling for you, is all I have to say. Great work, but your updates actually altered the styling of the choose your plan section. Make sure that the choose your plan section is not affected by your updates. It looked good before, and now it's all squished and messed up. How much money have I spent in all this? So I've spent about, I'll just, you know, I have the revenue to offset some of the losses, but right now, like, we have $2,066 in revenue, and then we've spent about like 6,000. So we're kind of like coming up on like 4,000. Like, I'll have to check QuickBooks and stuff, but yeah, we're bleeding money right now. Hung said, remember how you struggled with making promotional videos and marketing, that you had to take a lot of walks to calm your mind? The last thing to do is stop. 100%. And you know what's crazy is that struggle actually led us to decide to integrate all of the APIs and to turn this into agentic marketing, because I saw how difficult it was. And how crazy is that? You know, if you guys have been here for this journey, you'll have seen, you know, where we've come with this product. And I think what's cool about what we're working on, or at least what I'm working on, is that, you know, you guys get to see like a true product being built, right? And I think that, hey, a lot of people that are creating content and stuff, they'll be creating these like goofy to-do lists or like games, and that's fine. But I think that what we're doing here is genuinely, like, you guys are seeing, like, I'm genuinely trying to get ViewCreator off the ground. And because it's real, and because I'm not doing it for content creation purposes, I think that that's why, you know, that I think that authenticity comes through. I think that the community works together, and you guys get to actually learn from somebody that's legit, you know, and that we all get to be in it together, and it goes both ways. Like I said, we're a community. But let's check this out. So here's the plan summary for this this implementation plan. So this is the business plan team functionality. This is a big goal on our list today, because as you guys know, we are now building the internal team at BridgeMind for our UGC team. And what's important is that we have these business accounts that all can be managed, right? So team management API, endpoints, role-based permission system, front-end integration requirements. So a lot of stuff needs to be done. All right, so it says that it's going to take about 14 to 21 days, so this will take about an hour. okay, note that you are the developer that's going to be coding this. You are the one that's going to be implementing all of this. So I want you to now review the plan and create a to-do list for the first phase or the first steps and begin coding. You can use the Agent B coder to actually code the functionality. J35 said, I have seen you learn, iterate, and implement. You're doing great. W, let's go, J35. And some of the relationships that we've built along the way, just on the team and the people in the community, it's like, hey, there's just so many, it's just win, win, win after win, and it's not just about the, you know, the community blow up. It's not just about the revenue. It's not just about the progress. It's not just about the community. There's just, it's all of it together, right? And that's why I think what we're doing here is very, very special. The piece that lasted, honest question, AI code has a lot of issues still and vulnerabilities. What do you think about this? I mean, yes, it's not going to be perfect, but the thing is with AI, you're able to iterate very quickly, right? So you can build, and it's an extension of the developer. So yeah, so if I have no idea what I'm doing, and I go and I try and build something, and I just say, build it, make it perfect, make no mistakes, or I'll put you in jail. Like, it's, you know, that's like what people joke about on Instagram and stuff, and it's like, yeah, that's not what vibe coding actually is. What vibe coding is, a vibe coder is a next generation software developer that uses AI and agentic coding to implement what they want to be implemented, and they work with AI, and they work together with AI to actually implement things. So let's see here. So medium priority gaps, Facebook multi-image posts, stories, polls, quotes, tweets. Okay, the biggest things that I actually want you to focus on for now is I want you to look at the content types that we have right now. So for example, go to the post page or go to the agent page or the agent builder page and review what content types we're currently offering. And then think deeply, do we have all of these content types properly hooked up to each platform respectively? Don't do any coding, just use the Codebase Analyst to do a review. All right, also guys, at 200 likes, I'm gonna be doing a workflow review video. So this is where I'm basically gonna make a YouTube video on stream. I'm gonna be going over my workflow, the different tools that I'm using, how much I'm spending on AI, which subscriptions I'm using, my perspective on what models are best. We're gonna make this a YouTube video, but we're also just gonna do it live on stream. I'm also then going to try a couple different workflows that we've been talking about behind the scenes in the Bridgemind community. If you have not already joined the Discord, I highly recommend that you do so. It's a completely free to join, great community, one of the best #1 vibe coding communities on the internet right now. There's a link in the chat. Maybe one of the moderators could do a exclamation point Discord so that somebody that hasn't joined and wants to join can join. But I highly recommend that you join. But right now we're using Claude Code, but it looks like we're only 12 likes away from that. But one thing I want to do is I want to give a quick shout out to a couple new members of our community. Let's see here. All right, big shout out to, there's a lot of them, Blake, Koi, Restart, Joa, Surge, Saul, Trueheads, at Eiffel Tower, Sang, Black Badger, Zane, Amon, Estimator, Rob, Illustrated, Saint Chroma, BZN, LOL Sprite, Tech Friend, AJ, JNY, Pranav, Noah, Veli, Rashab, That Guy, Zadok, EJ Dog, No Sleep, John, Saf, Sunjon. I mean, this community is growing so fast, guys. I welcome all of you guys, and let's just keep it going. You know, we're over 1,500 members now. It looks like we're gonna may hit 1,600 today, so we'll see. But welcome to the community, guys. I'm happy that you're here. So this should work now. I want to try this. Let's see. So what's cool about what we've been working on with that middle agent is just a better. There were like a couple of issues. First of all, we just genuinely had an issue, but now with this here, just better fallbacks and stuff. But let me see. Let's make sure this actually works. All right, perfect. All right, I did fix the bug there. Cool. All right, let's push that. All right, one second. I want to make sure I don't reveal any environment keys, which I do sometimes. Hey, W's in the chat. Let's go. Appreciate you guys. All right, we're good. All right, so I'm going to deploy some code real quick. Not too much, but just we have a quick fix that we want to implement. Or maybe I'll have to wait till the end of the day, but we'll see. Have you tried WebStorm IDE? I have not. Also, guys, we're about to hit 200, so I'm going to hit some push-ups just so I can, our goal is 500 push-ups today, so let's move the desk up. We're going to make this YouTube video here in a second. We're only 5 likes away, so I'm going to do some push-ups, some pull-ups, go to the restroom, and then we'll make this video. If you haven't already liked, we're only 4 likes away, so let's go. All right, just a quick 25. All right, that brings me to 150 for the day. All right, I'm gonna do some pull-ups too. Let's go. All right, we're 2 likes away from 200. So, guys, I'm going to use the restroom. I'm going to grab a cup of OJ. These agents are working for me, so I'll be right back. Let's go. All right, chat, I'm back. Let's go. How Launcher said, how is this honestly enjoyable? Let's go. Welcome, How Launcher. Miro said, kind of chill, low key. I don't know, low key, right? Low key. Well, guys, we are at 200 likes, so we're going to now, do a workflow review video, okay? I promised I would do that at 200. We just hit 200. So, also, that means we need a new like goal. At 350 likes, we're gonna be doing a cold plunge. As you guys know, this is something that we do to build mental discipline. It's something that we do in order to stay alert and active throughout the day. I think that whenever you are just like grinding super hard, the cold plunges is literally, there was a time in this series where I was just working like crazy hours, still am, but like when I was, and I kind of started not necessarily feel like burned out, but just I was like pushing it to the limit, right? I had to get a cold plunge because I was like, hey, this is gonna be something that refreshes me and gives me energy, and it really does, it really helps. So with that being said, I'm gonna end this here, and we're gonna do another poll. All right, guys, let's hit 350 likes. All right, but yeah, let's do this workflow video. Now update the README and then create the to-dos for the next phase. All right, guys. So I'm now going to do a workflow video. So I'm not going to be reading chat, but say what's up to YouTube. W's in the chat. Let me pull up Cursor and then Warp. And basically what I'll do is I'll just kind of go over all the tools that I'm using for vibe coding and what they're actually costing me. Let's actually go to Cursor and I'll just literally pull up like my usage and stuff so we can show people that. Usage. I'll just like zoom in here. Yeah, cool. All right. So like for example, Cursor Ultra, and then obviously Claude Code. All right. All right, let's make this video, guys. W's in the chat. You guys will know when I'm kind of in the video, but yeah, so this is gonna be our workflow. All right. Say what's up to YouTube, and we are gonna be recording in 3, 2, 1. Let's go. Hello and welcome back to another video. In this video, I'm going to be going over my vibe coding workflow and actually showing you exactly how much I'm spending, what tools I'm using, and how I think about vibe coding and how I approach it personally. I've been vibe coding every day for the last 102 days, and in this video, I'm just going to show you exactly what my workflow actually is. So with that being said, let's get right into it. Right now, you can see that I'm currently using Warp, and Warp is something that I recently integrated into my workflow. And why did I integrate Warp into my workflow? Well, I'll show you why. So previously, as you guys know, one of the best ways to vibe code today is through using CLI tools. And if you've heard of Codex or you've heard of Claude Code, these are one of the best ways to code with AI right now. And for example, if I launch Claude, you can see that I can, CD into the directory of my project, and I can launch a Claude agent, and then I can reference files however I want inside the CLI, and I can use different commands and work inside of these CLI agents, and they're very helpful. So what my workflow used to be is I would just launch a bunch of these terminals and manage all of these at once, right? So I would have all these terminals and I'd be able to operate and manage them all at once. But what I've found is that using Warp, I can easily integrate with more of I would refer to Warp as an agentic IDE, or at least that's how I use it in my workflow. And I'm now using Warp to create workspaces. So watch this. So I just launched a new tab, and with Warp, you have different tabs up here at the top. So for example, here's all of my services that are running. I'm running next here, next here, next here, and then nest here for the API. And then here I'm running 3 Claude agents. But for example, let me show you how I work inside of Warp. So I open up a new tab, and then by clicking on a Mac at least, I can click Command D, and if I do Command D, it's going to launch a new pane horizontally. And then if I click into one of these panes and I do Command Shift D, it's going to launch a horizontal pane, and I can literally create as many of these as I want. Look, there's 5 on one there, right? So I have 5 agents, and then I can run Claude, I can run Codex, I can run Codex, and then I can run all these different agents. And let's say if I have an agent that I want to put in a new conversation or just a special tab, I can move that there, right? So it's essentially, I'm using Warp as an agentic IDE. And I have to say that ever since I started Warp, I can't go back. I'm not sponsored by them in any way, shape, or form. I just started using them, and I've really, really been enjoying it. I'm using it actually completely for free because I'm not actually using Warp's let's say their harness, or I'm not using for example with Warp, I'm pretty sure that you're able to actually use different models like you would inside of Cursor. But with Warp, I actually use Warp in order to manage my Claude and Codex agents. I don't really use Codex much, but with that being said, that's my main workflow right now. Another workflow that I use is Cursor. So Cursor is different, and there's a space for both of these tools inside of your workflow, and let me tell you why. If you look at Cursor, Cursor has a ton of different features. It's probably the #1 vibe coding IDE right now. I think that it's way ahead of Anti-Gravity. I think it's way ahead of Windsurf, and I'll show you why. So for example, just a minute ago, I was actually working on the sign up page, and I was making some UI updates. So we're working on View Creator, and if I go over to Get Started, what I can do is, I'll just show you an example. I can have this div selector. So let's say I want to update, this here. I can click that, and it automatically adds that div here. So it's very nice. That's one reason reason I like Cursor. I can also use different models. So if I get tired of using Opus 4.5, or I don't like to use Codex with GPT 5.2, I can switch over to a model like Composer, which is, you know, the native Cursor model, which is very fast, semi-intelligence, but just very quick. And then Gemini 3 Pro, which is obviously Google's frontier model, which is a pretty good model. But then watch this, like they've implemented additional features and they continue to implement additional features. Like one of them is just like, hey, obviously, you know, you can run terminals down here. So I can have my terminals all open, doing different things in the terminal while having browser access. MCPs are also very easy to configure inside of Cursor. I can also do things like this. So if I click take screenshot, it just automatically, like if I literally just took that screenshot now and I didn't have to actually go to the browser and, you know, do a screenshot and drag and drop. I literally just clicked screenshot. So that's nice. Cursor also has like the ability, they're trying to like compete with Figma right now, where you have the ability to do like update things in the IDE in terms of like, you know, here is a user interface for me to be able to update the dimensions or the padding or the margin of particular HTML elements. So you can see like right here, I'm in this H3 text extra large font and I can make updates there. I don't use that a ton, but I know that's a lot of people that are like really particular about design are really liking that. Also, just like the drag and drop is nice. So you can just drag and drop files, which is nice. You can also add and reference files. So there's definitely a place to use both CLIs as well as Cursor inside of your agentic workflow and your vibe coding workflow. You can also launch a bunch of agents up here. So you can just, you know, like let's say I had an agent that I wanted to run here, and then I wanted to run multiple agents. And just this sidebar is essentially for agentic management, right? So here are all my agents. I ran one 17 minutes ago, one 56 minutes ago, but I can also launch a bunch of agents at once, just like I could in Warp with all the CLIs. So I do think that there's places for both. Now, the big question that a lot of people ask is, okay, what are you actually paying for these tools? What plans are you on? And the approach that I have is my vibe coding budget for every month is about $600. So if we go to my usage, I will say this though, you don't have to use a $600 budget. I would say it depends. Like I would be able to get by probably just by using Opus 4.5 on a $200 20x plan. I think that if you have a budget and let's say your budget is $200, what plan do you want? I would say Claude Code or Claude Max with the 20x, because look at this. So my current week, I use Claude Code all the time, and my plan tonight resets at 9 p.m. and I'm only 55% through my plan, which means I still have an additional 45% on top of everything that I've been using this week. So I'm not even close to hitting my limit. And that's just amazing, right? Now, another thing that I use is I do have the ChatGPT Pro plan, but honestly, the only reason I got this was because I was using it for like, people wanted me to try it because they just launched their goofy GPT 5.2 model. And just so you guys know, there is a huge difference between Codex and Claude Code. Claude Code is way ahead of ChatGPT or OpenAI Codex. Codex is not even close to Claude Code. First of all, the models are way slower on OpenAI or Codex. For example, you will literally get twice the speed if you use Claude Code Opus 4.5. And there's also, like, if I do slash commands, there's just way more things that I can use inside of Claude Code. And one of them that I want to show you is a new addition to my workflow recently. So if I go to agents here, what you can do inside of Claude Code is you can create agents. So look at this. So I created new agents recently. One of them is called Agent B Coder, and another one is Code-Based Analyst. So let's like click on one and like see View Agent. What does that actually look like? So here is the instructions for this agent. You can kind of pause the video if you want to look at it, but look at this. You are Agent A, an elite code-based analyst and investigator. You work alongside coding agents by providing deep research, root cause analysis, and structured findings. You do not write code. You analyze, investigate, and explain what needs to change so implementation agents can act with precision. And then that coder agent that you saw is actually the coder. So if you go over to that one I can use for coding. So for example, I can create these workflows where, let's say I want to first start off, and I can use Whisper Flow. That's also another important thing in my workflow is Whisper Flow. If you guys didn't know, you should not be typing your prompts anymore, especially as a vibe coder. And in the world of AI, you want to be streaming your conscience is what I refer to it as. And you want to be using these tools. And I'll just like show you, for example, like let me pull up Whisper Flow. You can actually see my stats. So I've been using it for 19 weeks. I've spoken 195,000 words into it, and my words per minute is 172. I type at about words per minute. So I get a 72% boost when I'm speaking versus when I'm typing. Some people do say that they're able to be a little bit more articulate when they're typing, but sometimes I find that I'm able to just talk to it and tell it what I'm able to do very quickly and more accurately versus if I was typing. But let me show you guys how I use this. So for example, I just click F12. I want you to do an in-depth review of the View Creator UI and analyze our existing styling and how we could potentially make this project more user-friendly. And I want you to use the Codebase Analyst agent to do this. So this is just an example of how we're doing this. So I can do an Ultra Think. That's another Claude Code tool. And watch this. So now when I pass this in, right, it's going to be able to process this, and it's going to use that Codebase Analyst agent that I just showed you guys to be able to actually analyze the code base with that additional prompt that was on top of it. But something that I want to show you guys is that somebody in the chat just asked, what are some alternatives to Whisper Pro? I'm actually not sure. They do have a free plan, so I would just try the free plan. But honestly, at this point, guys, when you're thinking about spending money on these models, it's at a point where AI is so good now, and these different workflow tools are so good that, like, if you can't afford it, I would recommend going and getting a job and actually making it so that you can afford these tools, because basically, like, some of these tools will make you such a more productive person that it makes sense to spend that money. I have no problem spending $600 a month. I know it's a lot. It's more than most people spend. Some people spend more than that, but I know that's on the higher end for sure. But the reason is I justify it because think about if you had to pay somebody, if you had to hire somebody out to be able to do some of the work that we're doing at BridgeMind, it would cost way more than $600. So I see AI is actually a cost saver instead of a cost spender. So that's just my perspective. But you can see here that it's using that Codebase Analyst agent to actually do that. Hung said that monologue or super whisper for alternative. Thank you, Hung. So you can see that it's using that Codebase Analyst. So that's one thing that I've implemented into my workflow. And, you know, I want to show you guys also, like, back to Cursor. You know, let's pull up Cursor, and I'm going to show you guys, like, how much am I spending on Cursor? So first of all, you can see I'm on the Ultra plan for Cursor. And what this does is this pretty much gives me about $500 of usage. So for example, today I've been using Gemini 3 Pro, and you can see that this is all included in my plan, right? So 16 cents included, 25 cents included, 31 cents included, and it shows how many tokens I'm using. But let's go to, like, another cool thing is that billing and invoices. This is really interesting because here you can see, like, hey, what models am I actually using per month? So, like, here, if I go here, like, let's just look at, let's see here. I guess I haven't used Cursor a bunch, so my plan just reset a couple days ago. But yeah, so this is since December 11th. I've used Gemini 3 Pro the most, and I've spent, you know, 27 million tokens. So I do spend on Cursor, but I also am moving over a little bit to the Warp workflow. I think that the CLI coding experience, there's a lot of people that don't like it, but then there's also people that do like it. I'm one of the people that does like it. I think that to be able to manage these agents and manage a bunch of them at the same time and to be able to create these panes inside of Warp, that, in my opinion, is one of the best workflows that there is right now, at least for me. You can have your own workflows. Everybody has things that they do differently, but definitely, like, just to be able to quickly create a workflow like this, I mean, look at this. This is incredible because then I'm able to kind of just keep track of, like, what each of these agents are doing. I can put them all on different tasks. But another cool thing that I want to show you that I've learned recently and I've now added to my vibe coding workflow, big shout out to Super Combo Gamer and Hung, who are each members of the BridgeMind Discord community. They showed me that you can actually make it so that you can launch agents all at once. So watch this. This is really cool. So let's give it a similar prompt. Let's actually just reuse. Another cool thing about Whisperflow is you can reuse it. So I can literally just copy that prompt that I gave it, right? And now watch this. I can paste that prompt in, but now I'm going to add an additional little addition here. I want you to launch 4 Codebase Analyst agents to do this that will each look at different particular parts of the code base and do an in-depth review. So watch this. You can actually instruct multiple agents at once from one Claude Code window. So rather than having to do, okay, I'm going to do this, I'm going to launch, 4 that don't have any connection to each other. Look at this. I'll launch 4 Codebase Analyst agents in parallel to conduct an in-depth review of the View Creator UI styling and user-friendliness. Each agent will focus on a different aspect of the UI codebase. So look at this, running 3 Codebase Analyst agents. Creator UI components analysis, marketing site styling analysis, and now it's running 4. styling, infrastructure analysis, and component library analysis. So now you can look and you can see that these are all using, they're all using different amounts of tokens. They're all working on different parts of the code base. And this is something that you should be implementing. It does use a lot of tokens, but this is something that I've just learned and I'm now implementing into my workflow. Another thing that you should be implementing into your workflow is Claude skills in MCPs. So if you guys are familiar with MCPs, there's different MCPs. Like for example, I'll just show you one right now. So I'm going to use Codex. I have an MCP hooked up with Codex that I want to show you. First of all, let's definitely use low here because Codex is very slow. So we're going to use low thinking so that we can get it back quickly. I want you to use the Chrome DevTools MCP and evaluate different pages on this project and see if there are any console log errors that I'm missing. So I can now basically give this agent a tool and I'm going to pass in this project, and what it's going to be able to do is it's going to actually launch the Chrome browser and navigate to different parts of my code base and analyze and see if there's any console log errors that I'm missing, okay? So that's also something that you should be doing. That's something that you should be integrating into your workflow if you're a serious vibe coder. So you can see updated plan. It's going to identify the UI dev server URLs, open key pages in the browser, and then collect console errors. So for example, if I want to integrate with an outside technology, if I want to integrate and improve my agent's abilities and capabilities, that's how you use MCPs. I'm adding in additional services and tools to my Codex agent, and that's what MCPs are for, and you should integrate them into your workflow. So you can see that it's now launching, and now it's able to navigate to these different pages, but this is our Codex agent that's now using the Chrome browser tools MCP, or it's the Chrome DevTools MCP is the one that it's using. So definitely use it. You can see that this one is using all these agents here. And yeah, I mean, I just wanted to do a quick breakdown of my workflow, what I'm spending, what tools I'm using. And with that being said, I just want to make a brief video about it. So if you have not already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. And I will see you guys in the future. All right, guys, I just ended the video. I'm going to post that. So yeah, I hope that helps you guys. I just made a quick video. I know a lot of people ask about that, right? So just a quick video on it. All right. Kyle asked, what are the specs of your Mac? It's got 96 gigs of RAM. It's an M3 Ultra. It's an M3 Studio Ultra. Crypto Gamer said, it's fully vibe coded. How much API bills are paid for this? I spend about $600 a month. I just went over my workflow. Okay. So now what's really cool is like we can just post this and clip that video. Watch this, guys. So now I can go to View Creator, right? And now I can literally just clip that video. And this is where it's like, yeah, virality on autopilot. Like you want to talk about virality. You want to talk about making this community even bigger. The ability to create content, repurpose that content is incredible. So if you guys are unfamiliar with View Creator, something that I can now do is I can literally take this, right? And I can just drag and drop the video that I just made in OBS and say, okay, it's a 15-minute video. I want shorts that are 15 to, let's do 30 to 60 seconds. It's going to auto detect. It's going to use this here. And yeah, let's do generate clips. And one thing that I will say is we did make some updates, so we're kind of figuring a couple things out, but we just made that video, and yeah, now I can just clip it into like, 15 different clips or however many clips it's going to generate. We're using auto detect, so there's a couple things that are a little bit finicky that we're working through, but this should be able to create a ton of clips, so we'll let that do its thing. And then also another thing I'm going to do is I'm just going to launch View Creator here, and I'm going to create the thumbnail, I'm going to create the transcript, I'm going to create the keyword filled description. I'm going to create all these things using View Creator, and you guys are going to watch me use it. So much golden nuggets on that. Thanks, man. I got you thriving. Happy to help. All right. All right. J35 said, Matt, have you tried the new ShadCM customizer? It's really good to create good UI now. Huge update from ShadCM. I think I saw that you shared something in the chat. Let me check that out, J35. That looks really interesting. Thank you for sharing that. All right, hold on here. I actually accidentally refreshed the page, so I'm going to re-upload this. But yeah, let me check that out. All right, let's do 30 to 50. Generate clips. Cool. All right, so yeah, so let's check this out from J35 here. Shout out to J35, very respected member of the Bridgemine community. Appreciate you, man. So this is from J35. Here's an X post. So introducing ShadCN Create, build your own ShadCN UI, customize everything, pick your own component library, icons, base color, theme, fonts, and build something that doesn't look like everything else. Now available for Next.js, Vite, TanStack, Start, and VO. So that's interesting. Is there a link to the actual site to test that? Ecom said, love from India, bro. Thank you, man. Super Whisper is a free alternative, MQ just said. Lee said, I'm still watching the 100th day. I haven't finished it. Yeah, that one popped. I mean, I think that one's got like 24,000 views or something like that. It people like that one. But pretty cool. All right. Apparent said, this is cool. I tried it. Oh, I can scroll down the tweet. Okay, go give it a try. UI.shadcn. So this is it. So new project, get started. So I can then create it and then I can use it, or geez, this is empty. Interesting. So if you guys are really into UI, oh, create new project. Interesting. Right side, select it. I might have to make a video of me trying this. There's a couple of agents that we have to work on. We don't want to get too sidetracked, but I want you to now use the Agent B coder and code this. Complete the to-dos. Yeah, I do have a coding background. Okay, let's do a quick sub check, by the way. How many subs were we at? Last time we checked, we were at 13,523 now. Thank you guys for all the support. If you haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. Also, just as a reminder, we're doing a cold plunge at 350 likes. We're only about 100 likes away, so let's get there, guys. All right, so AI clipping agent. Let's go to local host, unable to clip jobs. What's going on with our clipping agent? You see that error? I think our clipping agent might be down right now. Or is there an issue with local uploads? Or I may just check the logs, but yeah, there's definitely an issue here. Connection issue. Please check your internet. Oh. Did I get rate limited or something? Definitely got rate limited. Alright, I don't know what's going on here. I may just have to test this locally. Alright, hold on here. I'm gonna CD into the Vue Creator Genesis project. Appearam, how are we doing on the clipping agent? Appearam said on my end, working both YouTube and local video. Okay. I must be getting rate limited or something. I'm not sure. Alright, get fetch. Alright, pull. Alright, cool. MQ said, isn't prompting UI better than using already existing? Come on, it's 2025. Yeah. What do I think about anti-gravity? I don't think it's there yet. I think that people are using it because they're literally giving it away for free. Whenever you guys see the AI companies that are giving stuff away for free, just know, hey, they're giving it away for free for a reason. They want people to start using it. It's probably not the leader. I mean, if they're giving it away for free, what does that say, right? I want you to restart and rebuild the Vue Creator Genesis Docker container. Thank you, the Wise Sleeper. Also, I'm going to mod the Wise Sleeper. He's been doing a really good job. I don't know. I'm going to add him as a moderator. I appreciate you, the Wise Sleeper. I just made you a moderator. Welcome to the team. Appreciate what you're doing. Okay, appearance of these still has not pushed the update. Okay, thank you. Codex is really bad for UI. It's so slow. Any recommendations for UI tweaks? Yeah, I mean, I think that, you know, Gemini 3 Pro is really good at UI. People, I think, overhype it a little bit on UI. It can do good. It also can mess up and make mistakes. Claude Opus 4.5 is really good, especially if you use skills. There's like different things, but yeah. Okay. And then let's actually go, okay, let's go over to Cursor. And let's launch this here. So Cursor, I'm going to use the Clipper logs. All right, go here. Maress, I didn't see what you asked. Do I think Claude Pro plan is good enough? I don't think so, no. Depends on your usage, though. It wouldn't be good enough for me, personally. All right, here's the log stream. Okay, so let's test this now, just locally. I think I was getting rate limited. I was using too much in prod. Let's see here. Okay. Do I work on one Git branch? Yes, I do. I have a dev branch set up, and I use the dev branch. That's how I approach it. All right, so I'm going to upload a local video here. Auto detect clips. This should work. How is Warp versus Cursor? I'm using Warp as like a CLI manager. It's an IDE for a CLI manager, pretty much. So I'm using Warp, and then I'm using Cursor just for Cursor normally, right? All right. All right, this here. Let's close this. So I was using that for the video, but let's get back to grinding. Okay, great. Update the implementation plan and then review the phases in the plan and create the to-dos for the next part of the implementation. All right, this is good. This is now working. I do not want to implement stories or threads. I just need to make sure that... Oh, man. I did know coding, yes. But I saw that AI and agentic coding was the future, and vibe coding was the future. So I fully focused on vibe coding to get really good at that rather than coding line by line. Now use the agent B coder to implement this, and then update the README respectively after we are finished. Oh, on Discord, Marest? Okay. Okay, so let's go over here. I do not want to implement stories. I just want to make sure that the existing functionality is set up properly for multi-platform publishing. So, for example, when users select short video, they have the option to choose whether they want to post it on Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, and YouTube, and it will post respectively to each of those platforms based on, you know, it'll have to post that, right? And what I want you to do is I want you to do an in-depth analysis using the Codebase Analyst agent to review the existing functionality and what currently works. Okay, what is this? So, okay, actually it already did. So what actually works end to end? And this is one of the goals for today. Hold on, guys. Let's get the energy back. We are less than 100 likes away from a cold plunge. I need the energy, guys. Like the stream so we can get through the cold plunge. We do need to hit some push-ups, though. Remember, we're going to do 500 push-ups today. Let's get it, guys. Let's go. Let's go. All right, another 30 bomb. All right, we're up to 180 on the push-ups. Also, I did 10 earlier that I didn't document, so let me update this to 20. All right, guys, let's get it. All right, so this agent's working. This one here, hold on, I'm gonna save this. I'm gonna save it, but I want you to look even deeper using the Codebase Analyst and create and output the table of what actually works, what content can be posted to which platforms, output a perfect table. Make sure you do in-depth analysis of the existing code and the existing code base of what actually works and is implemented now. All right, so we're gonna have to test this, but if you guys remember from the start of the stream, this is big because now that we've been authenticated and verified for TikTok, we need to make sure that, you know, we now can post across all of those platforms without any issues. Condev said, I'd want to start to promote somehow my web app using social media in forms of posts and a made up podcasts and skits. Would View Creator be good for this use case? Yes, View Creator here's what I'll say is that I personally am using View Creator to market View Creator, right? And that's all you need to know. I'm using View Creator in order to market BridgeMind in the community, and I'm using View Creator to do all of these things, and I wouldn't be using it if it didn't work and it was bad, right? What is going on here? Looks like there's an issue here. Upload failed. Why'd this upload fail? All right, let's go here. All right, so let's launch Claude. Why is this failing here when I'm trying to upload for clipping? All right, your API. All right, there we go. So I don't know what's going on here. Let's go back here and see, do we have the logs? We don't have any logs because there's a bunch of updates going in. Okay, so the piece that last said, do you think Warp is good for UI at all? I mean, Warp isn't like for UI. Warp is just like Cursor. You can use different models, but Warp isn't. Warp is just the UI that you're using to interact with the agents. What is going on? Review in depth using the Codebase Analyst agent. Launch 2 agents to review what is happening, what is causing the errors. This is happening when I'm trying to upload a local video. Y Sleeper said W progress. Let's go, Y Sleeper. Yeah, Condev, definitely go check it out. Will I add optimization to reduce the bundle size? Yeah, for sure. No. It's running. Or maybe is it reset? Hold on. Was it just resetting while I was... Oh, it may be... Hold on. It may just be because we have a bunch of updates that are going in, so it's trying to upload, but then these keep updating it, so maybe we just need to... For this, I think this is now... Yeah. Yeah, so this is now done, so let's just try it again, see if it throws these errors. It shouldn't be throwing those errors, so I don't know why it is. All right, let's drag this. All right, perfect. What is the difference between an element and a component? All right, if you guys have not already joined the Discord community, make sure you do so. I'm about to drop in the link. Let's get it. Is this now working? Okay, so it was because it was refreshing. So now it's working. Okay, good. Yeah, okay, perfect. I was like wondering, I was like, it shouldn't be failing. And then, yeah, that's why. Okay, perfect. Okay, so that's processing. What I want to do now is I'm going to post that workflow video. And the best way to do that using View Creator is like, I'm going to go over to Platform Tools, right? And I'm going to go over to the transcript generator, and I'm easily able to just drag and drop this in, and it's going to be able to do a transcript for me. And then using that transcript, I'm able to create, you know, the description, chapters, everything. All right. How did I create the code base agents? Which ones? You mean the ones in Claude Code? All right. All right, clipping agent's gonna work for a bit. What AI API are you using for View Creator? I'm using OpenRouter. All right, let's see what this agent said here. So this is important. Okay. So first of all, I hate how I formatted it. Actually, there we go. All right, so Instagram single image, yes, it works. Single video, yes. So Instagram's totally covered. We don't need stories. This is an API limitation. Text post, yes. Single photo, yes. Image, yes. Video, yes. Reel, multi-image, yes. TikTok video, yes. Okay, we need to make sure that photo carousel works. Okay. Okay. Okay, so one thing that's definitely missing is the ability to upload images or carousels to TikTok. So review the TikTok documentation and build this functionality and hook it up respectively. Use the Codebase analyst to review the codebase and create a plan of to-dos for this. And then after you are done, we will use the Agent B coder agent to actually code it. How many lines have I done today? No idea. All right, Codebase Analyst running. Okay, great work. I now need you to move forward. Use the Codebase Analyst agent to create a list of to-dos, and then complete the list of to-dos with the Agent Decoder agent. Oh, Agent Decoder agent. Agent Decoder agent. If you guys are watching, have not already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. Let's do a quick sub check where we at. We are at 13,042, 542. The goal today is we want to get to 13,700. I know we can do it, guys. But like one really cool thing is I can just go to, you know, platform tools. I can go to YouTube. I can go to transcripts, and now that transcript's probably been done. Here it is. So now I do include timestamps. Download that video with timestamps. I can then, you know what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to use Gemini for this because I already have. Or you know what I'll do? I'll just use this. Watch this. So we'll do this. Cool. This is cool. So we can go to Spark now, and let's do. Here's an example of a description that looks good. I'm pretty sure I do TXT now, right? Only image still. Thought I had an agent do that. Here's the transcript of the video. I need you to now create the keyword-filled description of the video with the links, a summary, keywords, and chapters for the video. The title of the video is my vibe coding stack. You missed the mark on that. I showed you the description before as an example. Man, Spark is such a miss, unfortunately. I need you to review this TXT file, and I now need you to create the description for this video, respectively. The title of the video is My Vibe Coding Stack, and I need you to include chapters, include 5 chapters in the video, and fill it with keywords. All right. Yeah, J35 100%. I think the issue that I'm having with the descriptions is that in order for the descriptions to be like for example, as a creator, as a brand, you have a format of the description that you like to use, right? And you have links that you like to use, right? And it's kind of similar to, just for videos, it's a little bit different. Like if I'm just posting like TikToks and I'm posting, like here, let me show you an example, okay? So if I'm posting like TikToks, if I'm posting stuff that doesn't really matter a whole lot, you know, I can just, like, I don't have to worry about it, right? Like, you know, these titles and descriptions, these are all getting created automatically, right? So look at this one. This one did really well, 84 likes, 3,700 views. And if I click on it, you know, it created this, and it even created, like, ever wonder what AI coding tools, like, in our automation inside of View Creator, I didn't have to touch any of this. It created it all for me, right? Which is great. It's just that, hey, you didn't need to add in a ton of, like, I just kind of added the call to action is go subscribe to Bridgemine for more content, right? And I dropped in the main video. But my point with that is that, hey, it's a little bit harder to do when you have like a description for an actual YouTube video that needs links. There's like a different workflow. Videos are a little bit more sensitive, if that makes sense. Like shorts and like content that's going on TikTok, you can just like pump it out almost like a conveyor belt, right? But a YouTube video, those are going to perform more. Those are going to perform a lot better. Those are a little bit more sensitive, in my opinion. You know, there's just like different things. Like, let me check even like, is this video even good? Let's see. Hello and welcome back to another video. In this video, I'm going to be going over my vibe coding workflow and actually showing you exactly how much I'm spending, what tools I'm using, and how I think about vibe coding and how I approach it personally. I've been vibe coding every day for the last 102 days, and in this video, I'm just going to show you exactly what my workflow actually is. So with that being said, let's get right into it. Right now, you can see that I'm currently using Warp, and sorry, I'm literally watching. You guys are watching me react to watching. That's, yeah. Sorry. Let's go. All right, so here are the clips that it made for us. Really cool. So let's give it a similar prompt. Let's actually just reuse. Another cool thing about Whisperflow is you can reuse it. So I can literally just copy that prompt that I gave it, right? And now watch this. So I can just like toss that in my content bank. So I can click add to content bank. And all those clips are gonna go into the content bank. Added 3 clips to content bank. I think the auto is... I think this is defaulting to 3 clips. You guys see this? Like, let me create 10 clips. There should have been more clips on that one. Ten clips. Oh. Oh, we're updating a bunch of stuff right now. Okay, PNG not supported. Interesting. Okay, so for the PNG not supported, is there a way so that if the user uploads PNG files that we could convert them, or an easy way for us to handle this so it's not on the user to do that? Review in depth and implement this as a to-do. What is my vibe code stack? I'm gonna release a video on it, but yeah, I just did make a video on it. Yeah, let me post this video. I'll use ViewCreator to post it. All right, so I'm gonna go to the YouTube. I'm gonna generate thumbnails here. And I'm gonna pull up this video. Hello and welcome back to another video. In this video, I'm gonna be going over my vibe coding workflow and actually showing you exactly how much I'm spending, what tools I'm using, and how I think about vibe coding and how I approach it personally. I've been vibe coding every day for the last 102 days. And in this video, I'm just gonna show you exactly what my workflow actually is. So with that being said, let's get, I'll probably work on this offline. Yeah. All right. Let's launch Claude here, and then what we'll do is we will launch ViewCreator Genesis. Okay, J35 said that he got 2. So yeah, I mean, I don't think it's defaulting. I just think it's, I mean, a 12-minute clip should probably get like 10 clips, honestly. You know? So we probably do need some logic in there to support that. All right. All right, guys, let's hit some push-ups while these are working. The two important agents that we're working on right now is we're working on like the TikTok multi-publishing, right? And then we're also working on this agent Coder is building the functionality so that we can actually build these UGC teams, right? So for business accounts, we need to make it so that, you know, business owners are able to invite team members. The team members can work on the account. And yeah, I think that's just very, very important. Also, one thing I do want to implement is, it's just random, but just something that I did think about. I want you to review the functionality in the application. I want you to remove the functionality of deleting a YouTube video or deleting different posts from ViewCreator. You don't have to completely, you know, remove the code for it, but just for now, you know, deprecate that functionality to delete content and delete videos from ViewCreator. Review and use the code-based analyst to identify all the places in the API and the UI where this is offered, and then I want you to deprecate it by removing or commenting out the buttons in the UI, as well as deprecating that functionality in the API. All right, let's hit some push-ups, guys. Let's go. All right, 30. All right, let's raise the desk up. Let's go. All right, install Sharp image processing library. That's fine. Okay, great. Now use the agent Coder and code this functionality. Cool. It said Agent Decoder. Whisper Flow sometimes gets that wrong. It's so annoying. Agent B Coder. Agent B Coder. Let's go, PNK. All right, there we go. All right, yeah, Vikas, let's go. We're gonna need to push this to production here soon for sure. This one's working. All right, this agent's done. That one's done. These two are working. Launch a Claude agent. So these are working. I mean, right now, the biggest two things that we're working on today, just as a reminder to everybody, is the View Creator business functionality. That's what this agent has been working on for like a while now. We had to build like a very robust plan and implementation for this. And probably within the next 30 minutes, we're gonna be able to test that out and actually do a trial run there. And then we're also working on the multi-platform and multi-platform publishing, because now that we have TikTok that verified, we've verified everything. I mean, in a very short turnaround, we were able to not only code all of the different connections to these APIs, but we were also able to create the verification videos, and we were able to build all of the functionality that's needed to basically automate social media marketing. And we're now using View Creator to market View Creator. We're using View Creator in order to make the Bridgemine community go viral. And as you guys know, this Friday, we are launching the UGC team at Bridgemind. And if you're interested in joining this team, it is a paid team. There's going to be 3 teams with 2 to 3 people on each team. And that's why we're working on the business functionality, is that each team will have a View Creator business account, and they will be able to connect all their different TikTok accounts, their Instagram accounts, their Facebook accounts, their YouTube accounts that are associated with Bridgemind. We also will do the same thing with View Creator. But for now, that's the main push that we're doing, is that we are making it so that we can actually do UGC and automate social media marketing and make the Bridgemine community go viral, as well as View Creator go viral. The Wise Sleeper said, Bridge getting bigger every day. Let's go, man. S3 and CloudFront actually isn't too bad. Like, with really the things that make like the biggest expenses, especially when you're using AWS, is the database. Like if you're using Aurora, yeah, you're gonna be running up a check on Aurora. You're gonna be running up a check if you have like large ECS tasks that are running. So, you know, for one of our tasks, it's 8 and 16. So that's gonna be expensive, right? I mean, that's gonna be $300 a month right there. So just something to note. The AI clipping agent is resource intensive. It's very resource intensive. So just something to have in the back of your mind, you know? All right. So these are working. All right, also we're 57 likes away from a cold plunge, guys. If you haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. I code and vibe code both, encoding from the last 5 years. Yeah, Imperium is cracked. Imperium is, he's actually part of the super team, so. Update professors, team support context. Okay, so these are both working. I'm gonna use the restroom real quick, guys. I'll be right back. I'm back. Let's go. Let's go. This Agent B coder, this one doing all right. I mean, these agents are grinding. TikTok photo, but also TikTok carousel, right? Photo, PNG conversion. That's interesting. The piece of last, I'm not sure. I mean, I use Postgres. I just like it, but it depends on what you like. Okay. All right. Okay. I need to fill our content banks back up, but with like good content. Okay. So just as a reminder, these agents are important here. These two, I mean, we're at a point now where they have their plans, they have everything that they need to do to work, and now we just need to kind of wait for them to go. So I'm trying to think through, hey, what can we work on in the meantime? And obviously we can get Jack, do some push-ups, but there's other things that we can do as well. I don't think that we have, like here, let's go over to our X assistant real quick. So if we go to, hold on, watch this, guys. So if we go to X, let's go to profiles, let's go to BridgeMind, and let's just add, if I go to connected accounts, let's add in this one here, save. And let's go to post, this one here. And I'm gonna do single image. And then, like, one thing that's interesting is that I can do this and like I can just take a screenshot kind of like of what I'm working on, right? So I can do this, I'll move this over here, and then I can do, I pull this, and you guys will see this. So I'm gonna take a picture of the setup, right? All right, so then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna airdrop this. Okay, so have it, it's an HEIC. I'm gonna convert it. Convert it to a JPEG. Okay, so now I'm gonna go back over to View Creator. And I'm gonna go to Platform Tools. Or actually I can do this in post as well. I can do BridgeMind, single image, and continue. And then I'm gonna just upload this JPEG. I want to see if this works. So if I click create with AI, is it going to be able to process that, what it's looking at? I'm pretty sure. Apparently said I smile for the photo shoot. Did it capture? Let's go. Are you using local AI models or are you getting spied on? I am using all frontier models through APIs. right, so this is like, it picked up that, oh wow, it literally picked up that I was on, it was content creation. That's interesting. But I actually didn't want to do that. I want to say, all right, so day 102 of Vibe Coding until I'm making $1 today. Today I'm working on team. All right, let's just publish this now. I want to just make sure that this actually does work. All right, so it says publishing, we get redirected, and we can kind of watch it publish here. That counter helps a lot for content creators. Jamal, I think, I can't give an exact date, but I think that, Super Combo, thank you, I appreciate you. All right, so it said published. I just want to see, is it publishing single image? I just want to make sure and confirm, because sometimes there's been issues with it actually being able to post. Okay, so it did. Perfect. Oh, what the heck? Oh, I don't like that. You guys see that what this did? Oh, I know exactly what's going on. All right, hold up here. Oh, man. All right, let's delete this. All right, so that's a bug. I know exactly what it is. Hello there. I need you to do an in-depth review of the API. Oh, oops. As well as the creator UI, and I need you to specifically review this page and the respective API functionality associated with it. All right. All right, this one here. Okay, so you guys are gonna hear my prompt, but I'm also gonna drop in the View Creator API just so it knows. And then the Creator UI, just so it knows. Okay, there is a bug where if you look at the post page, you will notice that there is basically like a captions field that is used for TikTok, Instagram, and Facebook. And that's a shared caption field because those captions are similarly structured and worded. But for X, that is different. That's why we have the X caption field. And for YouTube, the YouTube one is different as well. That's why we have a title, description, tags, playlist, etc. for YouTube when we're posting on this post page. I have an issue where, for some reason, the content that I put in the X caption is not actually the content that's being posted. Would you review this in depth with the Codebase Analyst agent? Launch 3 of these agents to all review the functionality here and identify and pinpoint the issue, and then create a plan to update it and fix it. I'm really liking Warp, HCJ. Yeah, I think Warp is great. I just started using it, so, you know, it's just a much cleaner UI. All right, so like I said, you know, today we're gonna be doing a lot of work on multi-platform publishing, and like those are just some errors there, obviously, that you can see. Okay. Short video, long video. Multi-image post. Okay. Also, if you guys have not already liked and subscribed, we are only 1 like away from 300 likes. We've got 164 people watching. If you have not already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. Let's do a quick sub check. The sub goal for the day is 13,700. So let me check where we're at. Last time we checked, we were at 13,542. Now we're at 13,552. Thank you for all those that have subscribed. Thank you for support. All right, so 3 agents working. Why is this one like, these are like content bank controller? Okay. These are working for much longer. I don't know if you guys noticed that. Yeah, how do I write the prompt with my voice? Whisper flow. Also, guys, let's hit some push-ups. We gotta catch up. Let's go. All right, 35. Let's get it. All right, we're behind on the pull-ups. How many kcal do you eat daily, and how many times do I train per week? So I work out every day. I don't really keep track of my calories, but I do eat healthy. C Program Lover over on Twitch. What's up, man? Let's go. All right, 30. We're up to 30 on the pull-ups. Five Agent B coders. Thanks, Nexus. Let's go. All right, so it says that it's done. All right, I noted that though. Super combo, appreciate it. All right. Oh, this is awesome. So I'm actually gonna use this. So this is interesting. So key features implemented, PNG auto conversion. Users can upload PNG files. They're automatically converted to JPEG with white background. Ooh, I wonder if that's gonna be an issue. Photos can be reordered in the grid. UI switch between video. Review the API documentation. Is it possible to add music for these carousels via the API? I don't think it is. I don't think it is, but might as well check. Might as well check. Also, guys, we're only 47 likes away from a cold plunge. Cold plunge. Gonna help us reset, refresh. What am I making? ViewCreator.ai. The piece of last said, when you are using Warp, does Claude Code take this long? And does it sometimes mess up with errors when it's finished, or do you not do exactly what you want it to do? I mean, it just depends on, honestly, you're the one in control of the AI, right? So you're gonna get out of AI what you give it, and that's why, you know, it's so important that we all practice every day, you know? It's very, very important that we all show up every single day, take minimal amounts of days off, and work incredibly hard. C Program Lover over on Twitch asked, do you think doing physical and mental works at the same time is good? I do. Because, like, for example, I mean, people always ask if, like, I mean, it's a joke, but people will be like, how much Adderall are you on? People ask. And, you know, it's kind of funny because I'm like, hey, you know, I'm doing the push-ups, I'm doing the pull-ups because it keeps my energy up. And, you know, if you're a vibe coder, if you're somebody that, you know, works from home or is working a lot, you have to stay mentally and physically healthy. And I think that mental and physical health actually go hand in hand. Okay, so look at this, guys. So it says, it works with scheduled posts only. No custom music selection. So TikTok auto selects trending music. You can't pick a specific song. That's interesting. So TikTok automatically chooses it. Yeah. What plans do you use? How long do they last, Cursor Claude? I mean, you can just plan as you go. Great work. I now want you to update the README and implement the next phase. Create a list of to-dos for the next phase. All right. Okay, so this is really interesting. So it says, this would be a simple enhancement to the implementation we just completed. Add auto music, Boolean, TikTok photo publish DTO. Add auto add music to the post info payload and publish photo post. So doing an in-depth review of this. Am I good to test? Make sure that you set up unit tests for this, as we shouldn't have to only QA test this. Review our test suite and add tests for this, respectively. No ship, not necessarily. No ship said the problem with AI is that they break existing functionality when they add something new, and I would disagree with that. You have to be able to, you know, that's why there's a skill to prompt engineering and prompting. But yes, that can happen. Shriax, what's up, man? Which editor do I use? B-Job just asked. I mean, I use Cursor as my editor. All right. Let's add it, and then in the UI, allow users to toggle it on or off, review, and with the code-based analyst, review what needs to be done, and then follow up with the code-based agent and actually implement the code in the updates so that this is implemented. All right, nice. Also, we've got 162 people watching, 309 likes. If we get to 350 likes, we're going to do a cold plunge. So if you have not already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. Right now, we are about less than 150 subscribers away from our like goal for today. I think we'll get it. All right. So code-based analyst first, adding X caption test. We're going to do a unit test for this. The other night, I was working on unit tests. C Program Lover over on Twitch said you can separate time for each. Does that work? Yeah, I mean, I like to do the exercising while I'm working. So you guys see, like, I just sat, up on the board today, for example, 500 push-ups and 100 pull-ups, which I know that we can get to. And hey, how do I stay sharp mentally and physically over a 6-hour stream or a 10-hour stream, right? Well, I'm literally doing push-ups and I'm doing pull-ups, and my endorphins get jacked through the roof, and it really does help. Isaac Lowe said, keep up the good work. Love to see another man driven to accomplish things. See ya. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Have a good one. What is the agent be? Coder agents? Yeah, so we've been, and I'll continue to repeat this, but the BridgeMind community is incredibly helpful. Not only, for you guys interacting with one another, but, we're all learning from one another. You guys are learning from me. I'm learning from you. And that's why we're a community, right? So shout out to Super Combo Gamer and Hung, because I'm learning from you guys, and yes, this is Claude agents. I think that they do help in your workflow. I would recommend using them. See you, Jesse. Have a good one. Lone Perker said, what's the best way to go about dark and light mode? Build one first and then inverse it. It's taking me forever right now. I mean, I feel like dark and light mode should pretty simple. From a technical perspective, you just need to prompt and make sure that, first of all, like your global CSS is going to be very important for that, as well as your Tailwind config if you are working with Tailwind or Shadcn or something like that. But guys, look at this. So this is agents. So literally look at my prompt. I said, let's add it, and then in the UI, allow users to toggle it on or off, review, and with the code-based agent, review what needs to be done, and then follow up with the code-based agent to actually implement the code in the updates that this is implemented. And what I'm doing is, this is a multi-agent workflow where you can see here that the code-based analyst did a complete analysis for 1 minute, 8 tool uses, 100,000 tokens, and then now the agent B coder is coming through. It created a to-do list, and now it's actually adding all this functionality. So this is important, guys. I actually don't think so on my perspective on AI, I actually think human beings are the ones that are behind the technology. So I think that AI, humans have not figured out how to properly integrate AI. And that's why I think that BridgeMind, the BridgeMind community is on the cutting edge of all this, is because we understand how to use AI. We understand, and we're applying it every single day, and we're showing and we're proving what's possible. Okay, they all passed. Okay, so let's test this with that same post that we were doing, right? But yeah, I don't think it's a bubble, personally. I think that people are not really understanding how to use the technology. They're a little bit behind. I mean, I talked to my friends that I used to have from Purdue, and they talk about AI bubble, and I kind of laugh because I'm like, well, of course you think it's an AI bubble because you're working at like, you know, a corporation that's like way behind the times. You know, what we're doing is we're in this environment where every day we wake up and we work insanely hard and we apply the latest and greatest tools, and that's what's so great about this community. I mean, I'm learning new things every single day. Day 102 of vibe coding an app until I make $1 million. Today, I am implementing view creator teams and deploying multi-platform publishing, agentic publishing. Because by the end of today, we actually want to make it so that, hold on, so let's now do publish now, and this should publish correctly. Let's see here. By the end of the day, we want to make sure that these agents can actually be hooked up with TikTok. They can be hooked up with all these different things. First of all, what is causing that, like, it's like scroll down. Hold on. Review the UI on this page. For some reason, you know, I get redirected from the post page to the publishing page, and it like auto scrolls for some reason. I need you to use the code base analyst to identify why this is happening, and then follow that up with the agent decoder and actually integrate the update. All right, let's see here. B-Job said, how much money do you spend average in 1 month? I spend $600 a month. Chad said, mid-curvers think it's a bubble. Yeah, 100%. I mean, think about it. If you are working in a corporation, or if all you've experienced is ChatGPT, yes, you're going to think that AI is a bubble, right? Because you don't understand that people like us are out here, and like they don't understand that, oh, what's possible now was literally impossible 12 months ago. And people are like, oh, that chat, I mean, I'm not kidding. I was in my Purdue classes, and they were telling me, they were doing air quotes and saying that prompt engineering wasn't a job, and that AI isn't it's a nice tool, but it's not that good. It's not going to change that much. And, you know, you still need to get your degree and your education. And, you know, I don't, you know, necessarily disagree with any of those things. I'm just saying that the narrative, and this is a good thing for us, right? I'd rather it be this way. I'd rather have people be incredibly skeptical of it. And as you guys know, a couple of weeks ago, my professor, he went up to me and he said, hey, I want you to, because as you guys know, I dropped a couple of my classes this semester, and I decided to basically, pursue Bridgemine full time. And my professor, he came up to me and he said, hey, I want you to give a presentation in front of the class about everything that you're doing with AI, and basically teach them about what you're doing, and, just talk about what you're doing. So I was like, oh, sure. I mean, I counted in the room. I was like, all right, I see 50 people here. I'm usually streaming to 90 or 100. At that time, it was maybe a little bit smaller than that. But, I talked to them, and there was one person that raised his hand, and they were asking questions, and one said, I saw a report that Cursor actually makes you less productive. And he was being serious, right? It was almost like a little bit of like a gotcha question. Because I was telling him, I was drawing up on the board what's possible, and I was like, and I literally drew up this. I was like, in 2023, one person could use like 2 ChatGPT agents, right? And then in 2024, you could use, let's say 4, right? And then now it's like this, and I kind of like drew up this diagram of like how much it's actually improved, and this was 25, and this was 24, and this was 23. And I was telling them, I was like, I don't think people understand like what's actually going on. And that's what I was saying. And then the people, they were raising their hands, and they were just very skeptical. And I'm not saying there's anything wrong that they were skeptical of it. I'm just saying that, in my opinion, the AI bubble, it's not, maybe in the stock market, NVIDIA isn't worth as much as NVIDIA should be worth. Maybe people are pumping the stocks, but in terms of the actual technology, which is what I care about, the technology is not a bubble, that's for sure. And I actually think that people are behind on what's possible. Okay, this is great. Okay, so what did this now do? So let's try posting to TikTok for the first time. I now can go to here, and I can do publish video. And is this where it implemented that? Let's see. So, okay, allow states, allow duet, allow comments, photo carousel. Okay, so you guys see this? So now I can do like a carousel, right? So let's just test this out. Let's just test this. All right, so this is where it is. So create a, okay, one thing I also want to do though, do you see how you made it so that you can post 2 to 35 images for TikTok? I need you to do research and analyze the different limitations of the other APIs like X, Instagram, Facebook, and identify the different limitations where, for example, on X, how many images can you post inside of one X post, or same thing with Instagram, same thing with Facebook. I need you to create a README file that has the in-depth information for each of these content types, how many images are allowed in different things like, you know, length limits, dimension limits, things that are important like the PNG and how PNGs can't be uploaded to TikTok, important things like that. Do in-depth analysis and then create a robust README that we can refer to in the future so that we can know what the different guardrails of each of these APIs are for each different content type. All right. Use the code base analyst to do the research and to analyze the existing code and functionality, and then use the code agent B coder to actually create the README. Whew. All right, let's go, guys. Great work. Let's now continue with phase 6. The piece at last. I've been working on this project since day 20 of the series. So Nick just asked a really good question. And this is kind of what I was talking about a little bit. So Nick asked, are you good enough at coding to code this app without AI? Like, can you code it from scratch yourself? It would be impossible. And that's all I'm going to say. And I think that is something that people should know, and kind of fits into the topic of conversation of, hey, do people really understand what's possible with this technology and with these agents, and do they understand it? All right. Even if I was, even if I was one of the best coders on the planet, would I be able to build something like this? Probably not. Line by line in the amount of time that we have. All right, so this looks done. All right. Let's go, J-Boy. Dawson said at some point you should go watch day 20 and see how much you've evolved. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, you know, sometimes I do look back and just like I look at stuff, you know, and I think that's gonna be one cool thing about this series. You know, another year from now, to be able to look back, and even now I'll look back and I'll be like, oh my gosh, I can't believe like I was doing XYZ, or we were doing this at the time, and that's just kind of how it rolls, you know. All right, so that should work now. One thing I want to do is just that page isn't very... okay, hold on here. All right, let's go to clipping. Also, did this publish correctly? Let's check and just make sure. Okay, perfect. Let's go, guys. Let's go. All right. So day 102 of Vibe Coding an app until I make $1 million. Today I'm implementing VCoder teams, building multi-platform agentic publishing. And this is my post. Yes, I'm going to like my own post. Denise said, I want to know about your startup. Just say DM me. If you guys have not already followed me on X, here's a link to it. But yeah, I mean, like, there's different things where, hey, what are we talking about? What are we trying to use ViewCreator for? And I think that a big thing that ViewCreator is going to be used for us is we are going to automate virality. We're going to automate engagement. We're going to automate reach. We're going to automate, you know, all these different things. And, you know, we're already doing it, right? And it's already in process. And I think that what you guys are going to see over the coming months is that we're going to figure out how to market this correctly and basically skyrocket revenue. It's going to take a little bit of learning. I've never had a viral marketing campaign or done a viral marketing campaign myself, but I think that with what we're doing, we're going to be able to figure it out. All right. So one thing I want to do is I actually am going to launch let's check my usage for Claude real quick. I want to check my Claude usage just because, like, hey, are we using a bunch of, we're using all these agents, and I will say that, hey, when you use the agents, so 46% used. Oh, wow. I actually am using a lot now with the sub agents. That's interesting. So with the 20X plan, I am using a little bit more. The piece that last said we're almost at 350 likes. Like it up. Let's go. Yeah, we're going to do a cold plunge at 350 likes. As you guys know, that's something that we do for mental discipline. It's something that we do to stay active and engaged. Very important that we do that. So, all right, so Claude Max. So actually, let's do this. So I'm going to have this work on a little bit of a different task here. We're going to launch Codex for this, okay? And you guys may say, whoa, Codex, where did that come from? Don't you hate on OpenAI? Well, here's what we're going to do. We're going to launch an extra high agent. And like I always say, it's like, hey, there are different use cases and different workflows that you can use for everything, right? So we're going to go in, we're going to navigate to the API and the admin UI. And now listen to the prompt I'm going to give it. I need you to do an in-depth review of the API as well as the admin UI, and I need you to do a complete review of all of the entities and the database architecture of the API, as well as the project as a whole and all of its functionality. And right now, we have some functionality in the admin UI and some admin capabilities in the API built out, but not a lot. And what I want you to do is I want you to do a complete in-depth review and create a README that has a structured, phased plan of different features that admins need in order to actually manage View Creator. So, people are going to be able to be admins, they're going to log in, they're going to access the admin portal, and they need to be able to manage different things inside of the application. So for example, admins need to be able to, if they need to, refund users or give users credits or refund them or update their information or delete users is dangerous. Let's not give it that one. Things like that, but there's a ton of functionality, and we basically have very limited admin functionality right now. So I need you to do a complete in-depth review and then create a phased plan. The starting phases should be basically cherry picking the easiest functionality that we need to build to help admins, manage the application or have information on the application. So for example, I don't know what that would be, but right now we have very limited functionality. So there's a lot of low-hanging fruit per se. So I need you to review this and then identify what that low-hanging fruit is and then potential additional features that we will need down the road. And I need you to create a robust README with a phased plan of different functionality and planning that out. So I'm going to use this. And why am I going to use, garbage Codex for this with GPT-5? Well, I'm going to use it because I'm going to use extra high. I know that my Claude plan is running a little bit low for this 5-hour period, and I know that we can actually probably get a little bit further with GPT 5.2 Codex extra high, because extra high, I'm not kidding, this is going to be thinking for the next 30 minutes, guys. So we're going to use this, we're going to let it think, we're going to come back to it in 30 minutes, and then we're going to use that plan to then drop into a Claude agent to do a code-based analysis and then do an agent decoder so that we can actually build that functionality. But guys, we're less than 25 likes away from 350, so if you have not already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. We're going to do a cold plunge here soon. These are still working. PNK Sound said, still find it wild to think we started with ChatGPT copy and pasting to build apps. I started with Python and Fourier transforms to calculate CMB radiation. Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. All right, also, guys, I want to give a quick shout out to new members of our Discord community. If a moderator could do what is it? Or I'll do it. I'll just do it myself. It's all good. I got you guys. If you guys have not already joined the Discord, there is a link that I'm dropping in chat right now. We're actually only 14 members away from 1,600 members. So if you guys have not already joined, we're only 14 members away from 1,600. So let's go. How do I see vibe coding changing over the next 12 months? It's going to change a lot. I don't know what ways it's going to change. You know, for example, could we have imagined, I mean, probably a lot of people did, great work, I now need you to implement the front-end integration. You know, I think that, for example, did we see agentic coding coming in the way that it is now, right? Like, I did not personally picture that you would be able to do what we're doing right now. So I can't really say much on that of what I think it's going to look like in the next 12 months. It's obviously going to get way, way better, and we're going to get insane models. And it's going to be awesome, which is why if you haven't started vibe coding and you're still like hating on it or resistant on it, I would say, hey, you know, you may want to start to consider, you know, integrating it. Because it is going to get better. Okay, what's going on here? Let's see here. Okay, great. I now need you to review the front end pages here. All right, let's drop this in. Make sure that this workflow makes sense so that for each content type, it matches up respectively to the respective thing. So for example, make sure that you add in our auto add music for TikTok and, you know, the different features there on the post page as well. You know, I think that you updated the TikTok publishing page, but you did not yet implement any of this functionality into the post page here. Review with the code base analyst first, and then follow that up with a agent B coder to actually implement the functionality. Let's go. Yeah, Lone Perker, I would suggest that you upgrade. If you hit limits, you should be upgrading. What do I think about Base 44? I mean, Base 44 is just like, there's just so many companies that are doing that. Like, it's like probably the next leg up. I personally don't use it just because I'm a little bit more technical, so I can use, you know, these tools, and it makes sense to me, right? I think that Base 44 is for people that are less technical, but the thing is that you're going to get way further if you start to do stuff like this, where you're using Cursor, or using Codex, or using Claude Code, whatever works for you. You're going to get further there. Definitely more of a learning curve, though. All right, guys, let's hit some push-ups. Let's go. These are working for us. Let's get it. All right, let's go. 25. 75, 275. All right, we need to hit some pull-ups too. Let's go. Let's go. Jose, what's up? Blah, what's up? All right, like I said, this one's gonna think for a while. Cool. So this will be able to test after the cold plunge. We'll be able to kind of reset, and we're gonna be able to test this. We've been working on this for the past like 3 hours. And then this one too. If you guys haven't noticed what I'm doing, you know, we're working on the multi-platform publishing, and now that we have TikTok, there's just like different configurations where, for example, hey, with Agentic publishing, we need to hone in and polish up the ability so that one agent can publish across multiple different platforms based on the content type. And there's a lot of metadata mapping that goes into that. And the reason I'm doing documentation now is that at the end, like after we do the cold plunge, the back half of the stream, we're gonna really hone in on this functionality here. So that like right now, you know, my agents are publishing to YouTube, but they need to be publishing to a lot more. And that does work. but I haven't tested it yet. And I know that there's a couple gaps. So we're going to revisit that. But right now we're only 18 likes away from 350. So let's get there, guys. Let's go. After cold plunge, going to the gym? No. After cold plunge, we're going to come back up and we're going to get back to grinding. We're going for at least 6 hours today, guys. We're just getting started. All right. These are working. Did this actually get fixed? It is crazy. Like, one thing that I can tell you right now, easily to blow up on X, if I just post one of these per day, I mean, look at this one. Day 102 of Vibe Coding app until I make $1 million. Today I'm implementing view creator teams and deploying multi-platform agentic publishing. And that's just a picture of my room, right? And if I could figure out how to build a system where this is automated as well, that would help a lot, for sure. For sure. So Dawson asked, at what point will you say you have an MVP and focus more on marketing? So here's the thing, is that we are creating View Creator so that we can market View Creator using View Creator. So there's not really a point in time where we're like, okay, like we're now fully focused on XYZ. It's more so like, hey, what we're doing is like today, what are we working on today? Like, let's go back to the X post, right? And let's go back to the goal list. Hey, View Creator business accounts, why are we even working on that functionality, right? Well, we need it if we want to implement the UGC team, and we want to actually take that to the next level. Building in public is the marketing as well. Yeah, that also is true. Also, shout out to W Dan. It's good to see you. Yeah. Dan, what's up, man? Dan said that now that we have TikTok. Yeah. Yeah, we do have TikTok. It's crazy. Yeah. Yeah, TikTok's incredible. So, like, by the end of this stream, what we want to do is I want to have the agents actually published up so that these are posting to TikTok as well. Oren Dev said, guys, please sub and like. We are close to 14K. Let's go, Oren Dev. Yeah, we're getting close. Crazy. Also, we are currently at 13,572. We're going to try and get to 13,700 today. That's the goal, guys. Let's go. All right, so also only 14 likes away from a cold plunge. The piece that last said, if I'm starting a startup, should I make a Twitter and constantly post on it? I mean, yes, I would definitely. I mean, social media is probably one of the best ways to market your business or your as a content creator or a business or a social media marketing manager. I mean, social media is like huge. So, okay. I do notice that when I'm using these agents, they are thinking a little bit longer than typical Claude agents. Also, let's check on the Codex. That one's still working, 10 minutes. That's to be expected. Are View Creator, all the services now self-hosted, or do you do the hosting on some cloud services, AWS? Yeah, they're all AWS. All AWS. Sartha said, man, Grinder, for real, could you share your daily routine? Massive respect, my guy. Appreciate it, man. Daily routine, I wake up early. I like to, like, I'm an avid reader. I like to play chess. But like my routine is like I'll wake up in the morning early, 5 a.m. or 6 a.m. and then I read for a bit. We'll do some writing, spend some time just like to myself, and then I'll kind of start to knock out some stuff. And I'll usually do like a cold plunge in the morning, and then I'll kind of get like ready for the stream. Then I usually work out on stream as well as after the stream, and then I work late at night as well before bed. But yeah, I do a lot of reading. I don't like to waste time. Let's go, Wise Sleeper. Were you coding yesterday when Claude was down? Lone Perker, I was not coding yesterday while Claude was down. If you guys remember, I had to take yesterday off because my W. Chris in the chat, my brother got engaged yesterday, or 2 days ago, so we had an engagement party yesterday for him, so that was cool. Alright, these are taking a while. That's alright, though. This one, once we come back from the cold plunge, I expect this one to be done. Right now, it's implementing a bunch of front-end functionality, so this is actually going to be pretty big. Flawlessness said, for how long will this monk mode keep going? The monk mode, I mean, I don't think monk mode ever stops, right? I mean, here's the perspective that I have. I think that you have to make your work, like, not feel like work. It just has to be your lifestyle, right? And part of my lifestyle is doing what we're doing. So I think that that's a good perspective to have, is like, okay, this is my lifestyle, right? So many people, they're like, okay, I'm going to work now and I have to do X, Y, Z. And I just look at it as, hey, this is going to be my lifestyle. This is going to be an integrated part of my life where I'm probably gonna be working pretty much every day. I'm gonna be working like a lot of hours. But if you look at it in the terms of like, hey, monk mode, I'm grinding, I'm working, I'm grinding as hard as I can, which I do think is a good perspective. You also need to be thinking about, hey, how can I actually integrate something like this in my life so I don't get burned out, and so that I don't like just make work my entire life and I, burn up all my relationships and I have no friends or family, no relationship with family, or, potentially a partner or stuff like that. You don't want to go that way. I do think there's a healthy balance, and the healthy balance that I found is just like, hey, my lifestyle is what you guys are seeing. This is my lifestyle. So PNK Sound said, it's a jungle out there, plays softly in the background. Yeah. Dan said Series D. What do you mean? Did I miss something from W Dan? Series D. Yeah, I can make a video like that for sure. Also, guys, we're only 10 likes away from 350. The PC last said, does bro not eat all day? Haven't seen me eat a sneakle snack. I usually eat like one smoothie in the morning, and then, yeah, I mean, I'll eat sometimes like protein bars or stuff like that, but all right. What music do I listen to? Oh, Series D is when monk mode stops. Yeah. Yeah, W lifestyle, let's go. I think my activity is really high. Let's check this. Hold on. I can tell my computer just slowed down big time. Yeah, 84. Oh my gosh. Hold up here, guys. Something is tanking. Hold up here. I think we need to... Hold on, let's close these. Yeah, using 84 gigs out of 96. Alright, we're only 8 likes away, guys. Let's go. Alright, whoa. I don't know if you guys have noticed this, but I have noticed that the warp terminals will use tremendous amounts of memory. Like, why are these using that much memory? I mean, I just closed all my next servers, and it's still at 85. So, whoa. Hold on, guys. I'm having some serious lag on my end. All right, I think I fixed it. All right, guys, we're gonna do a cold plunge here in a minute. We're only 6 likes away, but I'm trying to figure out just a memory issue right now. I'm getting... Okay. Yeah, it's definitely memory. Whoa. You guys see what's going on here? Using 86 gigs. You see this? 86 gigs of memory. Is it my Claude agents or what is that? I think maybe these Claude agents. Yeah, I'll do a cold plunge here in a minute. Looks like we're only 5 away, so. Like, is what's happening is that these Claude agents are running a ton of agents at once, because if you guys look at this, I only have 3 terminals open, like visually, but look at all this. Look at all these processes that are open. I think it may be this agent right here. This is actually pretty interesting. So if I kill this, I mean, I think we're... What's the README that's been updating this whole time? I think we need to kill this. Let's see if this, what effect this has. So yes, close. So we were at 86. Still at 86. What is this? I do not use linear. I mean, there's nothing that I'm visually running. I'm troubleshooting a weird problem here. All right, we're 2 likes away from a cold plunge. I do want to troubleshoot this, though. I just don't know why the memory on my computer just shot through the roof. Review this. Why is the memory so high? There's all these node terminals running, but from my understanding, I'm not running any of these, so I don't understand why they're opened. Yeah, plethora of local servers running. I mean, that's my thing is I don't know what kicked all those even off, though, is my... I need to fix this. We are 1 like away from 100 or 360 or 350 likes. I need to get this node issue solved here. Maybe you could launch just a Claude agent, honestly, to actually fix this. Or maybe Cursor, I don't know. All right, we're past 350, so we're gonna do a cold plunge, guys. Bear with me for a second. I just need to figure out, yeah, my computer is like, there's something going on. Oh, a test server. Oh, it's a Vitest. Oh, okay, those node Vitest entries are Vitest worker process. Vitest doesn't run as a single node process. It spawns a bunch of workers, threads in parallel, and activity monitor shows each. Oh, okay, gotcha. Gotcha. Yeah. Oh, wow. We're at 91. Memory pressure is super high right now. I'm sorry, guys. This is an issue. Hold up. All right, let's pull this up. So we're actually going to have Cursor. Yeah, we're going to do a cold plunge. It's time for a cold plunge. But let's solve this before. We're at 91 gigs, so. Nice. All right. I need you to analyze this and identify what is happening here and kill all of these tasks. All right, can Opus 4.5 solve a memory issue on my computer? That's actually an interesting, we'll see here. So it looks like there's just a bunch of Vitest servers that are running in the background. I don't know what caused that. But we should just be able to kill all these tasks, so. Yeah, but I mean, we're at 91 gigs. So looking at your activity monitor, I can see that you have 25 plus node Vitest processes, each consuming 3 to 4 gigabytes of memory. This is why your memory is critically high. These are likely zombie Vitest test runner processes that didn't properly terminate. This commonly happens when test runs were interrupted. Okay, interesting. Okay, so it looks like it's going to kill all these, so. Wow. Yeah, it's overloaded. It's no big deal. I'm solving right now. Let me kill all these orphaned Vitest processes. It's killing them all right now. Oh my gosh. Cursor's insane. Look at that. Look at that, guys. Oh, thank goodness. All right, we're down to 18 gigs. Phew. All right, nice. That's crazy though. I don't know what was causing that, but yeah, we're good. All right, nice. Okay, we fixed it. Cursor fixed it for us. Thank you, Cursor. W in the chat for Cursor. But all right, with that being said, it is time for us to do a cold plunge. We're past 250 likes. Yeah, epic cleanup moment. Yeah. All right, so let's switch to the cam here. Let me pull this up, make sure that everything's good on our end. I am going to use the restroom real quick, but guys, I have to switch into the swim trunks. But we are going to do a cold plunge. Let me switch into the swim trunks, and then we'll get going. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Got the swim trunks on. W Dan, I'm dead. All right, guys, let's get it. All right, hold on here. All right. All right, let's go. Hold on. All right, chat, let's go. You're coming with me. Wait, hold on. It's fine. Let's go. We're on the move. All right. Cool. All right, we're good. Let's go. All right, here we go. Let's get it. I actually did one this morning too. So right now, let's check the temp. What's the temp at today? We're at, oh, it's extra chilly today, guys. 41 degrees. That's cold. That's cold. But here's also a look in the plunge. POV plunge POV. W's in the chat. Let's go. All right. You guys know the drill. Let's get it. I'm gonna put this here. think that's good. All right, I need to go grab a towel real quick. I'll be right back. All right, guys, you know the drill. Let's go. We're gonna do 2 minutes. All right, 2 minutes, chat. Let's go. And then once we do the cold plunge, we're gonna get right back to grinding. Set a timer for 2 minutes. 2 minutes. All right, let's go. Where are we at? There we go. Let's go. Woo! Let's go, chat. That was extra chilly today. Man, I can't feel anything. All right. All right, let me pull up the chat. All right, let's get it. Let's go. Man, it is so, you guys have no idea, it's so refreshing. It is so refreshing and energizing. It's like, yes, it's really hard and it's really cold, but the thing is it's just incredibly refreshing and it gives you so much energy. So we're gonna have a really good back half of the stream now. Let's keep it going, guys. You know, that's something that we can do just to get literally re-energized so that we can keep on grinding. That's literally, I mean, that's why we're doing the cold plunges, so that, hey, now we're re-energized and now we're ready to keep going. And where, hey, I don't know how long's the stream been, you guys can check the uptime, but you know, hey, we're probably what, 3.5 hours in or something like that. And now we have all the energy that we need to grind even longer and even harder. And yeah, let's go, guys. Mental toughness. Let's go. All right. Also, here's my POV. Jesse's raising up. POV. Let's go. Let's go, guys. All right. All right, no mic, sorry about that. All right, let's get it. I'm back. All right, okay, so as you guys know, okay, perfect. Okay, so we literally are able to pick right back up where we left off before the cold plunge, and now we're totally ready to get back to jamming and to vibe coding. Yeah, the mic is in the ice bath. Okay, so this one is working on our teams, and we're literally on the last integration here. Great work. I now need you to review with the Codebase analyst to see the current state of the front-end integration and then update the README file associated with it. And I need you to then use the Codebase, or hold on, Agent B coder to properly integrate the functionality and finish off phase 7. All right, finish off phase 7. This, all right. What's the app main theme? What it's about? You can check it out. Super combo. We just did our we just did our cold plunge, so you're coming in at a perfect time. We're going to be finishing off the functionality that we've been working on all stream. We've got a ton of functionality that, you know, needs to be polished up. You know, we're on phase 7 of this team implementation, and I think once we actually have a UI and we have the capabilities to actually test this stuff, we're going to be able to polish it up and then get it shipped. But for right now, we still are a little bit away from that. But yeah, that Linux, I don't know why that cold plunge was like extra chilly today. Maybe it's like, it's just really cold in the Midwest right now. If you guys live in America, live in the Midwest, I think a couple of you do, but it's like in the negatives right now. So I think like for some reason it was just extra chilly. Not sure why. P&K Sounds, I'll see you later, man. All right, let's get it. Okay, so then the other functionality that we're working on, I need you to find the README that is associated with the different types for posting for multi-platform publishing. So there's a README that has documentation on, for example, the limitations and the integrations with the different social media APIs. Update the likes goal. Okay, thank you. Yeah, guys, what do we want to do? What should the like goal be? We hit 350. What should be the next like goal? Give me some ideas. We could do model review at a certain amount of likes. We could do. We already did a workflow review today. Anybody got any good ideas? Why don't I move the cold plunge outside in the snow? That'd be tough. Sennheiser said W for the cold plunge. Yeah. All right, so here is the social media content type analysis. Okay, perfect. So this is what we're looking at now. I think that we now need to test is we need to see, can we publish to TikTok? The only issue is that you can't test TikTok in on localhost. 500 try Automaker. I still want to talk to WebDev Cody a little bit more. I haven't had enough of a chance to talk to him about it. Yeah, Cap Show, yeah. But yeah, if you guys haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. Oh wow, it looks like we're 4 hours and 12 minutes in the stream. I'm having too much fun. Time's flying. Let me find my phone. Also, let me get the FBI cam hooked back up, but these agents are running. Let's have I need you to review the documentation once again for these different APIs and identify the different content types that can be integrated as well as their limitations, and then look at our existing implementations in complete depth. For example, I don't want to do stories yet on Facebook. I don't want to do threads yet on... that was a bad prompt. I want you to review the agentic functionality and how publishing with the agents work. Do a in-depth review using the Codebase Analyst agent. Launch 10 Codebase Analyst agents that will review all of the agentic functionality inside of the... All right, this is going to be a lot. So we're going to try running 10 agents at once inside of Claude Code. Now, this could zap my usage, but we'll see. We'll see. View Creator, Creator UI. This could zap my usage. What are we at on usage, by the way? Maybe 10 would be a little bit excessive. I mean, there's no reason that you should be running 10. Yeah, 57%. I think 10 would zap it. Yeah, I want to be careful with that. I think 10's going to zap it. Let's do 3. Then create a README of the different metadata and content types and how we can make sure that, you know, with these agents and with these different workflows that we're able to create, that we make sure that users are able to create workflows that will properly match up to the metadata needed. Right now in the API, you know, we have this multi-platform publishing system. I need you to review it. I don't want you to update any code. I just want you to create, you know, basically a README with documentation that supports how it's being done right now. Right now, we do have this UI post page, but then we also have this agentic functionality that automatically is able to create and publish. And we want to make sure that these both work and that they both go through the same API routes and stuff. So for example, on the post page, we're scheduling the posts and we're posting the post, and then in Agentic runs, it's posting them, and I want to understand how it's being done. So create a README that has diagrams where I can fully understand this and where we can review the existing functionality and make sure that we can update things. So for example, that we can have one agent that's able to be assigned a specific content type, and then it's able to publish to multiple different platforms at once. It's just very important that we do this. So I want you to do an in-depth review and create documentation on that for me to understand. All right, that was a long one. Integrate an open source model like GLM 4.6V at 650 likes. Okay, Dan, I think that's a good goal. Okay, let's do that one. So let's do 500 likes. We'll do that at 500 likes. So let me just do this. So 500 likes equals, we're gonna test GLM 4.6V. All right, 500 likes, we're gonna test GLM 4.6V on stream. All right. Thank you, Dan. House tour. House tour at 500 likes. All right. Okay, would you like to implement any optional enhancements with teenagers? No enhancements needed. Submit answers. Cool. All right, so I'm going to change this a little bit. I'm going to change this up. We're going to change the poll. The poll is going to be testing GLM 4.6V at 500 likes. All right, so it says that it's all done. I now need you to integrate the testing systems for this, review the API, make sure you create the tests for this, and then also in the front end, create the tests as well. Peter Parker on the side hustle, yeah. My gosh. All right, hold on. Let me get the FBI cam back up. I'll be right back. All right, FBI cam is back. I don't know if the FBI cam is set up the way that we need it to be. Hold on here. Let me check. I think it's going to be like a weird angle probably. Not bad. All right, let's move the desk back up though. And then also. Okay. There we go. Cool. Neek, what's up, man? All right, so at 500 likes, we're going to test GLM 4.6V. Hold on, where's my phone at? All right, my phone is missing. All right, hold on. Keep an eye on these agents for me. I'll be right back. I'm back. How do I open this up? Open file, command click. Oh, nice. Okay. This is actually pretty interesting. So this is the roadmap that GPT 5.2 created for us with Codex extra high. All right. Cool. Honestly, though, it didn't really create that good of a roadmap. Yeah, not sure. Not sure how I feel about that roadmap. I mean, you know, I just am surprised. I would not, if you could go back, if you could turn the clock back to, like, you know, August when we got GPT-5, I would not have guessed that OpenAI would be this far behind by the end of 2025. I mean, you're talking 4 months, and Anthropic. Gemini, not so much, but Anthropic definitely is leading, at least for vibe coding. I would do Claude if you're on a tight budget. Alright, so let's kill this. I mean, I just, yeah, I mean, OpenAI is falling behind. Run npm run build and fix any build errors in these 3 projects. Ah, oops. Sorry, I actually meant 4. John said, lately I find cursor lacking, not gonna lie. Yeah, I mean, it's not like I've totally abandoned OpenAI. It's just that, hey, you guys know how I roll. I'm not going to hype up a new model just because it's a new model. I mean, we tried it. We gave it a fair shake. And, yeah, I mean, they are just far behind. Okay, so let's check this out. Yeah, oh, the piece of last said OpenAI models are so bad. Neek, I did not ask for a refund. I probably should. Did they give you one after a couple days? I feel like Sam will be, Scammy Sam is going to be scamming. I mean, you just can't be, you can't be waiting on a response from a model for 30 minutes. You know, I just think that that's, Warp is not performing right now. Why is this not loading? There we go. All right, so this is the MD file that it created. So I just want to make sure that we're good here. So for the post page, so what I'm doing right now is I'm doing an in-depth analysis because we want to review how our system works. So here you can see the post page UI. It all goes through the multi-platform publishing service. So it creates the scheduled posts entity. And then you have the queue service, which processes the bull MQ delayed jobs, okay? So for example, here's what you're looking at. And what we now need to make sure that this does is, hey, for these two, they're different, but we want to make sure that we're not managing a bunch of different code. We want it kind of like a single source of truth. Okay, great. Would you review the system and also review the README that we had created about the different guardrails on each content type for each platform? So for example, we need to make sure that we come up with solutions and the correct integrations so that, for example, for Instagram and TikTok and Facebook and X, you are able to create single image and multi-image posts on these platforms. Note that we do not want to worry about LinkedIn. We are deprecating our LinkedIn integration for now. Keep the code, but deprecate it. But for example, you can do single and multi-image posts on Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, and X. I need you to review, the metadata that needs to be created for each of these. And then note that Instagram, TikTok, and Facebook can all share the same metadata. But, for example, X has the character limitation, and X is also usually formatted differently. So there's different things that are important so that, when we're doing our agent runs, let's say that they want to post to Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, and X with a multi-image post, right? Well, let's say they select, 10 different images. Well, only the first 4 can even be posted on X because X has a limit, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure it's 4. You may want to double check that. But then also Instagram has its own limit. Facebook has its own limit. TikTok has a limit for those carousels. So we need to think through how we're going to manage this while also making it so that, they can include these different platforms in these workflows. But think deeply on this. I need you to consider just the different limitations of each platform and the different metadata that's needed for each platform and the different content types that each platform is compatible with. And I need you to review the existing system and the existing architecture and focus in on the content types that we've currently pinpointed, which is single image, multi-image, short video, long video, text only. And I need you to do an in-depth review. And I actually need you to create a table of the different limitations for each platform, as well as which platform can post which content type. It's very important that we get a strong understanding of this. Think deeply, use the code base analyst, identify where things are currently at and how they're structured, and then output this table so that we can understand what's missing, what works, and how we need to move forward. Woo! Let's go! I mean, let's go. All right, we have 145 people watching on YouTube, 8 people watching on Twitch. Really appreciate the Twitch fam, whoever's over there. Shout out to you. Shout out to Linux specifically. I am Rada said share your music playlist. Oh my gosh, Linux already did. Linux W Linux in the chat. What a legend. All All right. Neek said, did you see my reply on Discord? Warp really loves your pain usage. I did see that, Neek, yeah. So, okay, this is actually funny. So if you guys are in the BridgeMine Discord community, I was off yesterday, so I was looking at that. I did see it, but I was kind of just, doing my own thing. But you guys got to see this. It's actually kind of funny. All right, so this is the BridgeMine Discord. For those of you that have not already joined the Discord community, I think that we're getting really close to 1,600, right? But check this out. Where was it? Let's see. Oh my gosh. Sorry, it is an active community. Where's Neek's message? Hold on. I can probably just find it on X better. But basically, there's this guy. This is actually pretty interesting. So there's this guy. I don't know who he is. I didn't even really process it or think about it too much. But he basically said, also, again, shout out to Linux. Linux reposting stuff on X. Shout out to Linux. But check this out, guys. So on X, if you haven't followed me on X, go follow me on X. But this guy, I don't know who he even is, but he did post. He basically was trying to cook us. So check this out. So this guy, Nuno, whoever this is, if you guys know him. So he basically said, oh, it looks like he's live right now. We should let him know that the Bridge Army... Alright, so check this out. So he basically said, where even is it? Alright, so he said, just saw this on Twitch, and no way this is going to be my future as a software engineer. And it got 54,000 views. It's so funny because these people post the stuff that we're doing, and it'll, like, blow up. Like, it's funny because this has 54,000 views. First of all, he didn't even, like, give us a shout or anything, so, like thanks, no thanks, I guess. I mean, he basically just cooked us publicly and then dipped. But he said, just saw this on Twitch, and no way this is going to be my future as a software engineer. And it's just a screenshot of, us just doing our normal thing, right? And Neek said, oh, but it will. Give it time. Developers who use AI are greater than developers who don't. And he said, pretty sure every developer uses AI at this point, just not like that. Which, like, all right. But also, where is it? Oh, yeah. So Warp said, okay, but this is an excellent use of split panes. Warp is in the chat. That's so funny. So Warp responded to it. But yeah. Yeah, he didn't mention. He didn't want us to get the love. Alright, hold on. Where is this guy even streaming right now? Is he on YouTube as well? Hold on. Hold on. We might have to do a raid here and let him know that the Bridge Army is not a little bit upset. Hold on, let's see this. Can I go here? Oh, shoot, guys. He's got 54 people watching. Yeah. Let's let him know that the Bridge... Guys. Alright, guys. So basically, he's cooking us. Let's let him know that Bridge is in the chat. I just dropped his stream. Hold on, close poll. Alright. Bridge Mind on Moon. You guys know what to do. Let's go.
Bridge is on the chat. Who is Bridge? Oh my god, so many people telling Brightmin on the moon. How everyone is feeling today. Pick and Flow is saying the following. My favorite Laravel book is the one from Matt Stauffer. It is, man. Matt Stauffer is, one of my favorite.
Hey, let's go, chat. Let's go.
Everything he have done for the Laravel community. Oh my god. A lot of people typing Bridge Mine on the moon, which is, I guess, is a good thing. Oh my god. What's happening here? Well, regardless, welcome to the stream. 70 people watching.
Hey, everybody like. Let's show our support.
This is a lot of comments, by the way. This is a lot of.
Show your support. Everybody like. We'll build him up. Everybody like him.
Everyone like the video.
Yeah, everybody let's spread the positivity. Everybody like.
So that book was actually written by,
warm up.
By Brent Rose, I think. Brent Rose and Freak Mers. They both have written that book, and I think
we gotta spread positivity and love, you know.
I actually got access to that book on the early days when it was still being written, and I think it's awesome. Okay. Yeah, it's a bot or I don't know, man. That's a lot of.
It's not a bot.
Chat on YouTube for sure.
It's not bots. It's the Bridge Army. Bridge showing love.
Thank you, appreciate that one. All right, chat. Let's remind ourselves what were you working on in the previous live stream or on the previous Go live stream, okay? So what do I remember is that we have actually built an internal skeleton in Go, okay? So this was what we ended up with in our
Neek asks, where's your warp pains at?
And as you may know, an internal skeleton Go is
Alright,
not
all love.
for internal skeleton in Java.
Alright, so he had 35 likes. I'm gonna refresh this. How many likes did we get him up to?
50.
50. We got him up to 50. Let's go. Let's go, chat. Alright. Well, that's awesome. Just a way for us to spread positivity, even though he kind of cooked us. It's alright. We'll spread the love. We'll spread the positivity. Always fun to do that. The power of the Bridge Army. Crazy. Thank you, guys. Alright, so what happens with 10 images? Okay, so this is like kind of back to what we're working on. So single image. So TikTok, minimum of 2 is required. So you guys can see like, hey, there's these different content types, and the different content types are very important, and they're important because if we build these agentic systems with multi-platform publishing, you know, you can even see here, hey, you know, X, you can do 1 to 4 for multi-image. For Instagram, you can do 2 to 10. For Facebook, we don't even have it implemented. For short video, we have it implemented across everything. For long video, you can't do it. So, you know, there's these different limitations, and it's important that we think through these limitations and how we're actually going to go about, you know, All right. Okay, so critical gaps. So Facebook multi-image is not even implemented. Only the first image is used. Okay. Auto-adapted. X caption not auto-adapted. If you share a 2200 character Instagram caption with X, it fails instead of truncating. System requires separate X caption field, which I actually want. I want the X caption field because I don't want it to be an Instagram post that then gets truncated. I literally want it to be a special X post. TikTok missing from image truncation. The platform limits map doesn't include 2 to 3, 5 limit. Single image cannot target TikTok. TikTok photo posts require a minimum of 2 images. Okay. Okay, single image cannot target TikTok. Okay, gotcha. Okay. Okay, this is great. I need you to now create a README that documents this. And before you even create the README, I want you to do even more in-depth web research and review the documentation. And for example, hey, with single images, TikTok should not be offered as a platform that you can use when doing, for example, a single image post or different, you know, let's think deeply about that. And let's come up with a way that will be appropriate. But first, I need you to do web searches and research and make sure that you can implement. Got off. All right. Okay, this is great. I need you to create a README that documents this. And before you even create the README, I want you to do any more. we have the proper structure and setup so that, for example, users cannot post single images to TikTok, or they cannot select the TikTok channel and trying to post a single image. You know, that would only be for multi-image or short videos. Think deeply about this and do research, and then come back with a appropriate README that has diagrams and tables and good documentation. All right, cool. Also gonna do Ultra Think. Okay. Rajiv said that he would love to make mobile apps. What's your take on B2C? I think B2C is great. I don't think there's anything wrong with B2C. B2C is like, there's people that have success in B2B. There's people that have success in B2B, B2C. I think that you can definitely carve out a niche in B2C. Apps do very well. J35 said it's good to spread positivity. That's what the community is about. 100%. By the way, one more guy is or was live, and I heard today we will have Finn's world famous AI benchmark. Yeah, I did see that one. I didn't want to draw attention to it though. You know what's interesting though, and this is just like a random side, like just an interesting comment on human nature, but like that guy that we just rated, like you could tell that he was happy, you know? Like we actually just made that guy's day a little bit, because we went to his stream and he was at what, like 50 watchers or something like that, and his watchers went to like 75, and then his likes literally went from 35 to 50, and you could tell that he was like really happy, because hey, like, I mean, he was streaming, he's working hard, and he's like, oh cool, you know? And you know, it was interesting because with Finn, he was like pissed about it, you know? And I don't know why that is. I think maybe, I mean, but I'm pretty sure he banned all you guys, right? I don't know why, but that's just kind of interesting. All right, so hold on. J35 and Dan said something. Okay, so WDan said, been messing around testing Exa versus Sonar. It's fairly close on output. I'm starting to use the MCP a bit. Funny enough, Cursor uses Exa for web search. I'm 98% sure. Really? Is Exa, that's just a competitor of like Sonar? Yeah. XCarm said, what's your usage? I feel like Anthropic lowered the usage for Max. I hit my 4 hours limit so fast now. Let's check the usage. Hold on. Let's check it out. It's this one here, right? Yeah. All right, my usage. So yeah, I mean, I'm at 77% usage, but yeah, I mean, I kind of would agree with that. It seems like the 5 hour usage got a little bit shorter. I do notice that. I would agree. I don't know if anybody knows about that, but it does seem like, I mean, obviously we've been using it, but it was previously like we wouldn't even get close to hitting our limit. But yeah, I mean, it looks like we're close. Yeah. Alex Finn banned all you guys. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, guys. You aren't going to be able to watch Alex Finn and Get Rich in 20 Minutes anymore. I'm sorry. Yeah, I have. Oh, yeah. Super combo. Yeah. That's a good point. Okay, also, one big thing that we need to test now that we do have set up and structured is let's go and let's now test. Oh, shoot. We actually haven't even launched our test environment. We're ready to now test the business teams. So obviously we've been working on that, and we need to now set this up. So let's go here, and let's do cd view creator API and run the API, start dev. Yes, I think the Redis container is not even running yet. I may need to set that up. I think that I shut it down when I had that workflow issue. All right, looks like we're good. Oh, nope, yeah, that's what I thought. All right, let's launch Docker. J35 said that Finn banned me because of you. Now, sadly, I can't make money overnight. Yeah. Linux said, it's as someone that's made an email client but more generic, LOL, email is not going away. Oh, the piece that last time, I'm building an encrypted email client because Skiff recently got bought by Notion in 2025 for a lot of money, and they got over 1 million users in 2 years. Do you think this is a viable option? Yeah, thanks for answering that, Linux. I'm actually not like super familiar with, I'm not the right person to answer that question, but it sounds like Linux has some experience there. Thank you, Linux. All right, let's launch this, and then let's get Docker Hub up and running. Let's get the container going. But yeah, I love that we can like spread positivity as a community like that. That's pretty cool, guys. Also, if you guys are watching, have not already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. Let's see, these are now running, so we can now test this. So what we're gonna wanna do is we're gonna click get started. I think I'm already logged in, so it's gonna, yeah, so hold on. Let me sign out real quick, but we're gonna test the onboarding flow for business, and then we're gonna try sending invites to other people, okay? So let me go, and I'm gonna go out, and we're gonna get started, business, and we updated this. This is actually looking pretty good now. So let me just sign up real quick. All right. All right, so I clicked create account. Also, this doesn't look that great. I mean, that's fine. That's not that big of a deal. All right. So this is now going to launch me into a checkout session, redirecting to checkout. Cool. So now I'm going to do card. And I'm now going to do this. All right, so subscribe. I'm not going to get my credits, unfortunately, because I didn't. I probably should have done that. I probably should have done it to test. Oh, man. That's just fantastic, isn't it, chat? All right, let's figure out what caused that. All right, come on here. Using the Codebase Analyst agent, I need you to do an in-depth review of the onboarding process and identify why, when I was signing up for the View Creator business plan, I subscribed, I went to the checkout session, I subscribed, and it was redirecting me back to View Creator, and then it actually redirected me to another checkout session. So I don't know why this happened. Would you identify why? That's all right. Okay. We'll figure out why that happened. Like, for example, what even was that page? It was the... I mean, I'm pretty... Is it... I mean, I'm pretty sure I got authenticated. Finished the sign up. How about this? Here are some of the logs for reference. The piece that lasted, I'll be here every day. This helps me with my motivation. I love your streams. Do you plan to continue going in 2026 for the entire year? Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah, I'm not stopping anytime soon, guys. Yeah, this is, I mean, you guys know. I mean, I saw the direction that this was headed, I would say around like maybe like day 30. I knew that this was going to get really big, and I went all in. Yeah, we're in it for the long haul. Well said, Linux. Also, I'm going to use the restroom real quick. We've got a couple agents working for us. I'll be right back. If you haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. All right, I'm back. Like Flash. Pre-Gaining said, I started learning NAN and vibe coding. Any Can you advise on how to start earning fast? I mean, I think start earning fast is a little bit of a. I think if anything that this this series has reinforced is just, hey, you know, if you want to be successful, if you genuinely do want to be in this industry, that you know, that's, you can't have the Finn mindset of like get rich quick. I think that you know, you kind of got to be in it with the expectation that's going to be tough. OpenAI is the 2025 Yahoo Finance Company of the Year. Just got that. OpenAI. Did they know that their GPT 5.2 is garbage? But to answer your question, Prit, I would just get involved. Like, you know, yeah, invest time. Yeah, overnight nothing happens. That's well said, Imperium. Do I plan to add a live chat widget on your stream? Potentially. I mean, I feel like things are pretty good how they are now. Kind of like the vibes now, but... Okay. Yes, use the Agent B coder to fix this. Oh, you mean like 0 to 1, like how do you just make your first dollar? Is that what you're asking, Prit? Just like how do you just genuinely make money? Is that your question? Stick said, I saw you do 1,000 push-ups last stream. How the... That's hilarious, yeah. Yeah, I think Sam Altman, he is 40, yeah. That's hilarious, yeah. I mean, sometimes, here's the thing, is like, there is something called like shock effect, and in my opinion, challenging yourself and just doing something just to do it is pretty cool. You know, like I'm gonna do 1,000 push-ups today because it's day 100, and let's just do it just to do it, right? Okay, Prit, sorry. So Prit is meaning, okay, so Prit just gave us a little bit more context. So he's not saying, okay, like how do I get, like make a bunch of money like really fast, which, you know, I don't think is a great perspective to have. You know, I think a lot of people, they're like, how do I can, like, they're like, it's so easy to make $5,000 a month. Like I can easily get there. And I think that it's a lot harder than people anticipate to get to that point. But what Prit's asking is, how do I get from 0 to 1? And 0 to 1 is a lot different from 0 to 5,000. 0 to 1, what you're really asking then is, hey, how do I actually build something that can generate revenue? And that's a completely different question. And I think it's a lot easier to do something like that. And how I would respond to your question there is, hey, SaaS, and you know, with vibe coding, you're able to create SaaS. You can create an app. I mean, if you go back to the very start of this series, we created Goalpost in under 10 days and launched it in 10 days, and it started producing revenue. Not a lot of revenue because we didn't know how to market it. We didn't know how to get it off the ground, but we were able to create it in 10 days. And with vibe coding, it's now easier than ever to build and actually get something off the ground, but it's still very difficult to market. And that's actually something that View Creator is aiming to solve. Okay, I now need you to review the agentic functionality as well as the post functionality. I want to have an X caption. I don't want to just truncate the content that's created for Instagram, Facebook, and TikTok. So for example, the caption or the metadata that's used for Instagram, TikTok, and Facebook in the agentic functionality when they're creating the metadata, or for post on the post page when they're setting the metadata or creating the metadata with AI, I want that to be a shared field because, man, honestly, our approach may actually be wrong for that because that may be overcomplicating things a bit. like you don't necessarily need to map it. Maybe people want to post different things on TikTok and Facebook. Like maybe you should have no shared field. Here, let me show you guys. I'd like your guys' opinions on this. So the issue at hand is, let me show you. Here, I'm actually just gonna log into View Creator. That's faster. All right, check this out, guys. So on posting, this is the issue that we're currently having, which now we do need to, we have a lot of work to do. We got to make sure that we're posting to production too, and are pushing to production because we've got so much content now that we need to upload. All right, so this is the current system, okay? So do you see how this said this caption will be used for Instagram, TikTok, and Facebook, and as the default YouTube description? I actually think that this shared mapping is a little bit, it's causing some issues. Like shared caption. DSAD said GPT 5.2 is so trash compared to Opus 4.5 and Gemini 3. OpenAI is so desperate right now. Yeah, they've fallen behind. I mean, unless they release like a revolutionary model next week for Christmas. Yeah, I mean, might be GG's for them. Yeah, I think I may want to brainstorm around that a little bit. Like, okay, I want you to review now the logic on the post page and in the agentic publishing to think through this concept of a shared caption. So right now we have a shared caption where, you know, users input this shared caption. It's used for multiple different platforms. I actually have decided that we want to have new text areas for each of these. So for example, instead of having one shared caption, we actually want to set the captions for each differently. And there is different areas of the code base then, both in the API and in the front end, where we will need to update some things. But I actually want to move away from the shared caption approach and more to this is going to be used for the TikTok caption. This is going to be used for the Instagram caption. This is going to be used for the Facebook caption. This is going to be used for the X caption. This is going to be used for the YouTube title, description, tags, etc. Review this in complete depth and then create a structured plan and a list of to-dos of what we need to do to integrate and update to get this desired outcome. What do I use for voice input? Whisperflow, yeah. Thank you, DSAD. Also, if you guys are watching, have not already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. We're going to just continue grinding. I mean, there's nothing better to do today than just keep on grinding. Speaking of which, though, speaking of grinding, I think I need to update let's move the desk up and let's keep it going. And you know, it is crazy because what the cold plunges have allowed me to do is the cold plunges have made it so that I can actually work longer and harder and more focused. And that's just an effect that they've had. But I think I did 25 that I didn't yet put on the board. So there's 300 here. And then I also did 20 that I haven't put on the board. So we're updating to 50 here. So we've got 200 push-ups left and 50 more pull-ups. So we're actually not that far off. But let's keep going. Let's drop a 50 bomb, guys. Here, let me adjust the camera a little bit. I think we need to move down just a tad. I think that's good. I want to say that should be good. I feel like I think this is good. Yeah, it's good. All right, perfect. All right, nice. All right, guys, let's drop a 50 bomb. Let's go. Let's go. 50. Whew. All right. So this says it's now fixed. So this is going to prevent duplicates. This is going to get updated. But if you guys remember, we do need to test this. Hold on. So let's go back here and get started. Business account. Let's do, hold on, I'm just going to authenticate. Do I take rest days off of the gym or what? Yeah, the FBI cam's got a little bit of a blur to it. I don't know what's up with that. All right. All right, so I'm testing this here. So redirecting to checkout, we had an issue here where we don't want it to redirect back. Don't redirect back. It should redirect back, but what was happening before, it was redirecting back and it was redirecting back. Okay, perfect. All right, so that did fix it. Why does it say complete your checkout though? Because that's what I don't understand is like here, for example, I just completed it and it's like saying, you know, do that. Like, why is that even there? Like, I finished my sign up. Review this in depth. As you'll notice from the sign up complete page, it's saying complete your planned checkout. I already just checked out. Like, I'm on sign up complete because I just finished my checkout. I don't know why it's still saying that. Would you review the code using the code base analyst and pinpoint why this is happening? And then after you pinpoint and diagnose the issue, use the agent decoder to actually implement the change. Note that this needs to be fixed. I don't know. I already knew that, but it's fine. Also, guys, if you guys have not already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. Have I tried the Kimi K3 thinking? That's new. Kimi K3. Is that a new model? Kimi K3, I didn't even know that was out. Isn't it Kimi K2? Yeah, there's no. Did you mean Kimi K3? Is that a thing? Yeah. Did you mean Kimi K2? Prit said, your hard work motivates me a lot. I dropped my college and started my AI automation agent. Thanks, G. Let's go, man.
Something that our
All right, Kimi Reasoning. Oh, Kimi K2. Yeah, Kimi K2. Yeah, I've tried Kimi K2. You know, it's like not. I mean, I'm just definitely a Frontier person. So hey, if Opus 4.5 is the best, I'm probably gonna be using Opus 4.5, right? And Opus 4.5 is the best. Also, speaking of which, has LM Arena been updated? Let's see, because no, it hasn't been updated the past couple days. So we're still waiting to see where GPT 5.2 ends up stacking up. I don't think it's gonna be very good. Kimi Reasoning is really good. Yeah, Jacob, you know what's really cool though is because I have the platform and because I'm doing a lot of content creation, I have all these agents that are literally just completely automating all my content scheduling and posting. So it's crazy because, you know, pretty much what I've done is I've just completely automated virality for my own purposes, right? I mean, I think I generated maybe 20,000 views over the last 2 days just based off of my View Creator agents running for me. So, you know, we've taken it a step further. Okay, documents created. So unified architecture. Okay, let's move forward. Use the agent B coder and actually update the code respectively based on the plan. And we'll do per platform. So this is the per platform. I mean, this is such an easy per platform captions migration plan. That's a good call though. Holmes said, I write code, and personally, I think that Claude and Gemini are very close in their ability. Have fun, good luck. Thank you, man. Yeah, I'm definitely more of a Claude person, but I had Kimmy K2 thinking, tell me how to fix the issue, whereas Gemini Opus sometimes just fix the issue like putting duct tape on a hole and calling it a day. Yeah. Yeah. Also, guys, we're actually getting pretty close to our sub goal for the day. We're only 75 subs away, less than that. Crazy. We'll definitely get there. You know, it's really important to do something that you love so much that it doesn't even feel like work, you know? And I just honestly just love this, guys. Have you integrated AI generators in the platform like VO3.1 Flux? Yes, we have. You know, it's interesting about the video generators, and I was talking with somebody yesterday about this, but the video gen is just not there yet. It's not usable, right? For an actual purpose that isn't creating a goofy AI meme, right? Same thing with the image generators. Getting closer, I think with Nano Banana Pro, you're getting a little bit closer, right? But in like a year to 2 years, guys, it's gonna be incredible. There's gonna be so much content that's created with AI, and View Creator is gonna be one of the platforms that's on the cutting edge of this. But for now, in the meantime, you know, we've done a pretty good job with this agentic system and the concept of a content bank that now we've made View Creator useful to today's consumers, right? So it's pretty cool. Do you reset the chat from time to time to reset the memory to reduce hallucination? So you do need to do that, but you need to, what I would say is that you need to weigh the difference of, hey, when do I reset the chat to do that? And when do I need to make sure that I actually continue working in the same chat in order to not, let's say, like, hey, I don't want to lose this one right here. It has so much context that I don't want to start fresh and then lose all that context. Does that make sense? Okay, guys. So here we now have this is that business account. You know what we should probably do? We should probably do a Stripe login, and then let's do a Stripe login, and then I'm gonna get webhooks running just locally so we can test that fully. But here, this was the one on the front end. For example, if the user is a business, if they have a business subscription, we need to make sure that it shows the different pages, or, you know, to be able to manage their team and even show this, you know, where is it currently? Where would they be able to add this? All right. Yeah, flawlessness actually. So flawlessness said, good that you started with a social media app, because whatever app later you create, it'll be easier to market organic marketing for. Yes, make organic marketing for. Yeah. So you know what's interesting is if you go back to when we were working on Goalpost and you go back to early in this series, we saw like, hey, View Creator was created because we saw the need for it, because we created Goalpost so fast that I was like, well, what now, right? And what I realized is that it's easier than ever before to build, not easier than ever to actually market. And if we can take some of the same philosophies that we've learned in vibe coding, take some of those same strategies that we've learned in vibe coding, or just agentic orchestration in general and we apply them to marketing, I think that we'll be able to create a very good tool. And that's how View Creator was started, is out of a need. How would you like to handle non-business users who visit settings team directly? Show upgrade prompt. Yeah, let's just show upgrade prompts. How to minimize AI cost and tokens. I mean, I think that there's things that you can do that are going to make you use way more tokens, right? I mean, that's kind of like a... I mean, hey, if you, for example, if you launch a bunch of subtasks or sub-agents, you're going to use a bunch of tokens. And if you need to use less tokens, if you want to minimize AI cost. So for example, if cost is your biggest concern, then you need to think about things like, am I using Cursor or am I using Claude Code? Because with Claude Code, like let's say you want to use Opus 4.5, right? If you know that you want to use Opus 4.5, who should you be using if you want to use Opus 4.5? Well, you should actually buy a Claude plan, and you should use Opus 4.5 directly through Claude Code, okay? That is going to get you the best bang for your buck because you're getting it directly from Anthropic, right? Now, if you use Cursor, you're going to hit your limit faster, and then usage-based billing is crazy with them. So be careful. That's like one thing, like same thing, like, hey, if you want to use Gemini models, maybe you could go use anti-gravity. I know that it's so bad that they want you over there for free right now. So just like stuff like that. Okay. What is the Stripe listen command that I can run so that Stripe will listen for webhooks on port 3001 at the correct endpoint in this project? Output the command that I can enter. I just did a Stripe login, so I'm ready to enter the command. Yeah, you use it with that. Nice. How much does Claude Code cost you? It's about $200 a month. I have the 20x plan though. You don't have to get a 20x plan. They don't tell you how many tokens you can use, but I've used over 3 million tokens a day. Yeah, that makes sense. AODev said, I am using Cursor. Should I move to Claude Code? I am a full stack dev, by the way, but I'm no longer coding myself. I want to ship fast. Yeah, so, I mean, it just depends on, like, what your budget is. There's just like, hey, the budget that I have is... hey, I don't have, like, I'm not going to spend, $2,000 a month on AI, but I am willing to spend up probably around like $600 a month is my budget. I'm like, $600 a month, that makes sense, right? So, where I'm at is, hey, $600 a month, and if you do that, then how do you correctly spend $600? Well, you'll easily, like, $600 would, if I was only using Cursor, I would go way over $600 a month. I can promise you that, because I'd be using something like Opus 4.5 and I would go over my limits. Oh, wow. Oh, I have another. So this Vitest error is just happening again. Yeah. So this Vitest error is happening again. You guys see this? So I need to figure out what's causing this. I'm having it again. So you guys see this? So I'm having this memory pressure issue again. And it's because it's like running in the background or something. Hold on, I need to fix this quickly. It's happening again. I need you to clean this up. Kill all the Vitest servers. I need to figure out what the actual cause of that. I think that some of my tests are running and then it's just, yeah. All right, hold on. I need to use the restroom real quick, guys. I'm going to use the restroom. If you haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. Let's go. that get fixed? All right, thank you. We need to like figure out why that's actually happening now. Chrome's eating up a lot of the memory, but it's actually the Vitest testing. Okay. Okay, so now I'm listening here. Let's go. Looks like this is failing. All right. Wired Daniel said, I'm on the $100 plan. I haven't reached my max yet. On the $20 plan, it's not usable for my workflow. Yeah, I think that's actually a really good point. You know, you have to use what works for you, right? So, you know, the plans that work for me and the things that work for me may not be the right plans for you guys, you know? But yeah, I think that's a pretty good point. Like, hey, just adjust as you start to hit those limits. But even now, I think I'm probably getting close to my usage for the 5-hour period, right? 92%, wow. So that's why I have fallbacks. But whoever said, I don't know what it was in chat, but I will definitely say I was using the background agents, so maybe that ate up a lot. But I do feel like Claude or Anthropic probably did limit a little bit more. I'm not used to I'm not even used to even thinking about my 5-hour limits, so that's just kind of surprising. Because I still have like I am going to hit my limit 100% because I'm at 92%. My limit resets at like 5, so that's interesting. I've never hit that before, but now I am, I guess. I don't know if that's a badge of honor or... All right, cool. All right, so I got my 10,000 credits, and can I go to like settings? Is that where I can? Team. Okay, so guys, so this is it's so funny because we'll be working for like hours, and you guys won't actually get to see really what I'm building. Like I'll be explaining what I'm building. I think that, but like literally we've been working for 5 hours and 18 minutes, and just now we're at the point where we're kind of testing functionality. But here you can see I can click Manage Team. This, first of all, the styling needs to be improved here. Let's do that real quick. Update the styling of this page. It needs to be actually centered and follow the theme of the app. All right, that's fine. But now let's actually see, can I send these emails? So I can do invite member. And let's see here. So let's do BridgeMind apps. Very interested to see if this actually can work. All right, so look at this. So you enter the email, and then you select the role. So admin can manage team and resources, can create content and use credits, and then view only access. So let's do admin, and then Bridge on Moon, send the invitation. I think that it says that it worked. I mean, if this works, oh my gosh, it looks like it's working. Can I refresh this, or is that Redux state? Wow, wow, okay. So that is working. Jeez. All right, so you guys see this? Yeah, Lone Perker said after yesterday they nerfed it, yeah. What do I think about Gemini? I think it's good, but I'm not a huge Gemini guy. Is my Claude limit reset every 24 hours? No, so there's weekly and there's hourly, there's a 5-hour limit, and then there's a weekly limit. BridgeMind said, wouldn't be surprised. They might slowly lower limit until we are back to Opus 4.1 levels. Then they drop new Opus and start roller coaster all over. Man, that would stink. I mean, I hope that they actually, and there's the update from Opus. Nice. Oh my gosh. W's in the chat, guys. All right, so did I actually receive that email, though? That's a big thing. I mean, if it should just be able to intuitively hook up with my SendGrid integration. So let's see. If I got an email, I'd be very happy. No email. Wait, let me refresh. Give it a chance. No email. Spelled it right. Check this out. I sent an email into a new team member, but the team member never received the email. Why is this the case? You should be able to properly integrate with the existing SendGrid implementation to make sure that they receive an invite email with the respective link and everything that they need. Review the existing logic, use the code base analyst to identify what went wrong, and then use the agent B coder to actually implement the functionality. Yeah, look at that, 93%, a 5-hour limit used. Dang, this is the first time we're actually hitting a limit here. I hate hitting weekly limit on Claude. Yeah, I'm not gonna hit my weekly limit, but it does seem like they did lower the limits a little bit. But I mean, you have to give them grace. I mean, we've been using it for the past 5 hours and 21 minutes straight, so. Launching like 6 agents at once with sub agents, so. Oh, no, Nick, it wouldn't be in my spam. I will check it though, just now that you said it. All right, yeah, no, not in spam. Thank you though. Just because I do receive emails a lot from. J35 said, just came back, you added teams, dang. How does it work? All team members need to have a ViewCreator sub or just one account and share with team? Yeah, so just one account, share with team. Yeah, we're working on the architecture of it early on in the stream if you want to see how it's built. It's a little bit challenging. We'll see. We may have to change it up, but, you know, at least get an MVP up. Does Claude allow you to pay for more limit increases after you hit your 20x? I'm pretty sure they do, right? Or is that OpenAI did that, not Claude, right? All right, also, let's hit some push-ups, guys. We got to, remember, we're doing 500 push-ups today, 100 pull-ups. Let's go. Go. 375. All right, let's hit pull-ups too. All right, let's go. Up to 60 there. Man, I feel great, chat. I'm running out of supplies. I'm running out of water. Gemini is not worse than GPT, no. Okay. Character limit. Okay, cool. Okay, so you guys see what this did? If you guys remember what this was working on? This was working on the different captions. So now when I go to post, which this account is not hooked up with anything. Hold on, let me launch a incognito window and let's go to the other account just so I can show you guys how this actually works. Hold on. Okay, check this out, guys. So let's go to Creator Dashboard, and then we'll go to Post, and then BridgeMind. Let's do, like, for example, just a short video. Continue. And now check this out. Okay. I don't know how I feel about... Okay. So see how it says Instagram, Facebook, and then YouTube? I don't know if it needs to be in the slider like that. You guys see this? So we moved away from, if we go back to ViewCreator, if I just go back to my ViewCreator account, I'll show you guys what the existing implementation was, and it needed to change because that functionality of shared captions was causing issues, okay? So watch this. We do have a lot of updates that we need to push, but look at this. So it was like shared caption, and that was actually more confusing than just having it set manually, right? So, yeah. Okay. I don't really like the tabs. I feel like it should just all be... I mean, the backend functionality is more important. Great work on the front end, though. I don't really like the different tabs on the post page. Let's just have them wrap over one another. No tabs. Tabs makes it a little bit confusing. It doesn't necessarily make it confusing, but it's just that I just want to be able to scroll, right? I just want to scroll. It's not that big of a deal. Not that big of a deal. Also, if you guys are watching, have not already liked and subscribed, at 500 likes, we're going to test GLM 4.6 V. And right now we're at 417. If you guys haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. Also, are we at 1,600 members in the Discord yet? Let me check. I'm going to give a quick shout out to new members of our Discord community. We are at, we're 10 away. Shout out to David, Noticed, Vicus, Andre. Welcome to the community, guys. If you guys are not yet in our Discord community, I'm going to drop a link in the chat. The piece that last asked, when do I plan on stopping the stream today? Honestly, I might just not. I might just keep on grinding. All right, so that should be good. So let's test the team invitation again. Okay, that looks much better. I do like that a lot better. Oh yeah, nice. Nice. Okay, what does it look like on light mode? Looks good. Okay, one thing that's random. Make sure that these captions are actually space sensitive, meaning if I do a new line in the caption, in the text area, and then I post it, when I actually post it, it is going to be a new line in the captions on whatever platform is being posted. Review this in depth with the code-based analyst. Think deeply. You can search the web to make sure that you have the correct way of doing this, but review in depth and make sure that we can do spacing and other, formatting, and that it actually is going to look like that once you post it. Cool. All right, so let's test this. Let's see here. Right here. Okay. So if I go back here, so now let's try saying another invite. That should work. So let's now go to settings, and let's go to manage team, and then let's send another invite. And this time it should send the invite here. So let's go and let's click Superbridge My Apps. All right, let's try this. So this person is going to be an admin. Bridge on Moon. I sent invitation, so it says that it was sent. The question is, am I going to receive the email? Boom, let's go. I got it. Oh, let's go. All right, let's go. All right, so here's what it looks like, guys. All right. I probably do need some type of view creator logo that I can put in these SendGrid emails. That's gonna be easy, but yeah. So this is what it looks like. So let's now just walk through the, so I'm gonna click accept invitation, 404. Oh, well that pushed me, oh. Okay, great work. One issue that I now have is that based on the test environment or the environment variable of, let me check, I need to check this real quick. I think it's already existing. But if you guys notice that it redirected me to the actual production server, and how you can fix that is, that's just simple, right? You have let's say you have a main site URL. I don't know what our environment variable is. I'm 99% sure that we have one, but I just want to make sure that we actually get that. What actually is it? It should be main site. Oh, I don't think we have one. That's surprising. That's surprising. Okay, so we don't have one. So I'm just gonna say, so for example, I clicked on the link in the email and it actually redirected me over to the viewcreator.ai domain, not the the testing domain, since we're testing in development right now. So I wanted it to redirect me over to the viewcreator UI, which is at localhost 3000. But that means I need to set a new environment variable. I don't know, what is the best name for this environment variable? Should it be like main site URL, or what would you recommend calling this environment variable? Do not look at my EMV, but just tell me what I should name the EMV so that we can make sure that we can test this functionality locally, because the email will have to have logic in it that will send the domain of the environment that it's in, and we will use this environment variable to set the URL of the main site or whatever. What do you recommend naming this environment variable? All right, I'm using SendGrid. Yeah, the price on GPT 5.2 Pro is nuts. I just saw you short titled. Yeah, that's interesting. So Walla is basically saying in the chat that I should have compared GPT 5.2 Pro to Opus 4.5, but the thing is, I don't even think you can compare those. I mean, nobody out in their right mind that's using it is going to be using Creator UI. No. Wait, what? It should not be the Creator UI URL. Aren't we redirecting them to the main viewcreator.ai site? Where should the link lead them when somebody gets an invite? That's interesting. Okay. Cool. Okay. I think I ran out of clips to post there. Okay, if I go here, here, here. Okay. I mean, I'm gonna need to test this, but I want to test it in production. Test in prod sounds good to me. Do you use some way to save context in a knowledge file which keeps updating automatically? I mean, you do document a lot of README, so what you'll do is you'll do that, but you'll do it in the context of like, you'll do it for certain things. Yeah, I want you to do that. Identify where that is, or if it is non-existent. All right, guys, we gotta hit some push-ups. Let's go. Let's go. All right, we're up to 400. 400 push-ups. We're getting up there, guys. All right, the Creator UI, because that's... Okay, gotcha. Okay. Create a URL. Okay, I got it. I understand. So HTTP. Yes. Okay, I just set that URL. I now need you to update the email to properly use this environment variable. Which app do I use for speech to text? Whisperflow. Thank you, Wise Sleeper. How do I deal with Claude limits? I'm dealing with Claude limits right now, but I mean, I will say I did get like quite a lot of limits. Like I got a lot of usage, so. Yeah, I do a review for vulnerabilities. Thank you, Peace at Last. Yeah, you do that as well. Cool. Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely smart to do that. Okay. So this is now going to use that creator URL. Cool. Great work. Now make sure that, you know, we do have an auth guard in the creator UI, so I need you to make sure that this page is public so that users can accept the invite respectively. Review the team invite page on the front end and make sure that an unauthenticated user can use it to sign up and sign in respectively, or that's not good. There's certain things, you know, when you've been prompting enough, you know when it's gonna, you're like, all right, no, that was not right. That's gonna confuse it. It's almost like knowing the lines of what's going to mess it up and what's not. This it'll be able to intuitively figure out. If I had left that second sentence, the one that I just deleted, it actually would have screwed it up. All right. When am I using planning mode? Does the whiteboard help with your productivity? I want to get one like that, but does it actually help? I mean, for me personally, it does help. It also helps, like, since I am doing the streaming, so that everybody knows, like, what's being worked on. For example, like, even just having, like, for example, like, having 500 push-ups, 6-hour stream, and 100 pull-ups written up on the board, and then also having view creator business, multi-platform, multi-content publishing. I know, okay, these are the goals, and right, it's almost like accountability. Like at the start of the stream, I show you guys, I'm like, here's what we're gonna be working on today, right? And it not only, like, it helps keep you accountable, in my opinion. I think it helps keep you accountable. All right, so let's try this again. So let's go to here. Let's do another invite. Let's do Bridgemind apps. And then let's do admin. And then, yes, so this is going to send. And then what's going to happen is we're going to get it. And we are going to be able to now accept it. And now we're on this page. So this is what it looks like. Okay, wow. I do want to improve the styling here. This is pretty cool. Now improve the styling of this page. Make the form bigger. Follow the theme of the application, but make it bigger. Also add the view creator branding and theme and logo. Wise Sleeper said 5 hours, let's go. Also, Wise Sleeper, are you in the Discord? I would definitely ping the Discord and just let them know in the Discord that you're Wise Sleeper. I think that if any other moderators are watching, I think Wise Sleeper deserves to be given junior mod in Discord. All right, the piece of last said, right, do you always do the UI first or the backend first on your project? I actually do them all simultaneously because when you're vibe coding, it actually helps to do them all at the same time, in my opinion. Nicholas Trades said, what's driving you to stay so consistent? I often do not feel motivated to do stuff or get distracted easily. Got any tips? Yeah, so, you know, when I was in college, early in college, you know, I've shared my story before, but when I started, out, like, let's say I got started my sophomore year in college, right? And I'm gonna be honest, you know, I did not have the motivation, the drive, the work ethic that I have now when I was a sophomore in college. I was definitely not doing the things that I'm doing now, right? And I think that for me, there was a moment in my life where I realized that it was time to start taking it really seriously. I can't really share like what caused that, but there was a moment when I realized, okay, I need to like kind of like get this. I need to like start. I was like, if I don't get serious here, I'm gonna be in like this is not gonna end well, right? Like if I go through college and I keep, you know, living this way, or let's say that I keep, you know, doing the, you know, if I don't get really focused on moving forward in my life, I'm gonna regret it in 4 years, is what I realized. So I had to actually build the habits, and I had to build the motivation, and I had to build the work ethic, and I had to build the determination, I had to build the consistency. And when I started out, really reading helped me a lot, and I read books, and that's how I got started, because there wasn't necessarily anything for me to work on. I was spending a lot of time by myself, and I was doing a lot of reading, and I think the reading helped me along the way. But if you ask me like, hey, how do you get like that? There's no secret. What I will say is that if you are feeling unmotivated, if you're not feeling consistent, if you feel like you're a procrastinator, the best way to get started is to just start by like doing very minimalistic steps forward. So that could mean like, hey, I'm gonna code for like 30 minutes and just do that, right? And you know, whatever is taking your time away, like if you feel like you're wasting your time, or you feel like your days are just being wasted away, just slowly allocate some time towards improving that and actually doing tasks that are going to make you feel fulfilled, right? Like I think everybody wants to have a purpose, everybody wants to feel fulfilled. So yeah, if you stay and you hang around like playing video games, not saying that there's anything wrong with playing video games, but I will say, like, yeah, if you're playing video games for like 6 hours a day, you should probably like, you know, clean that up a little bit, you know, or hey, if you're, you know, watching Netflix for 4 hours a day, you should probably clean that up a little bit if you want to move forward in life. Okay, wow, I did create, welcome to the team. I wonder what's going to happen here now. So I did go to sign in. There is no sign in page here though. So let's try, this will be interesting. Let's go to localhost and let's actually try to sign in with that email. It was, okay, it was this one. But yeah, does that make sense? Because, you know, how I did it is I literally remember setting goals for myself where I was like, I'm going to code for 4 hours today, or I'm going to accomplish this today. Okay, let's see, this is an issue. I will say it did create my account, but I will say it said subscription required. But, you know, just don't put too much pressure on yourself. Just, you know, start to chip at it. And then I think that, hey, I've talked about it before, but if you start living a certain way and you do change, right? It doesn't have to be a drastic change, but small changes over time end up leading to massive changes over time. Easy wins, yeah. With multiple agents running and editing code at the same time, they don't mess with each other. That's on you. You know, if you are able to put them in different areas of the code base, they'll be fine. This force quit was for flow, kind of bugged out on me. Nicholas Trade said, thanks a lot. I appreciate that. I started reading self-improvement books recently. Hope this will help me too. Yeah, like some really good books are The Power of Positive Thinking. That's a really good one. Atomic Habits is like kind of the concept where I got the, like literally in Atomic Habits, they have something called the 2-minute rule, where if you want to build a habit, literally just do it for like 2 minutes. Like you don't have to do it for 30 minutes, even just 2. Just doing the action will help you. I now need you to review this. I signed up and then logged in as a team member after I received this invite, and I actually was able to sign up and then log in. But then when I logged in, it was requiring a subscription. Would you use the Codebase Analyst agent and identify why this is the case? I thought that we were making it so that the subscription that's used by the person that sent the invite can be used by the person that's now the team member. Review this in depth and identify why this happened. Is that not getting set? review the database architecture as well as the API and identify what happened here, because obviously it's not working because it's not letting me through. It's saying subscription required, even though this user doesn't need a subscription because they are a team member on a business plan that's associated with a user that's the owner of a business account. Review and identify what went wrong, and then use the agent B coder to fix and update the code respectively so that this does not happen. It could be something in the onboarding process. It could be something in the guard. Review and identify what's causing it. Neek, thank you. How much coding do you know? Genuinely curious. So, you know, my story, I share it a lot, but my story is that you can even go back, like some of the videos that I've released that are like old at this point, or like things I've shared like out of, you know, literally like my personal comments about when I was learning coding, is I'm self-taught, and I used Codecademy to teach myself full stack development. So I also have a bunch of textbooks that I read. So, you know, how I learned is I was learning through Codecademy. I was learning through taking like a bunch of tests, through reading textbooks, and that was about 3 years ago. And you know, what I realized is that the AI coding tools and using AI for coding was going to completely change everything. I realized that the skill to have was actually agent management and using AI to actually do your work for you. So early on, I decided that rather than coding line by line, I would invest myself fully into this new wave of programming, because I actually could get a lot farther and faster, is what I realized. So even though I was using AI, even though I wasn't, let's say, building the understanding of like actual syntax, for example, like while loops and for loops and writing code, I actually was able to create things very quickly that were pretty good. And like, let's say that you don't just code line by line. Let's say that you've only been coding for like a month, right? Are you gonna wanna, how much further are you gonna get if you code yourself versus using an AI tool? You're gonna get way farther using an AI tool. And what I will say now is that, hey, in like 5 years, everybody's gonna be coding with AI. AI is gonna completely take over the space. So what you have to get good at is you have to get good at vibe coding, or what probably will eventually be called agentic coding. I think that vibe coding probably will be a term that it may stick, it may stay, but I think that it will probably be referred to as agentic coding, and people will start taking it a little bit more seriously. So, you know, even over the course of this series, you know, I think that we're showing people what's possible. We're doing the project sharing events. People can see View Creator. They can see all these things that we've built, and obviously people are recognizing, oh wow, you know, agentic coding or vibe coding is actually one of the best ways to do this now. And in 2026, that's going to continue. How do I come up with names for your businesses? I don't really think too deeply on the names, honestly. Synthetic, let's go. There's a lot of lines. I don't know exactly how many. Okay, let's see this. Would you create unit tests for this now? Make sure that this actually works. Create test suites. Don't run them, but just create the tests. And update the tests in the API. Make sure you either create tests if they don't exist, or update them respectively with the new system. Also, for everybody that's watching over on Twitch, what's up? Twitch has been starting to take off a little bit more. We got 8 people watching over there. We got 150 people on YouTube. Welcome wherever you're watching. Appreciate you guys for the support. And also, I think that we're going to be able to hit 1,600 members, guys, on the Discord. Right now, we're only 4. Guys, we are 4 members away on the Discord from 1,600. Shout out to Lucas Hunter, Camrian, and Lukey. Shout out to you guys. I think that we can get to 1,600 today. If you guys have not already joined the Discord, there's a link in the description down below, as well as pinned in the chat. I'm going to drop another Discord link. Also, shout out to Neek. I appreciate you, dude. But yeah, join the Discord. We're going to hit 1,600 today. Oh, guys, you guys see this? No! L in the chat. L in the chat, guys. This is sad. I'm very sad. You guys see what happened? Oh, my heart. Limit reached. My heart was just broken. All right, so this is why we have good old cursor here. The only issue is that now I'm losing the context of this conversation. So I forget who even asked it, but they were like, hey, you know, how do you, when do you notice restart a chat? And I'm like a little bit sad now because I can't use that chat anymore. So we're gonna have to, you know, drop all this in. But you know, cursor's fine too. Honestly, I'm happy to use cursor. But Opus 4.5 is expensive. So just something to remember. Gonna run up a check. That agent system I told you about tanks the usage. Gotcha. Okay. So I'm honestly just gonna drop in the API. Drop in the... I mean, maybe let's try Gemini 3 Pro with max context. I mean, it has 1 million in context, right? Maybe this can find it pretty well. I went through the flow and this happened. So I don't know where this bug is, but I need you to review the code associated with it and identify what happened. By the flow, remember I'm talking about the team flow and being able to invite members to your business account to join your team on View Creator and them being able to actually accept this. Yeah. If only we could take the context with you. I mean, Gemini 3 Pro has 1 million in context. All right, let's hit some push-ups, guys. Whew. All right, we only have 75 push-ups left and 40 pull-ups. The timing of your question? What was your question? What was JV's question? He said, how do you use planning mode? Is that your question? Sorry. PNK, let's go. Also, guys, let's hit some pull-ups too while this is thinking. Let's get it. Go. All right, so we are at 70. It's got 30 pull-ups, 75 push-ups left, so 3 more sets. I use planning mode if it's like a very difficult, like if it really needs a lot of thinking. I'll do a plan. Like there's certain areas where you don't need a plan. It's kind of redundant to do that. And I don't think that there's necessarily any like when do you use planning and why. It's really up to you of your understanding of how hard is this feature to build, how much planning does it actually need, and okay, root cause here. Okay, so the issue is caused by the git. Okay. Oh, got it. Okay, the controller now checks if the authenticated user has a team owner ID. Okay. I think we did it. Wait, did we? Okay, we slightly did it. Okay. So now the issue is that it's not actually pulling in the context of anything. Is it? Wait. Okay, now the issue is that it's not actually pulling in how many credits the user has. Remember, if they're on a team account, it needs to pull in the credits of the team, not of themselves. Review this in depth and identify why this is happening, and make sure you integrate the functionality to implement this. For example, this user is on a team with 10,000 credits and it's showing 0 credits in their account. Yeah, this one I'm a little bit worried about, just with the team system. Like, you know, when you're thinking about something like this, and we'll submit this, but like, you know, we're working with Gemini 3 Pro, so it does have a lot of context. But just from my understanding, and I already was talking about this a little bit, but hey, what we're talking about is we're talking about a system where, let's say you have a user ID, right? So there's a user ID here, so user ID, and then let's say you have the credit table, right? Well, the credit table has, you know, foreign key, and this is how it links, right? So you have that link. But now, if you have a user that has then a team, you know, that person's still like, we're logged in right now, right? So it's still making the call. Let's say this call is called like get credits. The issue that we have is that this get credits call, if they're on a team, is no longer getting their user ID credits that's associated with their user ID. It needs to go in and grab, like, let's say this person's the owner. Let's say they have, you know, 2 people on the team. It no longer is just making this like direct call with the user ID. It now needs to make the call and somehow be able to say inside of that call, does this user, do they have, and I'm like literally writing upside down so you guys can't even read that, but do they have like a team owner ID, right? Are they part of a team? And if they're part of a team, then what does it need to do? Well, it needs to go grab the user ID of the team owner, and then needs to make the call to user credits to identify, hey, show the user the amount of credits that the team owner has, not that the user has. That makes sense? So that's kind of what we're dealing with, but yeah. The Wise Sleeper said check general. Linux, could we promote Wise Sleeper to junior mod? I don't think Jesse's online. Thank you. All right, so the fix, does this now work? Let's refresh here. Yeah, so that now works. So now the question I think that we're gonna have is, Linux said already good, already did, we are good. That's why Linux is a legend. All right, so if I go to profile, so there's a bunch of stuff now that's gonna be like this. So for example, let's just create a brand profile, right? Let's drop in BridgeMind here, bridgemind.ai. Let's submit this, failed to generate from website. Why did that happen? Hold up here. Insufficient credits. Oh, see, this is the issue. What do I use for source control? Git. Graham Zuloff. Have a new data field called account type, and if it's set to individual or team, depending on the account type, will drive where the credits are looked up and tracked. Yeah. Uh, 5-hour reset happens in an hour. Okay. Yeah, shout out to Graham. Because yeah, I mean, the thing is that we basically already have that implementation because it's just done in a little bit of a different way. The implementation that we have is that that's based on, so, you know, yes, that enum can definitely be used. Is it necessary though? Because if we have a account owner, if we have an account owner ID, you can do the same check. If they have an account owner ID, that is, they are part of a team. If they have an account owner, they are part of the team. So, like here, let's just pull up, let's just have cursor, hold on. Show me the user entity table and basically help me understand how we handle the teams, do a breakdown of, for example, the team owner ID and how this is used and what your thoughts are on it, but output the table and explain how we currently handle this. Carter Sora, what's up, man? Yeah, so, you know, we have that implementation and that will work. It's just that, I mean, should we do an enum? Should we not do an enum? All right. So how team handling works. The system uses a single owner, multi-member architecture, often called a hub and spoke model. The team owner, this is the user who created the account and subscribed to the business plan. Their ID becomes the team ID. They hold the Stripe customer ID and the credit balance. Their team owner ID is null. They own it themselves. The team member, team owner ID, when a user is invited and accepts, their team owner ID column is set to the team owner's ID. This single field is the golden link that changes how the entire platform treats them. They do not have their own credits or a paid subscription. So resource sharing, credits, the system checks team owner ID. If it's present, it charges or reads credits from the team owner's account, not the members. This is why you saw 0 credits before. The API was looking at the member's empty wallet instead of the owner's. So, you know, it's very similar to what you're saying, you know, but, you know, you basically have this team owner column, team owner. And if this exists, then, hey, that is a team account, basically. They are a team member. So if they have a team owner ID, it's going to go and it's going to use that team owner ID for things like the credit calls or things like the, let's call it the, you know, when it's calling back, what profiles does this user have? Or, you know, it's just that now I think there's a lot that's impacted by that, because when you think about it, it's like, let's say that when a user is creating a brand profile, if they have a if they have a brand owner ID, that means they're a team member, right? So when they're creating that brand profile, it's now no longer using that user's JWT, like the ID that's in their JWT, just like, hey, like, oh, grab the, you know, like there's going to need to be an additional check to see, hey, do they have an owner ID? If they do, then use that and create the brand profile with that. Does that make sense? Yeah, the man in the arena is up on the wall. So it says, simplicity, it's very efficient. You don't need a separate teams table or complex many-to-many relationships. The users table handles it with a simple self-reference. Queries are fast. Resolving a user's credits or subscription is just a quick check. Do I have a boss? If yes, ask them. If no, ask me. It simplifies billing dramatically. You only ever bill the team owner. Members effectively don't exist to Stripe. That's interesting. Okay, but isn't there a bunch of considerations with this? For example, let's say that I'm a team member and I just created a new profile. You know, since I'm a team member, not the team owner, the brand profile user ID would need to be set to the team owner's ID for that to be the team's account. Review this in depth and identify what your thoughts are here. Thanks, man. If you guys are watching and haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so, by the way. I want to check, did we get past 1,600 members now? Oh, wow. Oh, guys, look at this. We're literally at 1,599 members on the Discord. If you guys haven't already liked and subscribed and joined the Discord, make sure you do so. We're about to hit 1,600. So that means 1,600 today. Let's go. Oh, so now it's changing that. It said, yeah, let me change that. Oh, that is not good. All right, guys, I'm deep in thought. Thank you, Linux. Right now I'm working on the concept of teams. So as you guys know, we are creating this logic of teams, and we're creating a UGC team for ViewCreator and for BridgeMind. And right now what I'm working on is I'm implementing the ability to handle teams. And right now, just kind of processing in my head what we're gonna do. What are your thoughts on the existing implementation? For example, we're about to have to update a ton of code because in a bunch of different areas of the app now, there's going to need to be a check to see if the authenticated user is, on a team, and then use the corresponding ID. Is this going to cause latency or a bunch of complexity, or could we build a helper function for this so we don't have to repeat a bunch of code? Or could there be a guard for this that, is able to handle this quickly and easily and efficiently? Think in depth, review the entirety of the entity architecture as well as the enums and then the API, and just gain a complete understanding. It's really important that you gain a complete understanding and think through what the best approach to do this is because what you just updated with this fix for the brand profile controller, that's going to need to be used, or a bunch of different controllers are going to need to be updated now because there's a ton for these team accounts. There's going to need to be a bunch of code that gets updated so that it can check whether or not the person's on a team. So we need a robust way to do this and to implement this, not just writing a bunch of code that works, but then is repeated and duplicated everywhere. Review this in depth and identify the issue that I'm kind of thinking through and what the best approach for it is. Or if we need to change the architecture for teams, just let me know. But it's important that you do a deep dive on this. Thanks, BNK. All right, so let's drop in this, and this, and this, and this, and all right, and this is why Gemini 3 Pro is nice, is because of that million context window, it's going to be able to process a lot more. So I actually like that we're using Gemini 3 Pro for this because with a million in context, this is actually probably the best model to use for this purpose. So I'm happy with this. I don't get too annoyed by it, the piece. Also, guys, we still have 75 push-ups to hit, so while this Gemini 3 Pro is running, let's hit some push-ups. Let's go. Go. All right, let's hit some pull-ups too. Let's go chat. That's for 80, 450. Getting close. All right, it's already updating. What the heck? It was like not even doing an in-depth review. I'm just gonna build it. Hold on. So for whoever was asking about the plan, this is actually when you should do a plan. This is when you do a plan. Yes, in revert. Yeah. Hey, J35. What's up, man? Thanks, Y Sleeper. J35 said that, okay, hold on. Godspell said the best thing to do here is having one function that checks whether the user is admin and then use that everywhere instead of doing manual checks. Yes, exactly. Or, you know, a guard, a decorator, and that decorator will hold the code so that when it's coming through the controller, you know, it's gonna, yeah, create a custom param decorator, effective user. Yeah. I mean, I don't even know what's best. So I've analyzed the architecture. The duplication is indeed risky. I recommend a custom param decorator at effective user, which cleanly extracts the correct owner ID for any operation. This avoids magic mutations while keeping controllers dry. Which approach do you prefer? So create a custom param decorator, best for minimal code changes in controllers. I think it's this one. It's probably best. That was what I was thinking, probably a decorator. Okay, J35 said, so when working on teams, so we are working on teams, interesting. Do you feel like personal profile and teams should be different from each other? Like, I don't want to share my entire profile on ViewSteer with someone I invited. Well, the thing is that on a pro plan and an ultra plan, there is no, you can't use teams. There's no teams associated with that. But on, let's say, a business plan, you can invite people to your account, you can invite people to your team, and you can give them different like roles and permissions, and you're gonna be able to remove them at any time. So if there is teams option where I can add as many teams I want, select content brands to be in that team and members to be in that team, and allocate credits to that team from personal profile. Yeah. I am with Redbird said, good to see you still grinding, brother. WW, let's go. Yeah. Honestly, I think I need to sit on it a little bit too. Also, let's see. Did we pass 1,600? Guys, we did it. All right, we just hit a milestone, guys. Check this out. Bridgemind. You can see this. 1,600 members. Wow. Thanks, guys. I'm gonna give a shout out to the 1,600th member was Verify. Thank you, appreciate you. Let's go. What if someone is on more than one team? Yeah. They'd have to use a different email to be on another team. I'm gonna have to think about this. I mean, the approach that we have works. And it will work. But yeah, I think there's some problems. There's definitely some issues. Yeah. Or just remove the team feature entirely. I mean, Gemini is like... I don't want you to create a plan or do a deep dive. I want you to actually review the existing... Hold on, let's actually just brainstorm this here with the Gemini agent. Hold on. Will this one stay if I... Hold on, let's just do this. Stop. All right, and launch another agent. I want you to do an in-depth review of teams. So we just built the architecture of teams. All right, I just don't know the full context, but why not have team members create an account normally and have treated as a normal account, and they can get invited by organizational owner. So that's how it works. That's how it works. So that's the thing, is that I think that there's different ways to do this 100%. And we do have a working implementation. It only did take 6 hours to build. So we didn't lose much. And also I learned a ton along the way. So if we want to switch to something, we can definitely switch to something. Also, I was working on other stuff in the background for we're not showing that right now. You guys probably won't see that today, but I probably will be live again later tonight doing a vibe coding no talking stream just to keep on grinding. But I'm trying to think through like, hey, in terms of the functionality that we need here. Yeah, I mean, we may have taken the wrong approach, because how it works right now is a user signs up, if they invite people, if they're on a business plan, they can invite people to their team. I mean, maybe we're not that far off though. They can invite people to their team, and they can join the team. And if that user when they join the team, there is a column in the user entity. I'll just show you guys the code. In the user entity, we have a column called, it's not this. All right, so you have team role, team owner. So you guys see this column, team owner ID? So how it works is, if this is not null, then it's going to be able to, they're going to be able to, it's going to use that user ID for operations, right? If this is not null, and that's what we were talking about with the decorator, is that just throw a decorator on top of the controller that's able to check to say, hey, if they have a team owner ID, then pass this as the user ID for this request, right? Instead of having to rewrite a bunch of code that implements, check to see this, just do a decorator and it'll pass the user ID to the controller of the team owner, so you're not rewriting a bunch of code. Just create a portal for this. If someone is on multiple teams, then just have them enter the workspace that they want to. You'll have to implement this at the low level of your router. Yeah, Ilasan said you not have to solve all the edge cases if the effort is not justified. I mean, in my opinion, what we have right now, it works. There are like some edge cases, like what if I want to be on multiple teams? I mean, yeah, I think that like this does work. This works. This does work, and we already have it working. It's just that, hey, once we throw a decorator on there, I mean, and that's the thing, right? Is we have to decide, hey, if we have the problem of people needing to be on multiple teams, I think that we'll have enough money and revenue to come in to solve the issue. If you guys get what I'm saying, like this works. And I mean, why would people need to work on multiple teams? That would be like yeah, I'll do push-ups here in a second. So you have team owner. This does make it so that you can only be on one team though. Because once you have the team owner filled, you can't have another team owner. Because then that's going to be used in the decorator for your request if you're part of his team. Okay, J35 said, in that case, if I own multiple businesses, each business with a different team, they would all be together, or can we have multiple teams that are being independent and I have super control to sign? Yeah, J35, honestly, on this one, I don't know. I think that you may be getting a little bit ahead. PNK sounds, can you do something like make an alt ID for a new team member? All right, let's talk to Gemini 3 Pro. I want you to do an in-depth review of the team's architecture. You need to review entities, enums, and then the API as well. We just began implementing this. It hasn't been pushed to GitHub yet, but I just need you to do an in-depth review and output the pros of this system as well as the cons. Yeah. I mean, yeah, whoever said that, you know, you can, like, if we get to the point where we need to, if we have people that are going to be on multiple view creator teams, we'll have so much money coming in. Yeah, we're only 50 likes away. Let's go. All right, let's hit some push-ups. Let's go. All right, let's go. 475. Let's do pull-ups too while this is reviewing. All right. No, I'm not stressing out. I do both. I go to the gym as well. All right, J35 said, because I don't want my team managing Vibe Academy being alongside my team managing Bridgemine and also have access vice versa. Let's go, Imperium. Godspell said, if I were you, I would remove team owner ID entirely and just use user ID, then store a field of member of teams. Oh, yeah. Yeah, well, okay. Okay, Godspell just had a good idea. He said, if I were you, I would remove team owner ID entirely and just use user ID and then store a field member of teams on the object dedicated to that user ID. That's actually probably better. Okay. Geez, Gemini is so whack. All right. Connection failed, always. Okay. Gemini 3 Pro always does this. It always stops midway through. Check DMs. The Wise Sleeper, let's go. Rasha, you did 7. Let's go, man. Yeah, 6 hours. Let's go. Too easy. I'm going to be live again later tonight, guys. I'm going to be live for a Vibe Coding No Talking stream. It's been a while since we've done one of those, and we're going to need to grind tonight. Obviously, we got plenty of stuff to work on. So, Vibe Coding No Talking. If you guys want to grind later, we're going to still be grinding. Okay, I'm gonna drop this in because I want to definitely brainstorm this a little bit more. I think that, you know, nothing is lost because you know, I learned a lot. So let's just do a new agent. The above comment was a recommendation from somebody. I want you to review the existing architecture of teams and how it works, and then review this comment and think through which is better and what we would want to do and how we would implement it. First, I want you to review the existing architecture of the team system and identify which one is better. I mean, the only limitation, right, is that people are seeing is like having, you know, multiple teams and whatnot, but I do think that may be a little bit getting ahead of ourselves. What time am I going to be going live later? Probably, I mean, I just have to like eat, stay alive. But as soon as I can get back online, I'll be back online. Probably maybe just a couple hours from now, I don't know. Maybe like 3 hours from now, 2 hours from now. Do you do streams for when you work on the marketing side? Yeah, I do. I do special streams for that, but then also, you know, View Creator is such a good tool now that a lot of our marketing is now automated. So I think that the UGC team, obviously, you know, the reason that we're building these teams is because we know that each of these UGC teams that we have, we're gonna want to set up a View Creator business account for them, and they're gonna be working on a team together. But yes, we do marketing streams. Also, guys, we only have 25 push-ups left and 10 pull-ups, so let's knock them out, guys. Let's finish off strong here. Let's go. All right, let's go. All right, now 10 pull-ups. Let's go. All right, check this out, guys. We did it. 500. 500, let's go. W's in the chat. 500, 100. I'm a man of my word. Let's go. And we did a 6-hour stream. All right. So I think that I'm gonna need to put some time and some cycles into thinking through what we want to do. So I have an appointment in like an hour or two, so I'm gonna have to jump off. But guys, appreciate you tuning in today. We made a ton of progress. As you guys know, we did build team integration, but before we go any further, I just want to think about, okay, you know, let's make sure that we're doing the right thing to make this scalable. So shout out to Godspell. I'm going to think through about what you said. Also shout out to J35. I'm going to think through what you said as well. Just think through, hey, what's the best approach? We did build the implementation, so I learned a lot, at least. And then for the multi-platform publishing, I did build a ton of readmes. I built updates to the post page. So here on the post page, if I go here, let's actually log in. Let's go to a working View Creator account. Working meaning it has brand profiles. But here, we no longer have a shared caption. Now, instead of a shared caption, we actually have the ability for users to, let's say I go here, and I go here. I select these three. Now, it's separate captions, and this is actually a lot of progress. We didn't get to a point where I can show you guys like, hey, this is the vision that I had and like demo it, but this is actually very close. I'll probably finish it up tonight and I'll show you guys tomorrow. But with that being said, guys, I am gonna be doing a vibe coding, no talking stream tonight, so I'll see you later if you're online, and make sure you like and subscribe if you haven't already. And guys, 1,600 members of the Discord community. Let's go, we're growing, the grind doesn't stop. I'll see you guys later tonight or tomorrow. Let's go.